dance through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Sparkle to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is happening? We got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen. And there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Welcome to Watchpoint. I am once again your host, Danny, so he couldn't find a center limb. And with me on the desk are, of course, Scott Custer Kennedy and Jonathan Reinforce Larson. Gentlemen, how are you guys doing? And also, welcome back, Scott.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think we've come to an agreement that we're never allowed to have all four of us in the truck ever again. So that's why we decided to take the day off. Yeah.
So hey, but tomorrow, she's going to be back.
Tomorrow.
And I don't know, when was the last time all four of us, the original desk people, have
years
been...
ago.
I think it's been a couple months, right?
Yeah, it's been a few months. It was kickoff clash.
H2.
Overwatch 1 was the game we were playing back then.
Yeah.
Crazy. Ages ago.
All right. And also, how was Dallas?
Dallas was great. It was awesome to see the fans. The match was, I was going into it, I'm like, Dallas is going to be comfortable in this one. Then Houston Outlaws upsetting in front of the home crowd once again. So it's interesting going into the playoffs, but it was a fun event.
Definitely. And also, it's good to have you back, I think it's good to hear you cast, but I think you belong here.
In the truck?
In the truck, with us.
With you.
You gotta suffer with us. Go ahead, anywhere. All right, as we enter the final week of qualifier play, that's right, only 3 days left. We decided it was no better time to, make another arbitrary list and fight about it. So today, we want to look at the logo herself and debate the top tracers. But we had some help. It's, of course, Noah in the stats. But, what do we really know about Noah? So let's take a look at Noah's stats so far.
How do we... Stats?
Noah's stats. Favorite
Ask
map,
stats
Watchpoint
guy.
Nibraltar. Nickname, none. Is his nickname actually none, or does he just not have any nickname?
Well, it's Noah, right?
Noah? How does that...
But how does that make sense with none?
Well, because we're calling him Noah.
I don't think he has one, guys. I think we should come up with Noah's nickname today. Other than that, favorite hero tracer, and then Nice Nerf Sombra. Hot take: see top 5 tracers this season coming up.
It's gonna be spicy.
Hot take. All right.
That's when you know the segment's about to go well.
True. All right. He says
Here we
his
go.
hottest take is coming. Is the upcoming tracer list, and we have it here. So let's take a look.
Kev's
number 1.
I love that. Yep.
Wow.
Sweden.
Honestly,
On
it's
top,
a pretty
huh?
hot take.
Who would've
Yeah.
thought?
Another hot take, Yaki in number 5. I remember someone naming Yaki in the top 5 tracer list.
Have we ever seen Avast and Noah in the same room? I'm just starting to question.
Do you think Avast is our stats guy?
Maybe Avast is secretly our stats guy
You
this
think Avast is
whole
our stats
year,
guy?
and he's just been skewing the narrative.
That makes sense. Maybe Noah isn't a real person. It's
That doesn't make
Avast
sense at all.
It could make sense.
Puts
Johnny.
himself as Noah, as a stats guy. That makes sense.
It makes
All right,
sense.
well, I mean, let's talk a little bit more about this list. Kevster and Proper was at the top of the list, and it seems about right. Proper is a legit MVP candidate and a Rookie of the Year candidate as well, right?
Yeah, as you can see, Proper stats right here. This is surprisingly the second best tracer statistically coming in from Noah, and that's the important thing to remember. Proper has been incredible. He's had dominant matches, but Kevster has been that player who has been able to go toe-to-toe with him multiple times throughout this season. But as you said, Danny, Proper is an MVP candidate, probably the leading MVP candidate, just because of how good his tracer has been all season, but his flexibility on top of that. He's been playing some Genji.
Right.
He's even
Sojourn?
picked up Sojourn recently.
Yeah.
He can honestly start to play it all, and he has been just such a big player in his rookie season, and he is poised to take the MVP and Rookie of the Year awards this year.
For my money, I think both Proper and Kevster, they're tied for first, okay?
Yeah, I agree.
There's no first, there's no second. Both Kevster and Proper, they're amazing at Tracer.
Not according to Noah. Not according to Noah. Noah says Proper is second. Kevster, as we're seeing right now, is number 1 in his tracer list. Of course, third in hero damage, first in elimination final blows. Yeah, solo kills first. second fewest death. I mean, he is just a talented.
I think those solo kills is what stands out to me, because like getting those solo kills, if you're able to blink around and finish off someone in the backline without necessarily needing your team there to set you up or help you out, dive with you, that it's just going to aid your team so much. I think Kevster so far this year on Tracer, he's been phenomenal. He's had huge impact for this team. But a large key when it comes to the LA Gladiators winning 2 stages earlier this year, the Kickoff Clash, of course, and the Midseason Madness, beating Proper in that Midseason Madness final. So Kevster, definitely up there as the best tracer in the league.
Right. And of course, another great tracer that we have to talk about from the East is, of course, Prophet. I mean, he has been with the league for such a long time. We all know that he's a great tracer. Honestly, what? Yes, his brig.
No, Danny, no. We are not going to bring up his brig, and we're definitely not going to bring up his arm.
No,
we're not going to bring that up either. But honestly, you know, me and Johnny, we came to an agreement earlier this season. Prophet is the GOAT in so many regards, especially after that win in the Kickoff Clash. We almost take for granted how good Prophet is every single season. He hasn't won an MVP. I think he hasn't won a Role Star either at this point. Yeah, because he's just sort of been snubbed out because of how just consistently good he is. We all just have that expectation from him. And once again this season, it feels like he's gone under the radar with just how dominant he has been for the Seoul Dynasty. He's been an integral part of that team for so long at this point, and you have to put respect on his name, and he is a dominant tracer. It is probably his best hero.
Look, I mean, Prophet is the greatest of all time. If you look at the all-time Overwatch League statistics, Prophet is up there as #1 in so many different categories. And I think that Prophet so far this year, he's honestly had one of his best years.
Yeah.
As of recent, all right? He won the 2018 Grand Finals with the non-Spitfire, but 2022 has been a great year for Prophet, and I'm looking forward to seeing more from him.
Something that I want to speak about Prophet as well is, in the past, he's always just been that star player. He has been that dominant. I feel like this year we've seen him sort of almost take a step back a little bit and become a bit more of a team player. That is shown by him moving over to that Brig, moving over to that Ana. Where necessary, Prophet has stepped into a role that maybe doesn't make himself shine, but helps the team shine.
Right. I mean, and also talking about star players, their DPS player Zest, Philadelphia Fusion, they have Zest, who is also a great tracer, right? And also Yaki as well. On the number, they're also in the top 5 as well. Talking about Zest, what do you guys have to say about Zest? He's a rookie player coming in.
I mean, I think it was a bit unexpected to see Zest at #4, but I'm like positively surprised. I'm like, yeah, of course, you know, Zest, he's been awesome for the Philadelphia Fusion. He's arguably been Fusion's best player this year and helped them so much throughout this year. The Philadelphia Fusion, of course, they've landed some second placements in the APAC region. They were the APAC team that made it to playing the West, etc. And Zest was a large reason why the Fusion found success. So Zest definitely deserving of a top 5 placement in the Tracer category.
And last but not least, Yaki, really quick.
Yeah.
Top 5?
I mean,
Top 5 Yaki?
Okay, I can actually agree with this number. Like, this is just statistics, and Yaki has always been that powerhouse on this Tracer hero. He is just so aggressive. The problem is it can be a little bit inconsistent, and he can get punished. But generally, even when the New York Excelsior were struggling in this year, Yaki was quite dominant.
True.
And his Tracer has just gone head and shoulders above. Not going to get sold that he is a top 5 flex DPS as a whole, but on the Tracer, I think he definitely deserves to be in this list.
Can I say something else? What I find so impressive about this top 5 Tracer rankings is that all 5 of these players, they have a fantastic Genji too.
Yeah.
And that is not
That's true.
something that, like, especially in the past, you would have really thought, like, all these 5 Tracers experts, like, playing Genji is like a whole different game, and yet all these 5 players have a fantastic Genji up their sleeve that has helped their team as well. So if you're a viewer out there and you're like, oh, I'm a Tracer specialist, pick up the Genji, all right? Because it's necessary, as proven by these 5 players.
He's also dumb strong right now in Overwatch 2 ranked. If
Genji
you
is
want to win
so
games,
strong.
play Genji.
Right. In bronze, not really, but I guess it is for them. Well, that's who Noah, if that's his real name, has his top 5 tracers. Seems like pretty solid list. Maybe we should get another expert's opinion on that matter. Maybe we should talk about coaches. All right, let's get Vancouver Titans coach Dpei on the show and see what his opinion is on all things Overwatch League. Dpei joins us right after the break. Welcome back to Watchpoint. As the regular season winds down to our final week, we want to bring in some people around the league for a retrospective on the season that was. We're lucky and glad today to be joined by Dpei, coach of Vancouver Titans. Dpei, hello and welcome.
Hello. How are you guys?
Hey, how are you doing? Good. How are you doing?
Not bad. Early break. First early break I've had in a while, but it's a very early break. But yeah, good to have a break.
True. All right. Yeah, I think we have tons of questions to ask you. And first of all, of course, thank you so much for joining us on our pre-show. Johnny, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, of course. I'm going to ask you some questions about the Vancouver Titans. Just quickly though, how have you been enjoying Overwatch 2? What did you place Bronze 5 too, or is it just me?
I think I played 6 games. I was playing with Bishu and Birdring actually, and we were just hard calming. We were Sombra Diva Tracer. Sombra Diva Tracer just calling dives everywhere. It was sick.
Sombra
players.
I was a Sombra player because I don't have the mechanics to pull out Tracer. Bishu insta-lock tank, which is what I would normally play. It was kind of messed up. I played Sojourn, 100% win rate on Sojourn, but it wasn't because of me. Let's just say Bishu and Birdring were carrying me, but super fun game. It gave me back the feeling of Overwatch 1, but just like faster and like more impact, I guess. So it was a lot of fun to play. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Sojourn is definitely a must pick now. So if you're watching the Overwatch League, learn how to play Sojourn because it's a good hero. So anyway, let's get into the Vancouver Titans questions here. I mean, I'm going to be quite honest here, brutally honest actually. The Vancouver Titans, before you joined them, throughout the season, in the mid-season this time around, bit of a cursed franchise. Didn't really have anything going for them the past couple of years. So you get brought in, obviously, because of your huge, valuable experience with the LA Gladiators. When you get into a team like the Vancouver Titans, as a coach, what's like a big structural change you introduce to this team? You know they've been under the weather for quite some time. They haven't found any success. You come in as a coach. What's one thing you like implement into the practice routine, or like something you tell the players to be aware of?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. Like, what were my major goals at the beginning and what do I want to actually do? I think it changed as I went along, but one of the big things is that I wanted to instill confidence that we could win and that our practice was worthwhile. I'm a big believer in hard work and I'm a big believer in practice, and so making that a good routine and talking about how we go about practice, how we review, was like really important to me, and to give them confidence that they actually believe that they can win. I think when you go 0-6 and you had like very winnable games and that was the easier part of your schedule, it's easy to lose confidence, especially going into the stage where I think we had like the top 6 teams essentially. It was like very difficult, but I think that those were my two major goals: is instill a good practice culture, a hard-working practice culture, and then belief that we can win.
Yeah, so you're talking about your goals. So you came in, as you said, 0-6, not the greatest results off the bat, and then you guys did have that hard stage. But you guys sort of bounced back a little bit. You ended up making the Summer Showdown, playoffs. You didn't have great success, but like, what were your overall goals? Was that to make a stage, and do you think you reached them in this season from when you sort of took over the team?
Yeah, when I looked at this team, I wanted to set expectations not just for the players, but also for myself and for my bosses as well, on like what is realistic to achieve given that you're coming in 0-6 and you have no preseason and that was the earlier part of your schedule. I'm a high goal setter, so my goal was play-ins personally. So doing well in this stage 2, I forgot what the tournament was called, Mid-Season Madness, I believe, doing as well as we can in there, maybe pick up 1 or 2 wins there, and then snowballing that into a stage 3 success. Hopefully we get some tournament points off of that, and do as best as we can in that stage. And I think that stage was really important for us. And then by stage 4, reevaluate where we're at and see how realistic that goal is. So my goal was always play-ins. I think with the Boston loss at the end of stage 3, it was like very improbable that we could not have reached that, but that was always my goal. That was my outright stated goal to the players. I believe we can make plans. This is what we're fighting for, and to like motivate them, but also to make sure that they believe that they can do it as well. It's going to be hard, but it's going to be worthwhile as well. So that was like the definitive goal that we had as a team, that we're all on the same page that we want to do. Lofty goal, given the start and given our strength of schedule, but I want to set high goals for our team. I have high expectations of myself, and I have high expectations of others as well.
No, it was a great turnaround of the season. Honestly, I have a lot of respect for what you've done with this team.
Yeah, same for me too. And also, I mean, we heard from you about your goals and stuff, but like, what were some of your, I guess, biggest challenges this season?
Yeah, I think especially towards the end, like this last stage, it was very difficult because there's nothing to fight for, I suppose. I've never had a season where there's nothing to fight for. Like, I think I'm very disciplined and I, have a routine in order to like maximize my performance, either through eating, physical exercise, waking up at certain times, reviewing a certain amount of times. So like I kind of stayed with that, but like motivating a team to do that when everyone's goals are different now that, we can't make plans. People want to shine individually. Right. There's more tension. I think that was something that I never really like thought about or considered until the end, where my goal is always to win, whereas like, people have different like mental limits, and like when there's nothing to fight for, there's less motivation naturally. So I think that was like really hard for me and not something I was like used to, given that I've always been in playoffs, play-ins, some end of season thing where the last game of the year is you're eliminated if that happens, right? So that was a hard point for me. And then figuring out the roster in such a short time, I think figuring out how to utilize my roster for stage 2 was super hard because I get jumped right in, and then in like 1.5 weeks we have LA Gladiators to play against. So I didn't get a lot of time to like figure out personality. We go against the champs, right? Like straight off the bat. I didn't get to figure out people's like personalities, figure out like our team dynamic, what lineups work best, what are our hero strengths, and like to what extent. That was like hard to figure out without a proper like preseason time to be able to test that.
Awesome. I wanted to pick your brain more just personally for you as a coach now, because, obviously the Vancouver Titans have been a great team, but, with Coach of the Year award being discussed heavily, I kind of wanted to get your opinion. What do you think makes the best coaches? And then if you want to, at the end, who do you think is deserving of the Coach of the Year award?
Yeah, I think coaching is really, really hard to evaluate. It's even like, I think it's hard for outside eyes to evaluate, but I also think it's hard even when you are in the team to evaluate like, how good is my coach doing? It's a really hard question. I kind of break it down into 2 parts. I guess there's the preseason part, assuming you're not the general manager and you're choosing the roster yourself or have high input into that. I think that's a big part of coaching is getting a talented roster together. But I think the second part of coaching is making it work in the season and all the details and strategy to that. And I actually weight both of them like equally. It sounds strange, but is any coach really going to look very good without talented players? I think it is like hard to do so, and you level set your expectations for that, but then you weigh it more towards the postseason. For example, I think Chris is like, I actually have like 2 candidates I really respect, and I think there are like honorable mentions. Okay. I think there are so many good coaches in the league, but I think Face, having worked with him in the preseason about like, what talent he saw and like what we were able to do with what we wanted to do with our current roster and how we wanted to shape it, I think he did like a really good job of knowing, this is the path that he wanted to take, and this was the reasoning that he wanted to take for the roster. But I think someone like Chris, who maybe had a lot less to work with, either budgetary wise or just original talent wise, right? You don't just start your roster with Kevster shoe skewed, right? In the space as well. Christopher has a lot less to work with, and I think during the season it is clear that he's making it work and getting every little bit out of his players. So, I mean, I think both are very impressive jobs, and I think Face, like a big reason why I consider Face is because he won his first 2 tournaments as head coach back to back, in what is a new game as well. So I think that is non-trivial. Like, not just saying he's a preseason coach who only can build rosters. It's clear that he has done the work to actually win tournaments, which is very impressive. Chris, it's just based off the expectation of what you think this roster is capable of. He has far and exceeded that, So I think both are very, very deserving. I think there are a ton of coaches that are very deserving. I have a lot of respect for Rush. I think what Toby has done for Seoul is amazing. Krusty's obviously still the GOAT of coaching as well. Junkbuck as well. There's so many great coaches, I think. So it's really hard to say, but I think those 2 in particular stand out to me this year.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because, even throughout these past few years, we've had so many new amazing coaches come into the game and really improves on these teams. So it's fascinating. We've been talking a lot about the Overwatch League so far and the Vancouver Titans, of course, but we have a lot of viewers who maybe just started out with Overwatch 2 and they want to get better at Overwatch 2. It's very easy to just like queue ranked and just like mindlessly play the game. But what is something you would tell the viewers watching the Overwatch League? What is something they should be doing in their routine? What is something they should be cognizant of if they want to improve and get better at Overwatch?
Yeah, I think it's important. We actually talked about it at the beginning. I think it's important to set goals, and your goals kind of inform you on how seriously you want to set your routine as well. Like, if you have a goal and you are bronze right now and you want to get to Grandmaster, you need to do a lot of work between then and there, right? But if your goal is to get to silver, if your goal is to just, add a hero to your pool, it can be whatever it needs to be. I think once you set a realistic goal for whatever you want, or unrealistic, I'm all about unrealistic goal setting. I think once you set a goal, it'll be more clear what you need to do, and being disciplined on like, okay, this is my goal. How do I want to achieve this? I'm not going to achieve this through, just brain dead playing through ranked. I'm going to get this. I want to play 2 hours of ranked. I want to play continuously. I want to make sure I'm warmed up beforehand. I want to make sure that every single time I load in, like, I have some sort of thing I want to improve on, and that changes maybe week to week, but maybe I want to work on positioning. Maybe I want to see how much I can go in 5v4 situations, taking position after payload, whatever it is. But start targeting those specific things and base it off your goal. If you're playing for casual fun as well, like I want to have fun with friends, I just want to win more games with friends, maybe it's like, let's work on teamwork. It's more of a group activity, right? So I think setting a goal and then setting realistic routines and structures around that is really important to improvement, not just in Overwatch, but in general in life,
Yeah, absolutely.
That explains it. This is why I'm in bronze. I have none of those.
We'll get you up, Danny.
We're gonna set
No
you
goals. I have no routine. I
Silver
don't
5.
warm up. That is why I'm in bronze. Thank you, Dpei. Before we let you go, though, I have one final question for you. Can we get a prediction from you for grand finals? Who do you think is going to win it all this season?
That's so hard. I don't even know the patch or anything. I'll pick my board at Gladiators. I don't know if Kariko is going to be in. I don't know. They have a great roster. They have great players. They have great coaches. I love Gladiators, so we'll put them there. I love Fuel as a team. I love either Rush's coaching concepts or how the team goes. Like, it's just so fun to watch Fuel because you're like, yep, that is Dallas Fuel. I could play without nameplates on, and I know I'm watching Dallas Fuel, and I think that is so cool. That their style is so unique, and like, I think that makes them so good is because they can make their own metas, and they will like make their own things work. And hopefully, they hit the right meta for them. A Lucio meta in particular, I think, is really good for them. But I think they are so cool, but I don't really have great answers. I just picked 2 teams I really like.
That works. And with that being said, Dpei, thank you so much for joining us and giving us that extra insight. And of course, good luck going forward, brother. Thank you so much.
Cheers, man.
Thank you. Have a nice day, guys.
Thank you. All right. Well, Dpei made his pick for the grand finals, and it's time for you to make your picks for today's matches as well. Go to pick'em.overwatchleague.com and fill out your picks for the games. It's more important now than ever because you can win those sweet league tokens to get awesome Overwatch League skins, and we know you're all just saving for Clockwork Zen. It's all right. Admit.
I've already bought it.
I didn't get it.
I-
And honestly, Zen players are spoiled.
What do you
Zen
mean
has the best skins. Why does Zenyatta always get that skin? It's always Zen and D.Va.
Yeah, because Zen and D.Va are the coolest characters, Danny. Maybe you should try
Whoa!
support.
I have nothing with this. I did not say that. That was all Scott Custa Kennedy, guys. All right, we still got some matches to play this week, and there is actually still a lot on the line for a few of these teams. The New York Excelsior will play against the London Spitfire in our first match of the day, and London can lock in a playoff spot with a win. We'll break down that matchup for you guys right after the break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Watchpoint. There are 8 matches remaining in the Western region of the Overwatch League, and there are still teams fighting for a spot in the playoffs. London can secure their spot at number 6, avoiding the play-ins next weekend with a victory over New York today. If we take a look at the standings, that would put Toronto in the play-ins. Right?
So
So
close.
Toronto is just praying that London loses. And London is trying to get that win, right?
Yeah.
All right, reinforce. London has beaten Paris and Vancouver this stage, but have lost to Dallas and Los Angeles. And this team is at a crossroads and need to figure out something before the playoffs.
Yeah, they definitely need to figure out something if they want to achieve in the playoffs themselves.
Yeah.
Because beating these teams like the Shock, the Gladiators, etc. consistently, it's a very difficult task indeed. But today they're playing the New York Excelsior, and it's interesting because we've undergone a bit of a mid-stage meta shift as this stage has progressed. We started out playing a lot of double flex support. We saw some Winston being played, etc. But now, as of recent, with last weekend, we've seen a lot more Zarya, Lucio, Baptiste, these kind of heroes, right? So is London Spitfire going to alter and shift what they've been playing so far this stage to cater more to that style of play? As we take a look at Poco's hero usage actually, before this season, played primarily D.Va, 4.4% Zarya, but Poco is their designated off-tank player going into this season, right? So I'm just wondering, stroking my beard a little bit here. Is Poco going to be introduced to this London Spitfire roster if they decide to play some more Zarya compositions? We can take a look at some of the footage of Poco's time in the Overwatch League here, playing 5 vs 5 on this Zarya, which is actually the hero he sort of became famous for. Even before the Overwatch League, when he was playing European contenders, he was one of the best Zarya players in the world, dare I say, and then it translated to the D.Va. He was part of the Philadelphia Fusion for the longest time, some epic achievements among there. But Hadi has been the main player for the London Spitfire so far. Hadi's done an incredible job, whether it's the Reinhardt, the Winston, flexing over to all these different heroes. But are we going to see some Poco? That is the big question for me. Are London Spitfire going to cater to this Zarya, Lucio, Bap composition? It would be a big shift in terms of their roster. I'm keen to see what they're going for today.
Yeah, I mean, we're not too sure if Poco's going to play, but we do know someone on New York side that's going to play, and that is none other than Yaki. So, Custa, Noah seems to think that Yaki Tracer is top 5. Is he enough to carry New York to victory?
Well, he almost carried them to victory over the Los Angeles Gladiators, a very strong team right now in this meta. And honestly, when you have nothing to lose, you got nothing to really play for because the New York Excelsior are knocked out of the tournament and the playoffs. This is the moment to just go crazy, and I think we could see that from Yaki. If the New York Excelsior are going to turn this around, the London Spitfire are going to have to be careful of Yaki just running through their backline and playing in a very solo, individualistic style that can just absolutely decimate the backline. So for me, I'm keeping my eye on Yaki, proving on the stats that he can do it. I want to see him prove it in the server.
Definitely. I'm actually very excited to see both of the teams because I'm excited for Yaki, and also London is one of my favorite teams, so it's going to be great. All right, with that being said, let's take a look at our picks for this match. Do we have anything exciting, or is it all just going to be same? No?
It's not going to be
New York versus London.
Oh,
Zoe, what are you?
Zoe going with New York! And what's going on?
Zoe's giving up. Zoe's giving up.
She's mad.
But honestly, given how New York, how they played so close against Gladiators last time, there is potential.
And Toronto has looked a little shaky in this stage as well. So Florida actually are in with a chance. So Zoe could come out of this looking like a genius.
She's making a big gamble. She either looks like a genius or she's gonna flop. All right, that is it for the Watchpoint pre-show. And for our first match of the day, let's check in with Mr. X and our birthday boy, Uber.
Happy
birthday!
We wore flower shirts in your honor.
31 flavors
I
achieved.
did notice that. Yeah, Danny, where's your flower shirt? Where's your flower shirt, Danny?
Yeah, Danny.
Huh? Wait, I didn't get
That's
the memo.
awkward.
You didn't get the memo.
You know it's my birthday, right, Danny?
I got it.
Yeah,
I
what happened?
do know it's your birthday. Happy birthday, 31st. You have 31
Yeah?
flavors now. Congratulations. But yes,
You said
flower
happy birthday
thing, I
like
will
4
make it up
times
to
now,
you.
Danny.
Yeah.
At gym.
Sweet. So
At the
31
gym.
flavors, and Danny
yeah.
flower shirt is not one of them. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
How
Danny. I'm
about, do
watching
you want to see my?
Any more of this? Any more of this, and I'm taking Scott back from you guys. All right. You'd be nice.
Yeah.
Look after him over there. All right.
But don't give us Matt. Don't give us Matt.
You take Matt. He's ours.
You keep it for yourself.
No, Matt. I think I love Matt, but I think I've had.
See, he cut Danny off as he was
like-
saying how much he loved me.
Yeah, because no one wants to hear that, Matt. Absolutely no one wants to hear that. People would rather listen to Avril repeat how Proper should be MVP than about how you're one on the desk by Danny. Sorry, mate. That's just the way it goes.
I woke up today to just everybody talking about the MVP, which is great. But I was like, we saw
Isn't it
games
fun?
play.
It's a
some
good time.
Other things going on in the world. It's like, it's gonna like calm down on the MVP thing.
Oh, it's a good time, Matt, to be an Overwatch fan. And obviously a good time to be joining us here at the Overwatch League. It's our last weekend of the Countdown Cup qualifiers. And there are still implications in terms of playoffs and play-ins in these upcoming matches. It's the New York Excelsior taking on the London Spitfire. Matt, New York, who really impressed us last week. Another classic Yaki performance. They took it to the very limit against the Los Angeles Gladiators. But for the Spitfire, a win here solidifies them in the top 6. So plenty to play for here for London.
Yeah, New York in this match is really just playing spoiler, right? They are, deep down near the bottom of the standings. They can't get out. We'll see kind of if they're able to play that spoiler. No surprise in terms of the roster that'll be here for New York today. And I think if you're London, right, I believe their next match would be against San Francisco Shock. Like, if you need one of those wins, like, this is the match to get it in, right? Although you did see a little bit in the pregame on Watchpoint, Noah putting Yaki in his top 5 tracers. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition today. Yeah, fair enough.
You saw the stat card, right? 48% pulse bomb attach rate coming into this week, which is tied for third in the league, but the solo kills. Yaki is the #1 solo killer on Tracer coming into this week. Now, that speaks so much about this player because we have
I wonder if we asked Kellen how he feels about those solo kills.
I mean, yeah, sure. We have typecast Yaki as very much a solo-oriented player. He's not selfish necessarily, but he just does what he feels has to be done in so many of these situations. The reality is that that's probably true, and so often it's just not enough. So New York need to find more than just Yaki to step up. If Yaki and Flora both have an incredible day, then this team is looking pretty darn scary.
Sometimes it is enough because the rest of the team is pretty talented. I think they just have a really difficult time just keeping track of, what the next play is going to be from Yaki and how they can best support him, right? Plays a little bit of a different style than a lot of other players in the league. The team trying to catch up with him at times. Sometimes we see, right, he'll pull out a blade in like a 1v3 and the rest of the team's just kind of like, wait, we're fighting this? Where I think, maybe a little bit more streamlined approach, you would have saw more success from this team throughout the year.
Let's have a look at the other side of the table here as the London Spitfire are locked and loaded and they're playing for that top 6 spot in the Western region. If they win, this also means Toronto will have to compete in the play-ins next week. They're going to get knocked out of that top 6 because London has a better win percentage tiebreaker. If London loses game, and it may happen, they still have a chance to get into that top 6. It just changes the calculus a little bit more. Hardy's in the starting lineup, though. A lot of people expecting to see Poco in here, and he was kind of highlighted in the pre-show, Matt, just because we know how freakishly powerful Zaya is at the moment.
It's a dangerous look, though, from London. And you have everybody in the dark, DJ and gamer rooms here, playing
Always to be feared.
Yep, yeah, you gotta always fear that they're locked in here. Outside of Backbone, it looks like he's just playing in a nicely lit area, but no Poco today. The Des was kind of talking about maybe we see Poco with some kind of Zarya-based compositions, and we might, right? If you're playing the game on live right now, you can tell Zarya is pretty effective in a lot of your games, where maybe that's a strategy we see a little bit later in the year from London.
But I will say that this does tell us that it's quite possible these two teams go for very different approaches. Kellen Zarya was extremely impactful in the Excelsior's last outing there. Hardy, though, has been a player that's not necessarily shown an overwhelming preference to pick up the Zarya, and that's kind of why we've been talking already about their Poco, despite not seeing him in the starting lineup. So keep that in the back of your mind. But that begs the question, what is it that the Spitfire are actually going to play?
Right, because you don't have Khan in, so you're not really looking at Zen-based compositions, right? You're probably looking at something like Ana Lucio potentially here for the London Spitfire. Or maybe they actually want to see, like, you know, if Hadi can even play the Zarya or play something to kind of counter it. Give yourself a little bit of a chance here.
Cannot wait to see the lock-ins here for the London Spitfire. Busan being our first map in this series. New York, obviously, looking back over the season, maybe less than fondly at times. They've definitely had high times and sort of peak moments. It's a consistency that's constantly eluded them. Now, London here seeing this lineup, I'm not surprised to see the Baptiste, right? A lot of teams, we sort of saw this in the matchup in Dallas as well, as that team's definitely preferring the Lucio Baptiste when they can get it to work with the Zarya. And yeah, maybe Hardy's just ready to come out here on the Zarya himself.
I mean, look, you have some maps to play with New York here. You think you're the favorite. Looks like a change here. It's Hadi potentially bringing out the Reinhardt. So a little bit of a Reinhardt rush kind of variation here from the London Spitfire. Instead of playing, you're also going to have a Baptiste Lucio versus the Baptiste Zen. You don't really need the Zen extra damage here. You definitely need the Lucio, and then I think the Immortality field. And even the damage that Baptiste can put out now is just really impactful.
All right, it's a big difference in team compositions. The Excelsior give up that mobility in favor of Discord Orb and a bit of extra damage on top. Zen very scary at the moment. Here comes Hardy onto the point, so he'll step up here and begin the cap. Just beckoning the Excelsior to come forward and try and take it out of his hands.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. They can't get that Discord on him for long, so can't really kind of get in there and burn him down. Trying to figure out how you can work around this. Sparker finds a kill on the outside.
Yeah, there's definitely other people getting involved in that elimination there. Matt Sparker, there's like a 30 charge rail that was able to find the kill. And now he's able to wrap around and continue to apply this pressure. He's garnered the attention of Kellen even, which is a great sign for London, who've been able to pull that Zarya away from the front line.
Yeah, and the thing with the Zarya is, like, you just need to get the bubbles out, right? So if Backbone can get into the back line, get a hack on the Zen or, you know, the Baptiste and force out some of those bubbles, yeah, you're in a really difficult spot as Yaki making a play for the back line gets hacked. The point actually flips here, though, Mitch. So New York actually gets control.
There's definitely a sense that Hardy is trying to buy time for his flankers and Sparker to get those key eliminations and give the Spitfire a player advantage before he takes any risks himself. Kellen forced back here. Ho1's lost that Immortality field. Backbone tries to go for the hack there, but Yaki's going to pull on out of the situation, and he himself has to abscond, but that EMP's ready to rock. An Amp Matrix on the point for London.
Yeah, as you still have the point control for New York. They're going to get rid of Hadi here, and New York going to be able to hold on here in the long run, it looks like, as Kellen going to push forward on the Zarya. So they're not able to, what they tried to do there for a second is we kind of caught it from the free cam, but as soon as the two bubbles got out, Hadi actually tried to push up, make a play on Kellen, knock him back. That's where you saw London get really close to taking the point. But as soon as they're able to kind of heal Kellen back up and get him on the point, it's just so difficult to move off as that Zarya able to put down so much damage compared to the Ryan.
Hardy has 180 damage for the round so far, 5% of his team's overall total, and that's declining, so he needs to get involved. EMP going to start his fight up, but Gangnam Jim still have to get that Transcendence, and Sparker will peer in from the fringes of the fight and take for his head clean off. Okay, overclock now for Sparker, he wants to double down, and Kellen's got to be under a lot of pressure. That's his second bubble used here, and the pressure just doesn't let up. Immortality field will be quickly removed. Kellen tries to go for a grab, little risky, but Yaki's trying to weave in to the Spitfire formation. Kellen eventually drops to that disruptor shot, but Yaki is still running around the map. It's a Spitfire flip, though, midway through the fight.
Yeah, still, it's a large percentage game here for New York. You know, you're going to maybe get a kill here on Hadi. Yes, this is definitely something that maybe you get some players off the spawn. You're able to fight this. As you know, Flora in the choke just looking for a pick. Kellen coming back. So what do you have here to use if you're the Spitfire? I mean, you have this Shatter. You're going to have to put Hadi in harm's way, though, to get a good one.
No doubt about it. I mean, he wants to be on the point anyway, Matt, to contest and again to buy time. But Flora's going to try and preempt this fight by going for an overclock now and make it a little scary for anyone from London to use that Amp Matrix. Hardy, as we expected, is on the point. That shield is gone now, so you're thinking he's getting closer to wanting to leverage the Earth Shatter. Ho1's been picked off. That's an Immortality field now taken off the table, and Hardy, even with the power steering, isn't quite able to stick that charge. But he's healthy enough. London still control the point, or rather, they are in a position to flip it back, I should say. New York got it for just a moment, but London are back in control.
Yeah, they got to be careful. You know, when they're on the point, like New York basically gets it to the point of capping it, and then as soon as Hadi goes for a charge like that, they end up flipping it. So New York, it's a little bit, you know, I think like what 3-4% out of that, nothing major, and you've held on to this Shatter. which I guess at this point is really just a deterrent for like Kellen or Yaki to run at you, right? It's kind of your last saving grace, right? The shield goes, you're waiting for them to come at you and then drop a shatter.
Hardy cancels the charge there. Gangnam Jim's fallen. Spark is getting so much work done. 43% of his team's overall damage. He's been a constant threat in the flank here. And Ho1 loses yet another immortality field. So now it's on for young and old. And Hardy still held onto this Earth Shatter. Not a good opportunity so far, but he lets it go here. One player knocked down. That was Kellen. He'll be able to pick himself back up and shield. Flora so low, but Hardy couldn't afford to swing that hammer. Admiral's sound barrier comes in a little too late. And another flip here for New York.
Yes, are they going to be able to actually hold on to this, though, to where players are coming back? So, yeah, Gangnam Jin's got that Transcendence. I was thinking maybe he comes in, uses it to try and save Yaki, but they're going to rely on Yaki just to touch. Now they're going to come in with the Transcendence.
Sparker knows he can ignore this Transcendence to a degree, but there's a Doomfist on the scene now for Kellen. He's immediately hacked, though. Backbone identifies the key threat in the fight, and that makes it impossible for New York to move on to the point on mass.
It's an interesting approach to kind of deal with that Zarya, which I wonder if it's like something you can repeat depending on map, right? You have that big drum you can kind of like hide behind there in the middle of the point, which like this point, right? You don't exactly have, I mean, you have the walls, right? But still, it's going to be difficult to kind of like circumvent that Zarya. Eventually, Kellen's going to get charged up.
Man, scary stuff from Sparker. Backbone not having to do so much except set up these kills. He gets a pretty healthy amount of damage done in that round, but just the one final blow. The immediate hack on Kellen, though, coming out on Doomfist, really seals the deal. Means he can only amble in the direction of the point. London, again, it seems like they're playing a pretty tricky team comp, and Hardy's not a centerpiece of this setup in terms of damage. He really is key as a fulcrum for this team, though.
He is now they're on Yaki with the Genji, so going with the Genji over the Tracer here, where I thought his Tracer was pretty good, pretty effective there early on, but maybe wants a more high impact ultimate with the blade.
It's hard to play against the Sombra, though. That hack pretty frustrating for Yaki, not to mention the extra damage coming from Sombra after that ability gets used. Point is available to be capped here, but both teams are happy to take this fight to the high ground. So far, Kellen getting pressured very heavily by Sparker. So much damage coming in from this Sojourn. He'll wrap around the right-hand side and begin the cap.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming down from London. That's allowed Ho1 to get an Amp Matrix, so maybe you drop this up on the high ground and you can flip this point back over rather quickly.
Ho1's done just that here. And the Spitfire back away. They acquiesce here as London set up a power play from that high ground.
They got to give it up, right? I mean, you're not just going to power into that Amp Matrix on the high ground. Whoa, wait, what? Oh, I thought he may have knocked some players off.
Well, off the high ground at the very least, yes. I think a boot from Alucio of Gangnam's in there sent him off course, but he's still able to clear the high ground to some degree. He's a little low now, though, and that Immortality Field has to be used to keep him up, and Hardy knows he's done if he doesn't charge. Damned if he does, or damned if he doesn't. London get 21%, but now it's back under the Excelsior's control.
Yeah, and this is where I can think New York can really start to, rack up a lot of percentage, start taking, like, really kind of like snowball this point is, how do you push this Reinhardt right into that Zarya? When the Zarya is going to have the double bubble, you're going to have Blade here to be able to use, right? You can bubble even, Yaki going in on the Blade, bubble yourself, right? You can really make this difficult for London to press in.
At least you can play out of the choke fairly comfortably, right? You don't get stuck in there as opposed to, like a non-static shield tank. London able to get out, but maybe that's part of the plan here for New York as they set up this high ground. Blade for Yaki, but he was hacked, and Flora also going to be affected by that ability. The Immortality Field came down from Ho1. It's going to be a sound barrier again from Gangnam Jim, but the Spitfire are healthy enough despite the loss of their Sombra. Backbone's job is already done. He's making the switch to the obnoxious May, and Sparker now can get his hands dirty down on the point. Hardy strikes as Flora falls, and the Spitfire, they're able to bring it back.
Yeah, and if you're going to play for, a rush-style, big and sustain, right, add the May into the mix, right? Split players off. It does pretty good damage, even with the left-click, the primary fire now. Just a nuisance to this Genji. So maybe you just weren't getting the most value at that point out of your hacks and your EMP. So, see, London just trying to figure out which route they're going to take.
Overclock for Flora. Sparker punishes him, and he's furious about that. So frustrating to be shut down in the middle of your own power play. And yeah, Spotlight well and truly stolen there by Sparker. And the hits keep coming as New York have to sheepishly give all this ground away.
And that's Flora's overclock, right? He comes around the corner. They're thinking he's going to be able to open this up by getting a pick. And does not find one. Just Sparker with a beautiful shot long range. As Hadi's able to check if they're coming from that direction. Quickly rotates.
Blade from Yaki. Mortality field a little bit too slow to keep Sparker alive, and Yaki's able to get rid of that now. Couple extra blade slashes means good damage on the rest of London as very quickly New York get back in control. But again, we linger on the Sparker point because right now he's accounting for more than half of his team's kills on this Sojourn.
And how worried are you about this flip if you're London, right? You know, you can get the speed boost back in. New York's going to get to about a tie game here, probably take the lead. But you do have a lot more ultimates to use here. Still really not a great value from this Shatter, but you're going to be able to get probably, with the way Sparker's playing, at least to kill off this overclock.
Yeah, or just pressure on Kell, and he doesn't even try to get the kill necessarily there. Sparker in a position here to make use of this overclock, and there it is. Gangnam Jin falls in midair thanks to the Amp Matrix. London, though, surprised they don't start capturing sooner. Could be the lingering threat, I guess, of Flora on that high ground, but eventually Sparker drops down and gets the job done. It's 79, plays 94.
You did have an Amp Matrix there on the high ground that actually had a really good point of view of the point, so that's probably why they don't jump down right away, but they get a late kill here on a Ho 1, so they're going to have to wait up, and that's a beautiful Mei wall there.
Flora down, caught there by the Mei play. Backbone as a blizzard now. Yep, they're speeding. Gangnam Jin takes a ton of damage, so he's got to back off, and Hardy's now splitting up the team. To the high ground, I think Yaki went, but Backbone has a wall, and then a blizzard, and then a whole gamut of other resources to slow it down, but it's not even necessary. The London Spitfire take it away. A close-fought battle there with a Reinhardt composition that honestly seems at a paper disadvantage, but it pays off. Sparker ends with 14 final blows of 28. What a showing for 3 deaths on this Sojourn.
Yeah, it looked like Yaki was maybe going to make a play for the high ground. Thought some of the players on the low ground were going to be able to contest, but beautiful Blizzard Mei wall combo there from Backbone to seal the deal for London.
Good start for London, but New York have got plenty of fight in them by the looks of things. Curious to see how the rest of this series unfold. And there's only one way to find out about that, is to stick around for Map 2 coming up next. Yeah, there it is. Hands are chalked, feet set, up comes the bar, and it's a bona fide deadlift for Sparker on the first map of this series. 14 final blows for 3 deaths out of 28 final blows in total, of course, for Sojourn on Busan.
Oh, I was wondering. I was like, "Where's he going with this?" But then I was like,
well,
lift,
there's going to be a reference to like how the glutes are used to perform a deadlift, but I was like, that's just a bit weird. I've said it now, but
Yeah.
that's fine. You know where I was going with that.
Said anyway.
But,
Dude, he was shooting sick on the Sojourn, right? A few times, he was able to catch out Flora or like even just go on like a little bit of I wouldn't even call them blanks, just taking off angles, right? And being able to find some picks. But you saw Flora's reaction when he died as soon as he popped the overclock. I mean, that one really sealed the deal. Started to swing things in London favor in that round.
yeah, obviously tough one for Flora there. The Baptiste really helping with that Sojourn's efficiency, right? Not only, of course, your primary fire, which is deadly enough in its own right, getting amped through that amp matrix, but you just need to body shot with those railguns to inflict lethal damage on many heroes in the game. So very, very difficult to deal with, and you saw both teams position to respect the amp matrix from Ho1 and Landon respectively quite a lot. So, yeah, no substitutions here, right? Hardy stays in, makes you wonder, okay, are London going to continue to stick to their guns here? I like to Dpei sort of shout out to Christopher, because Christopher here and what he's been cooking up on the side of the Spitfire, it's been pretty good. It's set him on a course with a top 6 finish this season, which is just bonkers, by the way. That's me casting my endorsement for Coach of the Year. But New York, again, want to bounce back here on Paraíso.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Christopher's done an incredible job with the London Spitfire throughout the season. I also think with the awards, like, it's kind of like I think everybody has their own interpretation to it, right? Like,
that's what I said.
Is your coach of the year the coach of the best team, or the coach that you thought did the most with the least, right? Or is your MVP the best player on the best team? Is it about like consistency? Is it about for my opinion, like MVP is like if you remove this player from this team, they become significantly worse.
Well, you got a lot of MVPs, Matt, in this league. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, I mean that's also true. It's a lot of MVP potential options.
No doubt about it. So moments away here from diving on into Paraíso. It's going to be the London Spitfire on the attack. They have the May still here for backbone, and that wall has been causing a number of headaches for New York, who have Yaki on the Genji once more.
Well, New York was playing the Zin in the previous map. That is a speed boost straight to the point. Now they will be playing out of the position of power here, the London Spitfire.
Okay, they move straight on in here. Backbone walling up that high ground, making it hard for the New York Excelsior to transition to the low ground. And there it is, Sparker. He strikes first. Ho1's head ripped off his shoulders. That's a good start here for London. Now the follow-up's going to be there. Backbone may be down, but that's a cap. London, these guys are unhinged.
I mean, they ran straight to the point. A few picks. Kellen trying to work that high ground. Maybe thought that somebody else was going to be able to touch, but not even an attempt there to get on the point for New York. So, and not ideal for the New York Excelsior. Is this will be Backbone now going over to the Sombra. I think the Sombra at this part of the map is like way better at accessing some of that high ground, right? Kind of like going on these long routes. Would be really difficult on the May because like there's a lot of high ground that they can take. The May wouldn't really pose much of a threat, even with the wall.
Backbone though lives up to his name now by playing a facilitator in Sombra. Going to play from behind. A lot of information being handed over to the Spitfire.
Bro, they are marching this down the street though. I just gotta say, New York did not really put in an attempt to take checkpoint A on defense. Like, look at where this card is at right now. A little bit of progress, and then a fight kicks off. I mean, you're looking at London being able to take this with a one fight.
Flora having absolutely none of it. Stone cold expression on the face there is, again, he really wants to try and tighten up in this particular map. Backbone deciding, who do I hack here? I mean, do I pressure Zarya Bubbles? Do I try and hack whoever goes after the Rhine? Kellen has a Graviton Surge already.
This is such a bizarre map to play Reinhardt on as well. I mean, you can see the verticality of the high ground. Like, they're just kind of like running around. Yeah, it's okay, well, I think we'll just kind of get Hani up here on the high ground now.
My God, and Matrix as well. Okay, they're trying to take New York's territory for their own. Very
That's the grab, though.
That's Yaki's head with a hole blown clean through it. Sparker moving up there. That grab gets absolutely no value, and this is about as close to tilt gameplay as you're going to see. New York struggling to deal with this really off-the-wall style of play that London are bringing. Kellen's just going to have to get frog marched back to spawn by the scruff of his neck, Matt. This is unreal.
And I think maybe they thought that the Blade was going to come in with the grab, potentially. Instead of like the sound barrier coming out though, like preemptively a little bit earlier, they hold on to that sound barrier. They actually end up using the immortality field, and then the disruptor shot from Sparker just drops it right at his feet, which kind of like deters Yaki or anybody else from coming in. So this has been quite ugly for New York.
Yeah, so for those maybe who are still getting Paraiso games under their belt, this is out of the ordinary in every way possible. Hardy with a gigantic shatter, and oh, he almost lands the pin there for a second. It looked like it happened, but he has 2 fire strikes now, and one of them is used to give Gangnam Jin a proper singeing. Another 1-5 for the Spitfire, and over 4.5 minutes to work with. This is crazy. They've circumvented the whole second part of the map.
Yeah, and they go back to the Mei here because there's a good opportunity to get, you know, a wall, split players off, and maybe just get one more kill to seal the deal. I mean, Sparker's going to be able to find Flora yet again at range. And he's got the overclock. I mean, you know, they try and traverse this and make a play. I mean, that's a beautiful Mei wall.
Yeah, a couple seconds it buys the Spitfire time to drop that high ground, right? So they're no longer subject to the amp damage. Frustrating for the Excelsior because they wanted to catch them off guard. Fully charged rail here for Sparker. No connection. He has overclock available though, and he's eyeing off some juicy morsels on the other side of the map here, Matthew. Again, the Spitfire group up to the high ground.
So let's see if they can come around this corner here. I mean, they have an amp matrix to set up, right? This is going to be the Blade. Sound barrier for response.
Deflect immediately, and Backbone slaps Yaki back down. That's another key ultimate out of the arsenal here, and Sparker's gone for the overclock. Ho1 absolutely smashed by it. Sparker able to just round through this small room, and remember, Backbone has a Mei wall. He's going to throw it down. And, oh man, this is absolutely brutal. This is not a David versus Goliath match. This looks more like an extinction event. So C9, really, Landon?
I mean, he
in the chat.
Back.
Come on.
C9. I mean, he actively knocked him away from the points. Not exactly a C9. This is kind of painful. This has not been the start that New York is probably looking for in this series, and it's kind of like, I mean, it's surprising, but also not surprising. Like, New York, it seems like they've just kind of like selected what they deem to be the meta, but it doesn't really look like they have like a great idea of how to play it. Where London, no, this composition is quite odd compared to some of the things we see other teams play on this map, but you can tell that they know they're very decisive in how they have to play things to make it work, where they need to go, how to operate. I think you're way better off going with a strategy like that than kind of like, well, hey, here's what people are playing in scrims, let's just play that and see how it goes, which kind of seems like what we're seeing from New York.
Still early days yet, but we all witnessed just now the second fastest attacking time on Paraiso in Overwatch League history.
What was the first?
Incredible pace. I don't even want to know. Honestly, it's just going to make me feel bad for the team on the receiving end. I already feel terrible for New York. Very maudlin vibes over the Excelsior camp after that round, but they've got to turn this around, and starting with a pick on Widow wouldn't hurt.
So what does he go to? Does he play? Yeah, okay, so we're going to go to the Genji here, where they start out defense London with the Sombra here, which is interesting since on offense they were with the Mei here at the start, but I think they're really just kind of like trying to bait New York in, maybe get a early hack and then finish the player off. As Kellen now moves away from the Zarya, he'll go over and play the Winston.
A natural look for Kellen. Dive tanks definitely his bread and butter for quite some time. Again, tough to play into a composition that has this immortality field. Yaki's been picked off by Hardy. Kellen, though, eventually is able to break through. Can he stick the landing, though, is the question. Gangnam Jim has great follow-up there, and he just knocks heads together as he gets 3 final blows.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not the type of positioning that London wants to take there against a Winston, right? You had 3 or 4 players inside that small room. The immortality field goes out of the way fast, and Gangnam Jin and Kellen are the ones that are able to open up this point. So a really fast point A take for New York, and look at this will have Hottie switching over and playing the Zarya.
With this, Gangnam Jin single-handedly more than doubles New York's final blows for this map with that opener. Great looks, he knows exactly where to be. Fantastic instinct, and now New York have managed to break free of that first point already. Let's see how they handle the Streets phase. Hardy's on the Zarya.
Yeah, this is a little bit more of a defensive setup for London, and the Zarya works really well in these types of conditions where, you know, Kellen wants to make a play for the back line, right? You can use one bubble, you can use two bubbles, you can gain tons of charge, and before Kellen knows it, you know, he's not been able to take anybody out in the back line, and then you have a fully charged Zarya running at the rest of your team.
Okay, Hardy. Bit of a new look from him. Again, New York playing very differently to the way London did on the attack. It's less positional, more about that dive coordination and eliminating these key targets. Cards made a lot of progress here, though. Eventually, London have to intervene, but the tempo's being taken out of their hands, so to speak, as Kellen dives in first. Atlanta goes for an amplification matrix, though, and Ho1 and the rest of New York are going to acquiesce and give some ground.
Yeah. You don't want to just push into that amp matrix. You have a ton of time here. You have a nano boost to work with now. You can nano Kellen. Yeah, they send him up to the high ground.
Landon in danger, big danger. Hack on the Winston, but it's going to have to be an immortality field down to the Primal Rage, and Kellen gets rid of Landon. Flora, in the meantime, removing Admiral, basically takes away London's chance to stand a fighting chance here. Great attack from New York. Excellent time bank to go to the last phase. 5 minutes 20 on the clock.
Yes. It looks like one player still behind here. Oh, you have Kellen. You have Hottie in backbone.
Do not EMP. Do not
stuck out here. So that'll just be a quick reset. But man, London has looked clueless now with New York rolling down the map, as New York with an opportunity here. You know, the sound barrier, blade, overclock, like they could set an even better time, which is crazy to say.
Very quickly, requesting a feature that the translocator will get a final blow if someone's standing on it when you teleport to it, like Unreal Tournament. That's the throwback I'm looking for.
Like an insta-kill.
Yeah, like it was called Telefrag.
Yeah.
Good times, good times. There goes Kellen. Sparker trying to keep distance. His slide isn't up yet right now as he's doused with a biting grenade, as two other players on the Spitfire are. They're struggling. Matt, they are struggling. Struggling to hold on to this high ground, struggling to slow the cart, struggling to pressure the back.
They're getting bullied back. Yeah, they're getting bullied right now by New York, as they do have an EMP and they have grab and sound barrier, but look at this. I mean, the payload rounding the corner to the finish.
I can't believe how fast this has been. We just had the second fastest attacking time. This might be above it even. Hardy's able to take down Flora, but Landon's immortality field is gone, and Yaki, he's looking for blood. That disruptor shot's going to make it hard for him to advance, and Landon's able to catch him as he tries to back away. New York having the faster time potentially denied, but still brimming with confidence here, Matthew. A good look for New York.
Yeah, and what's huge there for London is they didn't actually have to invest the EMP there, just sound barrier with that blade. Yaki actually gets hacked by Backbone at the start, then some nice Zarya bubbles on top of the blade, and the the beat and the immortality field are able to keep everybody alive on through that. So they hold for now. They do have some ultimates coming online. London, maybe you can actually get a long hold. Yeah.
Hacked, so no primal opportunity. He did have a chance to get it. That was what Keller was playing for. Go in with Nano, build up primal, and then do what he did last time. No chance for that, but the cart's been sneaking in. Hardy's forced to drop off the high ground, and he's pretty low. Sleep dart there. He'll rest this off for the time being as an EMP thrown out defensively to catch Yaki and Gangnam Jin. It's a very close fight, though. Hardy does fall. Spark is forced to go for the overclock here to try and peel Flora away from the objective, and it works, but it's a big investment.
Yeah, they got fortunate here, London. I thought when that sleep comes in and Yaki's able to pick up a kill or two, that I thought that was going to be it, that New York was going to get the card over the line, but not just yet. As Admiral, by the way, it had the sound barrier for the Yaki blade and used it last time. Already 90% to another sound barrier. I mean, just filling up these beats so fast.
Kellen again, goes straight in. This time, he has that primal and he's putting the pressure down on Landon, who at least benefits from the sound barrier, meaning Kellen takes half of his health and damage before he gets anything done. Now it's a matter of trying to pressure Hardy down and cause some disruption, and so far, so good on that note. He forces Hardy away from the rest of the team and the cart, and it's a full 5 squad of New York starting to push in now. Admiral trying to stall up against Anana, and Ho1's able to get the nano boost over to Flora, who looks to try and make short work of the remainder of the Spitfire. Backbone the only one to find a kill, and eventually New York are gonna get home. It's close, but still a decent lead for London after New York were posturing for an even faster attacking time.
Yeah, still New York looks way better playing the Winston-based compositions. It makes you wonder like why we saw them even pull out the Zarya here, where you see they force London onto the Zarya, and Hadi, I don't think is as comfortable on Zarya as you would say like a Reinhardt or a Winston. That's kind of where if you were going to play the Zarya and commit to her for London, you'd probably have Poco in the game, as they talked about on Watchpoint. So really good offense there from New York.
And again, London getting a little bit, I guess, getting their wires crossed a little bit as they try and defend the pace from New York. Maybe Hardy's expecting just to face Zarya from start to finish. The Winston is, throws a wrench in the gear, so to speak, then they have to adapt the way they play. And for Ryan, it's pretty annoying to try and respond to where Winston is probing towards his backline. Still, London want to play it again. They have a chance to run it back, and I'm curious to see how they adjust again to the pace that New York were able to bring there.
So now with London on defense here for first point, going to go with that same composition again. I wonder if you end up, do you end up just backing up, fighting a little bit more for the point as opposed to kind of staying and fighting in that choke? You can't allow Kellen to corner like 3 of your players inside of that small room yet again. I mean, that is going to result in New York taking that first point. You got to play this a bit differently.
All right, eyes peeled for any adjustments from London here. Hardy backs away early, so giving a fair bit of ground, knowing that Kellen will test that opening. Sparker obviously aware of the chance of him getting dove or shot in the head by Flora, so being pretty cagey around that corner. Kellen boot back though, he finds no purchase yet.
He's trying to work for the outside here, just trying to find some players.
Sparkle,
oh my. Another first pick. You see, just jumps out right away because as soon as they get that advantage, that's when they get Hardy back in the mix. So some more kills coming in here from London towards the end, where New York doesn't really result in getting anything there. So good first defense here from the Spitfire, and nobody really close in terms of building up these ultimates. But with a minute to go, you're really looking at like 2 good more attacks here for New York.
Tells you how much New York emphasize having Flora in the fight. As soon as he gets picked off, everybody just pulls out. It's a full-scale retreat. Another dive, another disruptor shot to try and ward the Winston away, but Flora catches Backbone there. Backbone unaware of the potential of him just getting smashed by the railgun as soon as he comes out of invisibility. Flora now wants to work the backline. Great focus on the immortality field. Spark trying to dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge away from that, but it's not enough. Hardy shield up. Disruptor shot thrown in, giving him the hot foot now as Flora tries to go through the barrier. And Spitfire will be cleaned off here, but much of the time bank for New York has dwindled.
And you see how important it is to have Flora in these fights, right? He opens things up with that first pick. So he's seen a lot from the Sojourners in this match thus far, whether it be Flora, or more often than not, Sparker being able to open these fights up with that early pickoff. So 45 seconds on the clock here. Not going to have London switch over to that Zarya. They're probably going to try and play really close here at the gate.
Yeah, this time not electing to play the high ground and give a lot of the map over. This means that for Kellen, he has to dive over Hardy and potentially not be joined by his ground-born teammates in doing so. Hardy having to play a little bit like he did on Busan, right? Just kind of be a pivot point, try and contest the card, and just hope his teammates can have enough time as a result of that to find kills. Pretty risky stuff. A lot of trusting your teammates required for that one, and there's no trusting a corpse as Flora lays landed low.
I mean, that's a huge pick. Now you get Yaki, but Sparker answers back with 2.
He's one though so low. Yeah, Kellen's able to run him over there just as that overclock came up. Still, good looks for London, Matt. They've got plenty of time to reinforce here.
A Blade available, though, for New York. Blade plus Sound Barrier. So if they come in with EMP, kind of Sound Barrier after, maybe trying to avoid to keep players alive. Oh, and that's an early pickoff on Yaki. He actually gets hacked there on the high ground.
Hardy's contesting, and he had the shadow. It's only the Winston bubble that could block this. So Hardy now just being patient, being careful, looking for the time to strike. That shield is low, he'll have to drop it, but he's more than happy to jockey back for the moment. Here it is, that's the shadow coming down. Gangnam Din is caught, it's gonna be the immortality field brought out, but no, it's perfect from Hardy. Just what the doctor ordered, if the doctor wasn't interested in saving lives, that is. Beautiful finish from Hardy on the tank. Look at that kill feed.
And it's so unfortunate for New York. They're not able to get any use of that blade. You know, Yaki has a blade. They're setting up the high ground. Opportunity to like beat plus blade. They don't have Sound Barrier yet. And I think he gets hacked by Backbone, and the Amp Matrix is up there on the high ground. I wonder if he takes like a big hit of damage as well from that. You know, maybe it's literally just one, Baptiste burst fire and then the hack with the bonus damage with the Sombra from behind. Is now you get that blade off, it may look like a completely different offense.
Huge moment from Backbone there, who's getting a ton of value on the Sombra. And again, we knew if he had to swap to the Mei, then that's just as deadly. We know how quick London are at attacking this map. We know how good they've been at taking New York by surprise. Having 3 minutes and 20 seconds to work that same kind of nefarious magic probably suits them just fine.
So London comes out here potentially with this Zarya look, which is interesting because their offense with the Ryan and the Mei looks really good. Maybe they just feel like that if you came out with that, it's good enough to get point A, but maybe not effective against this Winston as you move in towards that Streets phase, because they do have a way to push the cart. Like, New York did gain pretty good progress there in that second part of the map.
3 minutes, 19. Here they come, Backbone on the widow early. Oh, Gangnam and you, my friend, are dicing with death. He's able to avoid that shot. Zarya instead of Ryan this time for London. They've got a different approach ready.
Yeah, it'll be Hani who boosts himself up to the high ground. Just trying to put some damage down there. Maybe can dislodge some of these players who are just kind of holding inside of that room.
All right, here we go. Bubble used there. Not enough. Yeah, he probably needed 2 bubbles to deal with that onslaught. Ho1 is taken down, though. A long walk back unless he's taxied by Gangnam, so at least some blood is drawn by London, and there's an opening to exploit here. 1 tick, by the way, on the point, just quietly for free.
Not entirely for free, right? I mean, you lose a ton of players, you end up losing the fight. You're going to give up about 45 seconds or so. But Hadi ends up going up to that high ground, has both bubbles. I think the reason he's not able to make it out, it looks like he's trying to make his way back, but that disruptor shot with the slow, I think, prevents him from making it around the corner. But with players coming back from New York, it's opened up a little bit more space for London here to operate.
Backbone's trying to position so his hack isn't interrupted by someone, firing from the high ground. Yeah, he's holding on to that. Okay, so London don't have everyone in position right now. If they actually win here, it'll be quite surprising. Yaki, pulse bomb here, but he's already recalled. He's going to have to wait a moment to get value there, or not. Spark is just going to sleep, and that's going to be thrown on top of him. Quite the rude awakening, I must say. Now Hardy will be dueling with Kellen, who is extremely hale and hearty. Control the space on the high ground, and London are staggered somewhat. We'll have to go once more, but Landon with 2 kills. Another opening created here.
He's going to end up dropping, though. This has looked kind of ugly from London. When they have had to move away from that Reinhardt, it has not looked pretty. So the Zarya in play yet again, still going to try and take some of this high ground control. It's possible that they feel that Grav and EMP are 2 large ultimates that are essentially fight winning, and that they only need 2 fights. That you can play a little bit safer here, but it is not good this far.
He got the hack on Kellen, but Kellen got nano. Still hacked though, and ooh, this Amp Matrix. Kellen wants to push ahead of it here, but eventually has to go the other way. Back to defend. London are happy enough forcing that out, apparently, as Landon's Amp Matrix is now down, but there's an EMP on the horizon. There it is. Yep. Flora,
and they just run him down. Yeah, I mean, that's the right call there. You don't need to get a huge EMP. That's going to be a sound barrier in response here to the Primal.
Yeah, Primal's scary inside that small room, but all the while, there's someone on the point here. I think Backbone, is standing on the point, starting the cap, and there's no one from New York who feels comfortable enough to peek this. Oh, Yaki, the pulse bomb thrown in there, but Landon had that immortality field in play, and he's not able to get rid of it in time. Didn't quite stick the Landon, so to speak, but it's going to be a minute for London Spitfire now to make it to the box of victory.
Yeah, as the cart come out of the garage, he'll start to get around the corner, and I mean, you have the overclock here still, and you have grab. So, Yaki's so far behind. Is he going to be able to make it out? I mean, they're trying to chase him down and go for this hack, and this would be, like, dreadful if he falls. I mean, look at how far back he is right now. So they grab the other side of the map here.
Yeah, New York trying to buy some more time, I think, with this aggressive play.
Yeah.
London, though, kind of molded by this style, so probably happy to deal with it, but they're being spawn camped now.
Yeah, and maybe it's because they just chased Yaki for so far that they kind of like left the rest of the team here alone, as Hadi now is going to go over to the Rhine with 10 seconds left. New York looking for a spawn camp.
Some adornment there on the payload as Sparker was felled on the objective. 3 seconds left. There needs to be a touch here from London. Backbone's able to get there in time, so we have an overtime. Hardy charging forward here. Backbone almost gets taken out, has to translocate out, and Kellen wants to try and keep them in spawn. He might give up his life for it, though. Risky business for Kellen, but he's able to just get away. Now London can move up to the card. There's going to be an amplification matrix in play for Landon. That's used to help them get out of spawn. Still tricky stuff though, as Yaki has another pulse bomb. He spots Backbone, forces the translocate, landed in his sights once more, and Admiral's trying to ward Yaki away from that backline. There's an EMP up, this could be big, the stick isn't there. Landon gonna stay alive now as Flores trying to press his way into the backline, but here's the EMP. Oh, it's an EMP, all right. 4 players hit by that one, maybe even 5, as Yaki's not able to blink away. That is the perfect answer for London, and they'll have a crack at winning the map here.
Yeah, and you look at what New York's got coming up. It's going to be a hack on a Gangnam Jin. His Backbone trying desperately to finish him off. Looks like he's going to be able to live.
He's in trouble. He's in trouble.
Get it. That's huge. Because now you're going to have one more
realizes-
fight. Yeah, and you have sound barrier here.
Flora touches, but that's about all he can do. Over the top comes to Winston, and Kellen tries to harass the backline, but he's got to stay on the cart. Sound barrier now for Admiral. The London Spitfire are looking very durable as Flora falls to a fire strike, and Kellen's trying to flail ineffectively. The Spitfire take a ridiculous second map win here against New York. Hard-fought battle in Paraíso, and you better believe they're happy with a result like that.
It's wild that New York was even still in it with how good London's first offense was, but they battle back. It's just not enough in the end. And yeah, Gangnam Jin thought, I think he thought like once he made it out originally that he was going to be fine, and just kind of waits for a second, but Backbone with a smart re-challenge able to take him out.
Hard-fought battle this one is, these two teams. It's a bar brawl if I've ever seen one in Overwatch terms. But New York, they need the next map win, otherwise this series is prematurely, in my opinion, gonna be over. So stick around, everybody. London are looking fire. The clock is ticking, that's right. There's no better time than now to celebrate the Countdown Cup legendary skin, Clockwork Zenyatta, on sale now for just 300 League tokens in the new Overwatch League shop in Overwatch 2. Free aimbot, just quietly, kind of fire. Great to see, again, I mean, looking back over the year, Matt, it's all our sort of legendary skins from our stages, some really unique pieces. Great to sort of have, you know, some Overwatch League memories and references immortalized in the game. Big fan of this one too.
The Clockwork Zen is such a sick skin. I've been playing support even, you know, rocking that. That's how good it even is. That tells you something.
Okay, I mean, yeah, anything that gets Matt to play support is good in my book, ladies and gentlemen. You're not placed in support yet though, right?
Nah, dude, I've been popping off. Shout out game producer Bree. Shout out Ben Troutman. We've been farming.
Tell you what, I'm quite liking how quickly, you know, you sort of jump up ranks right now in competitive. As I've been able to get back pretty much where I was.
Well, I'm sure when
Bronze
it's
5,
like,
so it's been good.
I was saying when it's like you and you start in Bronze 5, I'm sure it's pretty easy to
start Bronze 5, jump all the way to Bronze 3. I'm feeling like $1 million right now, Matthew. I tell you who's feeling pretty darn good. Dollar signs on eyes for this London Spitfire team. Again, a win here solidifies their spot in the playoffs proper. And man, they've been putting on a show for us.
I feel like that New York, just a little bit better execution there, and we're kind of sitting at 1-1. Like, I think London, obviously, they played really strong in their first offense, but I feel like outside of that offense, like the rest of the map was really all New York. It's just, they kind of just beef it at the end, where you got to wonder, like, where the confidence is at with New York here, you know, after a tough loss like that.
Yeah, frustrating. We saw the expression on Floria's face and much of the New York squad after that crushing map 1. Map number 2, though, was arguably more demoralizing for them as they really turned up. They put on a show on offense, just got ground down towards the end of the map, but London again reinventing themselves, or at least just showing us some side to them we haven't really seen before. And the Reinhardt play, of course, we know them and love them for already. So great looks for London here. They're showing us they can operate on multiple axes. In a meta like this where, yeah, the consensus is that Xayah is probably the strongest in many cases. They can bring the Reinhardt in. Hardy can play the Xayah if needed. A lot of versatility from him as he played 2 different tanks on both attacking rounds on Paraíso. Keep an eye out for what he comes out on here. I think the defensive dive from Kellen is going to be very interesting. A lot of teams, Matt, we know they like the Xayah here on defense.
The Winston has been, well, I mean, these are 2 teams, right, where, I mean, we've seen Kellen run the Zarya, but this is where London, you know, if you were going to run the Zarya, this is not the lineup you'd probably have in. Where they're going to come out here with this Reinhardt yet again, where, look, when we saw this matchup, New York was definitely getting the better of it, so let's see what London's got cooked up.
So Hardy sees that Winston, he knows that that's what London are going to be dealing with here. He's not too bothered. Previously, he played the Xayah against the Winston. We'll be on the move here now. And Yaki is back on the Tracer. Solo kill master. Yaki is going to have to lift in a big way again.
Or even if you were London, like, this is where you would think about if it was in his kind of a wheelhouse, like playing like a D.Va, right? You see D.Va is really effective against Winston and also can access some of this high ground where obviously the Reinhardt can't really do that. You see Hardy just kind of standing there swinging.
And everyone folds back around the corner. So really similar approach again to Busan. Use Hardy as the contester and then have everybody just respond, play reactively when the initiation comes in. Kellen tries to dive there but gets nothing and up. There it is. Death taxes. Sparker taking head off. Can count on that one to strike. And he's had an incredible game so far, Matthew. Here with the bio. Into the immortality field he goes here. Pressure now from Kellen, but Sparker's got to be patting himself on the back when he has a free hand.
Well, he can't put too much pressure, Kellen, because if he goes into that big Earls, and that's where Hardy's playing, he's going to be in a world of trouble. It's a nice shot there from Spark on the Ho1. I mean, he is dominating today, especially in the Sojourn battle. I mean, Flores had moments, but it's really been all Sparker.
And you can see Kellen trying to put pressure on Sparker when possible, but the immortality field makes it so frustrating for Kellen to get in and get an easy kill. It takes Winston bloody ages to get rid of that drone on his own. And if it's placed in a good spot, then he's not going to kill it.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have Yaki there to dive and try and make a play, right? They've been so staggered and split in New York where they haven't really had everybody for one fight. So it looks like now they're kind of starting to regroup, slow the pace down a little bit. I do wonder, like, are you going to be able to push out of this with how good the Spark are shooting? Yeah, they put pressure on the high ground, trying to force him back. That's the right
And
play.
he can just slip away. That mobility for Sojourn is potentially one of the most powerful parts of her kit. Someone like Cassie gets dove like that, and it's much more of an awkward scenario. Spark are now able to keep New York at arm's length and has that overclock ready to rumble. Sparkle's Pulse Bomb will have to be nice. Third in the league, tied for Pulse Bomb attach rates. This one really needs to connect here, but Sparker, great job. He gets doused there by Ho1's Biotic Grenade, and that secures the kill.
Yes, they use the nano on Kellen. They get him into the back line, and that's where he can start to make an impact, right? As if maybe the next fight you play a little bit more aggressive, you have that Primal Rage to work with. You can start kind of putting together some stops here for New York. They got to be careful, though. Backbone is able to have been farmed up this EMP already, so see probably maybe an EMP here up on that high ground where everybody's trying to play.
Yeah, London forced in a full scale retreat there. Both teams tend to be disinclined to fight once they've lost their Sojourns.
Oh, they see Yaki on the flank. I wonder if they try and bait him in to get like a hack and then...
Yeah, I think that's what Backbone's waiting for there. You see him...
Yeah.
He's looking anyway, trying to get a feel for where Yaki will be. What is this? Okay, Artie cancels that one. Force Transcendence. I think we're happy with that one, especially with Flora already taken off the field. Sparker lining them up and knocking them down. That's 2 headshots from these railguns. And Gangnam Jim is quaking in his Omnic boots. He cannot peek that. Admiral just chases him down now. He's the captain now. And Sparker will just inch forward with the cart. So all he has to do is Kellen is not healthy enough to contest, let alone barely get away.
And I think they knew exactly where Yaki was, and they actually forced Yaki to go all the way back, as now they have the EMP here for the end. This could be massive.
Backbone has to get out. There's a bubble in the way for Hardy, so he'll wait for this to clear. He's stuck, though, and he was already at half health. Great pick off for Yaki. Hardy was looking dangerous. Sparker again chimes in one of these fights with a key kill. And it might be enough. Ho1's already fallen now with 4 out of the picture. Kellen's going to be an issue. The card is 1.62 meters away, and Admiral's standing up. It's the backline for the Spitfire here, taking Kellen to task. Can they force him off the card? It's going to be an out matrix, and Kellen gets cut down. It's a portal combat for the London Spitfire. The backline gets the job done. Stunning finish from Admiral and Landon.
Yeah, as it looked like maybe that EMP after you lost Hardy, it wasn't the best idea, but I think Admiral with 2, Landon with another kill, and then that amp matrix at the end. Once they get Kellen low to seal the deal, so they take that second checkpoint. You still have this shatter. You haven't really found a great spot to use it because, I mean, with the comp that New York is playing, nobody's like lining up. They don't have to play group together. I think you're just going to have to probably take like a solo shatter.
Hardy might be happy enough with that, especially if it helps him neutralize Kellen for a time. Shatter then hack him will mean that he can't jump away. Ho1's got his work cut out from here, Matt. A lot of healing to be done, a lot of teammates to be clicking. Oh, wait a minute.
Where are they sending Hardy?
Wait a minute. He's going upstairs. Can hear this man in the attic. He's like a poltergeist you can't get rid of, but the kind that will rip your house by its foundations up and throw it. We're not in Kansas anymore, New York.
It just kind of sends him up there to take up space.
You're kidding.
That'll be a pin. Oh.
How? He didn't even see Kellen there. Kellen jumped over his head. He turns around and 180 charges the Winston. I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is ridiculous gameplay.
He's still able to live, though. I mean, he gets the nano boost.
He's nanoed.
Still able to live, yeah.
Hardy tried to charge the Tracer, I think.
I think that's what he was going for.
I won't guess, because Hardy is never going to tell us the truth of that one. Either way, that surprised New York, safe to say. And London is still here applying pressure.
Yeah. From our POV, it looked like he was chasing the Tracer. That's a hack there on the floor, and then a kill. The sound barrier here as London's going to try and push up.
Yeah, Sparker now swan dives into that Winston bubble. He had the sound barrier, and Yaki just gets too close. Landon's able to be the one that finds that kill on the end, and Sparker heads upstairs. Another overclock available here. Air Matrix thrown up. Gangnam Jin gets cut down, and there's Kellen falling right in front of Sparker's crosshair. What is Flora supposed to do? Overclock now, plus Air Matrix. A body shot will kill any of those low health heroes. And that is an utter devastating move from London, who just burst to life in that last part of the map. This is some, again, superlatives, Matt, I know, but we don't see this kind of gameplay every day.
No, I think it's good enough to beat a team like New York, but New York even giving them a lot of problems. Like, can you play this type of way against the top, 5, right, in the West and get these wins? Because their dives are going to be way cleaner. They have way deeper hero pools in terms of, what the, tanks and DPS and whatnot can play. I think that's kind of your question with the London. It's like, is this something that you can do game in and game out? Is this something you feel like could be improved upon from the point that it is now, where you could contest that top 5 and whatnot playing this type of way?
Yeah, their own way, right? I remember the jury's out about how it goes up against the current... Yeah, look, oh, he's just out of pocket. He shatters him as well. The boot there's nice as well. They almost catch the Winston. Look how low Kellen is. Pandemonium is reigning here on Route 66.
So New York, with this type of composition, we'll see what Flora decides to do, whether he's going to play the Sombra or the Sojourn. But either way, they're going to have way better access to like the backline and the high ground of the London Spitfire. Like, you're pretty much going to be able to avoid the Reinhardt if you want.
I think that's what Kellen's going to want to do in most cases, right? Hardy needs to generate enough attention, maybe just stall that cart. Look at him. Positioned very far forward here, saying, if you want to move this payload, you must get rid of me. And I'm telling you, it's easier said than done. Immortality Field already used in the backline, though. So Hardy actually has to turn tail and help them out. Kanjim, lucky to be alive there. He was hacked and is able just to get away for now. Sparker picks him off, but New York winning out in the trades here, and Sparker almost gets tased as he lies prone.
I mean, I think this composition from New York is significantly better and stronger than the one that we're seeing from the London Spitfire. I don't know what benefits you get out of the Rhine here unless you get that first pick and you force fights in close quarter areas, but that's not what New York even has to do, and also even if they do get in that situation, have the mobility to get out of it.
London have to work around this Winston as much as possible. Sparker, sort of a shortage of targets for him right now as the sign is getting in his way a little bit, but the card is slow to move. Hardy will get topped up and then likely move to recontest once more. Long-range Bionade hits Landon in the back, but there's an Immortality Field to throw down. He'll be healed up, but Hardy's not getting much attention while Landon is tending to his own wounds here. Keeping the Reinhardt alive is important, but there's no emote left for Hardy. And eventually the New York Excelsior are able to burn the Spitfire's front line down.
I mean, the Spitfire gotta switch off of this, right? I mean, you're just dealing with even more high ground, you know, as we move to the second part of the map.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
As well.
Hardy is trying to secure his spot on the table in Valhalla. He ain't switching.
Yeah, I mean, he's fully committed. Sparker ends up taking out Ho on. Maybe you actually get an EMP here in a fight. Yeah,
okay,
there it is.
The EMP is there, but follow-up? Okay, Kellen's going to fall there. Nice job. He's removed, but the backline is... We'll see in better days. There is a sound barrier for Admiral here. He'll have to wait till the hack is expired. So there's actually defensive architecture to keep this going for London. Despite New York maybe having on paper a better composition, Matt, getting through this Rhine front line is really taxing.
I mean, this is where the Rhine could actually be effective, right? You know, you could play off of that mega health pack if you wanted inside of Big Earls. You can come out, contest. They have to play in that close quarter area here.
Despite being hacked there, Kellen is able to get rid of Sparker, so eventually London are being forced to give up some ground, but they're burning a lot of clock. 2.5 minutes already. Hardy finds an unlikely charge on the Lucio, and he's still in it for the time being.
Here, London? Nah.
No way. The Winston bubble also makes that extremely risky, right?
I was just wondering if they actually try and fight that and like keep Hardy alive. You know, maybe they get players coming back off spawn, but they have to give it up. And at this point, like, how you're gonna have to play either close, like almost like not say sacrifice the Reinhardt, right? But play him pretty close to make any type of impact, right? Just contest the cart. Maybe you're playing to like burn clock, right? Significant clock burning, you know, just making it, you know, not really intending to stop New York wholly here, but just, you know, burn as much time as possible.
Admiral was struggling to find a chance to use that sound barrier. You're kidding me. This time, Flora not so surprised by that. I guess Hardy's the kind of player that makes you believe that the unlikely stuff that Reinhardt can do is in fact just very normal. So Admiral's going to be able to return to the fight with the sound barrier in tow. And Flora being out of the picture slows things up considerably. Yeah, Hardy, look, hard-pressed to find a good shadow, right, Matt? You were saying that before.
Yeah, it looks like he maybe thinks that Kellen goes left, kind of goes outside of his bubble a little bit, and you're able to get him. In this type of comp and, you know, matchup, you're not going to get your 3-4 player shatters at this point. This Landon gets hacked. That's going to be Soundbearer that comes out to save him.
He's able to get an Immortality Field down for himself, and Flora's fallen early in the fight again. Overclock yields results for Sparker at long range here. And another fight with the London Spitfire are able to weather the storm. The clock keeps ticking. 2:30 now for New York after that extension. London, though, having spent a fair bit in that fight, right? Overclock sound barrier gets used there. And obviously that shatter coming out earlier from Hardy. EMP, though, could be big.
EMP should be good enough. Yeah, EMP should be good enough to get a fight win, you would think, here coming up. Then you also have an Amp Matrix probably as well. So are in a position here where I think probably just try and use EMP here. Ooh, that looked like it was going to be a hack. Yeah.
He's done. That would have had me out of my seat if I was sitting in one. Backbone. That aforementioned EMP still looms like a Damocles sword over this next engagement.
I think Hardy's trying to bait them in here. Like, there's
Yaki
no reason to be
again.
down there. It looks like they're trying to just bait them in to, like, go after Hardy and then get, like, the EMP.
I mean, he's contesting, my guy. He's happy with that. Ho1's able to get that Bionade off just in time. Oh, the hacked health back from Backbone. That is so impish from him to make it so that couldn't be picked up by Ho1. Backbone is a nuisance, no doubt about it. Trying to work Yaki down. Kellen was so low, but inside his bubble, Backbone couldn't penetrate that defensive layer. But Kellen's got to run. He runs out just as the EMP comes down, but it's enough for Yaki to secure the kill on Admiral. Hardy charging away through that hack, looking to get top back up now, and a shatter is on the horizon once more.
Yeah, how do you battle back out of this here if you're London? It's not entirely super necessary, right? That last part of the map is really difficult to take. I think you just want to try and get them into OT. Nice shatter here onto Kellen.
And a charge to follow it up. Kellen has nowhere to go here. Shatter plus charge, even with the nano boost, it's not enough. Eventually he's brought down and Hardy can return back to stalling the cart. And then YXL, they don't have a lot of durability remaining, but Hardy is getting pressured from the backside. That hack is an issue. He's chilling, for now at least.
So they do end up taking out Hardy, but I don't think you're going to be able to, like, move the cart all the way in off of that. Is Kellen trying to make a play for the high ground? Nice boop there by Admiral, knocking him off, but you've lost land, and that's a large source of your healing. And look at this, Hardy now goes over to the D.Va. This is what I thought actually would have been really good against this Winston-based comp. I think D.Va really gives D.Va really gives just about everybody, but Zarya tons of issues right now.
They're going to go. Overclock here for Sparker, and Sound Barrier lets him get in position. Oh, the Ajax! Gangnam Jin wanted to drop the beat, but Sparker drops him instead. That is disgusting. And he still can pressure Ho1 here. Both supports fall to his head, and yet they still manage to C9. You can't be serious. What is this game? I feel like I'm looking at a Petri dish, not an Overwatch League match. Unbelievable.
That whole, like, 45-second sequence had everything. You know, we had an Ajax, we had a C9, you know, a main tank player playing an off tank. I mean, we had everything there. So the New York's still alive. EMP here for Backbone, possibly.
Okay, less than a minute left. That's the EMP you mentioned here, but Spark is able to get under the warming rays of that immortality field. Tough stuff for Hardy, though. He's under a lot of pressure, but Yaki's been picked off, and Flora had to pull the plug on that one. Hack on Kellen, really limiting his mobility here, and Hardy wants to chase him down. Doggedly, they pursue the Winston, put him back in the cage, and the Spitfire are back in control.
I mean, the Spitfire should have never lost control. Now Kellen will go over to Zarya. So this is kind of like a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors duel in terms of the tanks, right? Where, you know, D.Va beats Winston, Zarya beats D.Va, then you probably end up in a spot where London, ideally, like if this were to extend into a longer game, probably you see teams both settle on that Zarya v Zarya matchup, but Nano available for New York, Amp Matrix available for Landon here up on the high ground.
It's go time, as Sojourn says. Kellen now up to the cart. Here's going to be an Air Matrix in play, but Yaki doubles down. Both backliners fall to the one pulse bomb. And the cherry on top is Sparker's elimination. Oh man, New York have a chance to at least finish the map.
And Yaki actually goes back and ends up taking out Hardy, which may actually allow him to get back into this fight. It's looks like London, yeah, you can wait. You're going to probably get your tank back, you know, maybe get a speed boost out of the spawn. It'll be Backbone to touch. You're going to have everybody coming back. Hardy has a self-destruct now, too.
Kellen has one Zarya bubble left after that from Backbone. Decent start here for London. What can they do? Hardy about to be desuited. It's going to be a self-destruct on the point. Floor is going to be picked off, and that had to be a bubble from Kellen. He's fully charged, but he's so low. Eventually, he gets brought down. Yaki trying to be a Hornet on the point here, but Fly Swatters are being held akimbo by the London Spitfire. Sound barrier keeps him in it though. Spark is going to get hit by the body grenade and has to get under that immortality field. He does just in time. He's back in the fight. Yaki close to yet another pulse bomb. It has to be big, but Hardy shuts him down in time. And that's the series. The London Spitfire outlast the New York Excelsior, securing that 6th spot. They're going straight to playoffs, ladies and gentlemen.
And I would love to see from the replay viewer just kind of like, you know, Hardy gets demeched and they're moving the payload pretty fast down the street, and I think it was Yaku who ends up like doubling back to go kill him. He's on like 1 HP. I don't even think he's like close to getting a mech back. You could have just left him there until he started to like come down the street and behind
he's out
you,
of the
and
fight.
then right, he's so far out of the fight that by getting that kill, one, you take somebody off the payload, right? So the payload's now got like 2 players, you know, versus 3 or 4, whatever. But you allow Hadi to get a fresh mech, get his self-destruct in the spawn, and then like get a speed boost and get out there and fight at full strength. Where you could have had an opportunity for their New York to like fight without their tank who had a self-destruct available out in the open. Just seems like a little bit of a miss there from New York.
Tough one. A very small decision there. Yaki obviously so focused on trying to get these eliminations and just get the map done. New York show us plenty of moxie in that series, I think, but London are... It's a mix of absolutely zero respect and utter confidence in their own play style, and it's exciting to see. Honestly, really impressed by what both teams are able to show us there, but London have outdone themselves once more. What an exciting prospect. They've come so far this season, thinking about where the beginnings were and where people thought they'd fall. It's just so heartwarming to see this team come alive in such a big way. Let's talk about our player of the match here, Matthew. Someone that's been pretty unanimous, I think, as far as we're concerned. Your player of the match is going to be Sparker. First of all, just making Flora look like an utter rutabaga out there, just plucking him out of the soil every time a fight comes around. With the deadlift in map 1, and then I think he has at least 14 final blows in the second. He's close to a deadlift in that 3rd map. Unbelievable stuff.
It felt like every time they needed a pick or something, you know, a big play, it was Sparker able to come up clutch. And I think right there, you know, obviously they didn't hold it at the end, but the shot onto Gangnam Jin, they really made a rough series for him playing that Lucio or Zen at times, where he's able to find those pickoffs there, and that one on the sound barrier at the end was massive.
I mean, my eyes just popped out of my head when I saw that one. Gangnam Jin, taking a bit of a risk by beating.
What happened to your eyes when the payload actually went in and completed?
They flew out and hit the opposite wall, Matthew, I'll be honest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was just, a very ridiculous sequence of events there. London, a little shaky on the landing, but they get it done at the end of the day. And here's Spark is showing 9.6 final blows here, again, per 10 minutes. The series, rather, wasn't that long. That's a big part of it here, but a lot of those charged shot kills really contributing. And many of them were critical hits. That's not a stat we're showing here, but there are a lot of those headshots with the railgun, which are not easy to connect. And half the time he sat behind an amp matrix, Matthew, making it even more easy for him. I think that New York have a lot to hang their hat on in that series. I think they're looking like a vastly improved squad, but you are dealing with a true juggernaut in the Overwatch League. I think we can crown Spitfire in that regard. Can't wait to see more from London now as we head into the playoffs, of which they've secured themselves a spot in. And their match against the San Francisco Shock this weekend will also be very telling about how this team is looking going to playoffs. Yeah. Stick around, everybody. Much more coming your way in the Countdown Cup qualifiers here on your Friday of games. Don't go too far. We'll be back after this.
Never look at game.
Nori.
Don't see nine. Trade.
I'm sure you know.
I can only see Ana.
Ana bottom left. Ana.
Just see nine. Ana. Trade.
Doing spawn on me.
Nice, boys.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to Watchpoint. I'm Reinforced and I'm joined by Backbone from the Lone Spitfire after a clean 3-0 victory over the NYXL. Congrats, Backbone, and welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right, a nice clean 3-0 win today. And you know, usually we ask about how the match was, how the win was, how do you get it done, that stuff like that. But I'm going to just zoom out because this was a huge win for you guys. You secured your spot in the playoffs. Over the course of the entire season, it's led up to this moment where you secured your spot in the playoffs. And I'm just going to ask you, as part of the Lone Spitfire, you went into this season underrated. No one really expected you guys to, you know, be able to compete at this level. How did you guys, like, achieve this amazing improvement over this time? How did it all lead up to this moment for you guys?
I mean, I think we got, you know, a bit lucky with the fact that we could at the start of the year play some of the Rhine stuff, like the Rhine Maze stuff, put a couple of us on our comfort heroes, yeah, and got some wins we needed then from that. But then the like momentum from that kind of like snowballed into like stage 2 and stuff where we didn't even play Rhine that much. I mean, I was on support, like, but like everyone here is really fun to like work with, be around. Like, you know, we're all around each other like 16 hours a day or something like that. Like everyone, just the way everyone acts just makes it so much easier to like overperform, I think. Like, and they just keep improving, which I think is something that is hard to make. It's either there or it's not.
So I find that pretty interesting because, of course, you mentioned that you started out playing a lot of Reinhardt compositions, but then over time throughout the season, you played a lot of different stuff. Winston, for example, Hadi has had a good Winston so far this season. You played support, stuff like that. What allows the Lone Spitfire to do this? Is it the individual talent? You mentioned, of course, the team chemistry and the trust. It feels just like the environment of the Lone Spitfire is just amazing. Would you say that that's one of the biggest contributing factors to your versatility and your success as a team?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think pretty much every player on our team is underrated as well and can play like quite a lot of heroes pretty well when given the chance. But I think like the fact that we all trust each other, like if in the middle of today's game I decided I wanted to go Hanzo or something, everyone would have trusted me to do it. Like we all trust each other to make calls like this. Like it's just we just know that each other know what they're talking about. We have faith in each other, and it just makes it way easier.
All right. So speaking about your hero pool specifically, you're one of, you know, almost like the skeleton key of the team. Like you can play any other hero you want. You played some Zenyatta earlier in the year. You play Genji, Sombra. We haven't seen you in Widowmaker so far this stage. For the viewers watching at home, watching the broadcast, and they're like, okay, I can play 1 or 2 heroes. I want to learn how to play 3 heroes, and then you're out here like playing the entire hero pool. How do you become like so versatile as a player? How do you practice versatility versus just studying one single hero?
I don't know. I kind of just play the game, to be honest. When I had to play Zen, I just started playing Zen, and you know, between that and scrims and you know, being told how to do this, how to do that, like with coaches helping, like that was all I needed. Like every single hero I play is literally just. Usually I start playing them because I find them fun. That's how me playing Widow started, and you know we play me on Widow sometimes because of that. I don't know. I just like playing. I don't really like just only playing one hero for an extended period of time.
So it sounds like there's a lot of talent. There's a lot of gift in there. Would you say that you're UK's gift to esports?
I'm not gonna. You're just putting words in my mouth there blatantly. I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna claim that at all.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Now, I do have one quick question, and then we're gonna go. But I have one quick question as well. You know, I had the fortune of spending a lot of time around Brennan's sideshow. The 2 Brits, of course. We shared an apartment together. You know, they spoke so much at length about like British food. You know, Bren had like Gloucester Grill and you know Nando, stuff like that. What does British cuisine means to you, and what is something everyone should know about?
I don't know. I mean, full English breakfast, you know, is really good. There's nothing like waking up on a Sunday morning and having a full English breakfast. That's the epitome of England, I think, actually. So you know, if you haven't had a full English, you should probably get on that.
Nothing like some baked beans in the morning. Thank you so much, Backbone. Congrats on the win. Congrats on qualifying for the playoffs, and we'll see you in Anaheim.
Yep.
Yep, indeed. Thank you so much, Backbone. Take care, and I'll send it back over to Danny.
All right, Reinforce, thank you so much. And Backbone, thank you so much for the great interview. I have a quick question. What is a full English breakfast?
What?
Oh,
no.
Danny, come
No.
on. Danny.
No.
Danny, what do you mean?
All right.
All right, I'll look it up. I'll look it up. But yeah, first of all, let's take a look at this match. I mean, London looked really good, right?
Yeah.
They look clean with that. I mean, I love that they brought out the Ryan Rush couple again. They was very effective.
I do want to sort of give the praise here that it worked well against the New York Excelsior. They didn't really have the answer. They tried playing the Zaya, weren't able to match the pace with just how crazy aggressive Hardy is going into their backline. And then they tried to play that Winston to some mixed success. So yes, the Reinhardt looked good against the New York Excelsior. My fear for the London Spitfire team is they're in the playoffs now.
Right.
They're going up against the best teams in the world, and we're not expecting a major meta shift as of right now into the playoffs. I want them to be careful about sort of cornering themselves because I don't know if this sort of execution will have the same effectiveness against the best in the world.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I do think that this is a great niche for them, you know, being able to pull out this Reinhardt, but not necessarily like lean and one trick into it. As we mentioned in the interview, Hardy can play that Winston if he wants to. They can play more dive-oriented compositions, double flex support, stuff like that. They certainly have a lot of options going into the playoffs. This is a great look to show for the Lone Spitfire. It's a great key in their arsenal, but not being able to always just rely on the Reinhardt, it's something we have to give the Lone Spitfire more credit of.
Yeah, I also want to mention, you know, it's just... I had this like shocking moment as we were listening to that interview as I looked down at the lower third and it's New York Excelsior 4-19. Man, like this team is so talented. Mitch, I don't want to hear anything. They genuinely are. And the fact that they haven't been able to sort of string it together multiple times, like that Paraiso was very close. You can see the strength of it. You can see the aggressive style that they like to play and can play. It's just been really disappointing to not see them be able to sort of live up to their own expectations. And they only have one match left in this season. And it doesn't really even mean anything at this point.
Yeah, well, New York, they do definitely have the talent, but you know, it was a rough season for them. Hopefully they end in a high note because they have one more match like you mentioned. Let's move on and let's talk about our next match, and we have San Francisco Shock versus Paris Eternal. Yeah, this is our next match. I mean, before we go on to the match, I think we want to highlight San Francisco Shock. If they win both of their matches this week, they go in number 2 seed into the playoffs. Yeah. If they win one and lose one, they're number 3. If they lose both of them, which is I think highly unlikely, they will end up with number 4 seed. What are your thoughts?
I actually think this seeding has a lot of implications because the way it's going to work is there are probably 5 or 6 very good teams right now, and being able to, if they can secure that number 2 seed, then they get that option to choose one of the weaker teams in their first round because that's how the playoffs are going to work. So this actually has a lot of implications in the playoffs because otherwise you might see, you know, the San Francisco Shock, if they do go 3rd or 4th, they could end up going up against, you know, maybe a Shanghai Dragons. They could potentially end up going up against the Houston Outlaws, which is not a very winnable match right now with how the San Francisco Shock are playing.
All right, Johnny, quickly, what is one thing Paris can do to defeat San Francisco Shock? One thing, just one thing.
Just one, Johnny.
Just one.
One thing they can do to beat the Paris Eternal.
No, the Paris Eternal beat the San Francisco Shock.
They need to play well.
Good thinking.
That is an amazing answer, Johnny. Thank you so much. All right, let's jump right into the game. And for this matchup, we have Jaws and Necra. Hello, guys. I always say everybody.
Hi.
I don't know why.
Hey, what's going on?
I got really distracted.
The person with the dog just ran away.
There was a giant, like,
the person with the dog just ran away.
dog behind you guys outside of the truck, and then it got picked up, and
I'm cuter.
like they ran away with it.
Yes.
No.
I'm cutest.
They're coming back. The dog is coming back. The dog is coming back.
Wait a second.
Oh my God, they're coming back.
There's his dog. It's a huge dog. Yeah. Take your hand down.
Sorry? Oh, sorry, did I
It's great.
Oh my God, it's waving
get out
at
of the way
everybody.
as much.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cute.
Oh.
Oh my God.
For a brief moment, there it is.
Yeah, our crosstalk was just talking about dog.
Good luck, guys.
I think we're done.
Enjoy the match.
Thanks, guys. Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. We'll just say bye now. All right. See you later. Then. See ya. I'm gonna be honest. They have the best work environment possible. They just get to see all the dogs all the time, walk around Blizzard campus.
I'm very jealous, except I have my own
so
dog
sad.
and I have 2 cats, so I feel like I have my own little zoo at home. But still, more dogs is better.
I would love a dog, or I'd love a cat.
But you have
maybe.
your fish.
Oh man, it's like apartment life.
Can you not
right? Yeah,
cuddle
I
your
have
fish?
No.
Well, see, that's just sad.
No. I'm just gonna put it out there. Unfortunately,
no, they don't like
not,
swim
no.
into your hand
Look,
and
if,
like, you know, like you've seen those videos where the fish like swims into your hand and then it like sits around and, you know, like snuggles you?
Yeah, if I put food in my hand and then dip my hand in the tank, maybe some of them would come up and take it from me, but probably not my little reticulated hill stream, which is what I posted on Twitter.
It's pretty cute.
Just a minute ago, yeah. They are pretty adorable, yeah. They have their own little personalities. It's kind of, yeah, it's crazy. You wouldn't think something that small would have its own little personality.
Did
but
you know the sharks have big
I guess we
personalities
better...
too? They're like dogs. They're like big puppies.
Yeah? Yeah, there's a cool video. This is the last talking
promise.
point on pets or like animals, I promise. But there is a cool video on YouTube that I saw the other day of a tiger shark that recognized a diver for like years and years and years, and then COVID happened, and the shark, I assume, missed the diver, and then when the diver came back, eventually, you know, they ended up like reuniting with this this female tiger shark, and they, you know, the tiger shark recognized the human diver, which is really awesome. And yeah, it's really awesome. They do like pets too.
Speaking of sharks, San Francisco Shock, I feel like are going to be the sharks in this match. They smell blood in the water right now. I think they're, you know, starting to ramp up to get those 2 wins the desk was talking about to solidify themselves as 2nd seed. What do you think, Jack?
Yeah, it feels pretty unlikely that they're going to lose here today against the Paris Eternal. They do need those 2 wins, and their 2 games that they need to play are this Paris one, and they need to play London. So you'd expect this one to be a dub for the Shock. The London one may be a bit closer. Of course, London are pretty damn happy after that 3-0 versus New York Excelsior. Can the Shock do the same thing? Can they 3-0 London? And of course, they only need the win. There's no real like score line implications there. So just even if it's a 5-mapper, it's all good. But you can almost guarantee Shock going to win just on the caliber of players playing on the San Francisco Shock. And Paris, of course, having a little rough time this season. Here's your starting lineup on your screen. It's going to be the same old for the Paris Eternal. No swaps around, of course. And you know, this weekend is kind of their final hurrah. They have provided entertainment in the camps,
I was gonna say, what is Racket Attack eating? Because it looks really good, and I kind of want to. I love bread.
Is that a whole baguette? Is he just holding and eating a whole baguette?
Isn't that a little ironic? Doesn't he play Brig?
Yeah, I mean, and he's playing on Paris, right? So pretty, I guess, on theme. Nice, I like it.
I love it.
You know, a bit of bread every now and then without anything in it.
Got a carbo load
I
before your big day. Although I think you're supposed to do that at night, but I still respect it.
I mean, that's fine. I used to do that as a student. I was a very poor student. Felt pretty bad. I just don't want to get off this. Can we just get off this rack attack? No, we should go to Shock. We should go to Shock.
Sorry.
If he eats that during the game, maybe gives him some super special energy. Oh, he's waving at the camera. There you go. He noticed us. Woo! I hope you're enjoying your baguette, your bread rack attack. All right, here's the lineup for the San Francisco Shock starting today. We've got Striker Proper, Kalush, and Violet to round it out. There's been a lot of talk of MVP, Rookie of the Year, and whatnot. A little bit of debate, I think, with MVP. Of course, Mitch was saying how he likes Smurf, but I think the majority of what I can tell, at least, have gone with Proper, the main man on your screen right there. Has just been a superstar this season.
And he has.
Potentially bagging the double award too.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he gets the Alarm Rookie of the Year alongside the MVP. I just want to point out that we've had like 3 DPS, I think, in the past 4 years. I just want to point that out there. So maybe it is time for the tanks to see some of the spotlight. I mean, Kalush, Crawley, we've seen a lot of really great things from both of these players, and I think especially for Crawley, what's been really impressive is just how he's been able to slot into the roster, and the team looks to be in pretty good spirits today. You know, we've talked a little bit about how they've had to come together as a team a little bit later on into the season. Unfortunately, they have to go up against the behemoths that are the San Francisco Shock that have had just an outstanding run of the season so far. But, you know, let's see what the games have for us today.
Yep, there is the map lineup for you. Ilios Eichenwalde, Route 66, Colosseum, Busan, if we really need to go there.
Yeah, the Shock Starcom with Striker and Proper. You can only imagine Striker's either going to play the Sombra or the Tracer. And then Proper, being the hyperflex that he is, can play pretty much whatever he wants. Shock of a lot of people, it feels like they can play Tracer at a very high level. Those two being Proper and Striker, which is a little bit insane.
Well, it's cool to see.
Feels like some teams didn't have a Tracer player at the start of the year, and Shock have...
Yeah, they have too many. Shock, why are you hoarding all the Tracer players, huh? That's just unfair. That's why they're so strong, Jack. They've denied so many teams a
too
good
many Tracer players.
player.
Is that the strat for off-season?
Yeah, just hoard
like, okay,
all
we're
of
going to
the
sign
good-
6 Tracer
Yeah, hoard all the good
players.
Sojourns or something. I don't know, like, with all the Genjis.
It's like the Lucio
Yeah.
epidemic at the beginning of the season. Like, wait, we forgot main support. Why did we sign up main support?
Fine.
Says 3 or 4 teams at the very start of the season who run double flex.
It's okay.
Yeah, that was rather funny. All right, Shock, what do you got for us? Gonna roll out with a TP. There you go. Striker on the Tracer. His like for like is gonna be dub on Tracer in this map, or this round at least. See what Proper can do on the Echo. Still incredibly strong character, the Echo. Just with the power of tanks, especially Dpei and Zarya, that copy can just be disgusting. Playing against, oh well, Dub's dead to Violet. Playing against like double Zarya is just pain. Like no one dies because there's like infinite bubbles.
It's a little tough. I would say though, maybe Maltho is set up pretty well here. You know, you're definitely looking at it from the perspective of the Genji being able to help kind of put some pressure onto the Echo if you can dash up into the sky. But at the end of the day, you know, when you're running the D.Va and you're running the Genji that both have damage mitigation tools, it's not going to help you against an Echo.
Yeah, you do need a hefty amount of peel from Kaluj and Proper. Point has been taken. Crowry resets. All right, Paris Turner get to go again. I guess they got Nano coming up, which feels pretty good. The only problem here I do find, Rose, is Marvel just getting consistent damage now. Like, he can't really shoot Proper or Striker. With ease, at least. I guess he can shoot the D.Va, but you still have a pretty strong Matrix. So that Nano Blade probably not going to end up coming to fruition. It's more there just for the Blade to force the Transcendence, and then Nano onto D.Va to one-shot somebody.
Yeah, you're definitely looking at Lucamino just heavily outpacing this Blade generation right now. So Lucamino could actually probably use the Nano onto someone like Crowley and try to put some pressure onto the back line. You know, when you have that defense matrix, you can easily dive the Ana. You're not going to get slept nearly as easily if you can just kind of run at her with the boosters, and then also defense matrix and rockets.
Oh, big Nano. Oh, he didn't. Whoa! He thought he killed Lucamino there. Lucamino just threw out the Nano onto Crowley, did end up getting slept, but Proper gets taken care of. Didn't even have time to use that copy. When with Kaluj dead, the San Francisco Shock are getting run off the point. Evicted, in fact, as Violet jumps out the window to his death. Crowley's going to hit the reset real fast. The rest of his team are going to be there to cap the point.
Yep, there it goes. All right. Yeah, so Crowley gonna go ahead and get the resets, and then Violet's actually gonna be switching off of the Ana and going over to the Baptiste. You know, Jack, this is a character that I felt like we weren't really going to see a whole lot of, and we didn't at the beginning of the season. It's really just been this last stage where we've seen the Baptiste really take off in popularity. It is the Immortality field here, but Violet can't get it out.
Alrighty, yeah. And Finn going down. There's no Transcendence to kind of match that Blade. All right, Paris Turner. Can they stagger Kaluja? Well, you can't stagger it too far, I suppose. You're right next to the edge of the map, so you can jump off pretty easily.
Look at the ult charge.
All right, Shock do have copy, so double D.Va, or even, well, I want to see what Proper's going to go for, okay? Look, to be MVP, you got to play, you got to be the most valuable player. Maybe copy a support, go for a little Chad 1v1 versus Rack Attack or Lucamino or something.
Bap actually makes like a, I guess you can't actually use the Baptiste there, but I would say maybe the Zen would be a pretty fun choice, unless you could copy someone on your team. Could you imagine? That'd be pretty broken.
That's why I choose to copy Echo. Just a fun choice, not the choice that actually works out. Just a fun hero. Self-destruct on the point. Kaluj ends up dodging it. Takes a lot of damage from that remake. But the Paris Turner have still lost 3. It's going to be Crowley and Lucamino trying to hold down the point, and they're not going to be able to do so successfully. And the Shock managed to take that pretty vanilla. Now they've got a side of chocolate, looks like, as Striker, Proper, and Finn have all got the sauce in their back pocket. They've got the ults, they've just saved them. I mean, 5 ults to the final fight. Paris Eternal are going to be able to triple blink onto the point, or at least Dove is on Paris. Okay,
There's the contest. Now they need to just juggle it as fast as possible. Wow, Dove got deleted. Actually, absurd level of damage there coming out from Striker. Pretty easy clean up on Malful. And the Shock, well, they didn't really need their ults at the end of that one, Rose.
Nope, I don't think so. I mean, you may as well just use them just to the sustain, I guess. Like, you have the insurance policy of the Transcendence, and just throwing everything out there, you would assume that hitting Q would actually convert over to value. But Paris Eternal, like, I respect the fact that they played through those fights with a specific game plan in mind. You know, they were able to use, like, maybe one ultimate to flip the team fight or keep going through those team fights. Shock, though, like, not having to use anything, that really does make a statement in this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of rough. Yeah, it's kind of like how else do you really put that, right? It's pretty rough having Shock, who are 18-4, one of those dominant teams in Overwatch League history, even with their current team, facing against Paris Eternal, who are 1-21. I mean, at least getting the single win of the season, it feels pretty nice. And obviously, Paris roster has been chopped and changed throughout the season, so just any kind of decent practice here is going to be good. Making yourself look good for next year. Rack Attack under a little bit of pressure. Wow, Striker just kind of runs him over. That is not great. That Discord Orb and a couple of orbs thrown in by Finn will help secure the kill. Striker still running rings around the backline of the Paris Eternal. Lucamino even had to use that shift to heal himself back up. Shotgun are going to take first control as a rather an orthodox pick here, Rose, with Kaluge on the 6.
Yeah, I would have never really expected this, but Kaluge has said on multiple occasions that he is one of the best, if not the best, Sigma in the league, and I think that this is great practice for him to be able to use it. Ruins offers you a lot of great places to try to dance around your shield and just kind of play those angles. And if you have a Zarya, you know, you're really hoping that for Paris that Crowley can kind of just walk up and walk through that shield and try to laser Kaluge down, but it's pretty difficult to do so when you've got Striker in your backline ready for the pulse bomb.
Yeah, Krawi there taking a wave of damage from Striker sitting up on that high ground. Still holding on to that pulse bomb. Kaluge does end up getting hacked in the side, and now is the time for Paris to turn to go. They lay down the window, but they're not making good use of it, as Rack Attack and Lucamino both deal with Striker. Not sure how much value the window got, but killing Striker is going to be a good start at least. The Paris Eternal do end up flipping, but the Shock want to bite back. Proper uses the ult, is getting chased down, and he's got a window staring in front of him, but decides just not to use it. Even a Transcendence thrown in. San Francisco Shock, even after losing Striker, are determined to flip this point over. The Paris Eternal, with no ults really left in their bank, at least to fight on the point with, end up going down. But Grav, Beat, and EMP are available for their next attack.
They have a lot of tools to work with here, and Paris does have 15% on the point. So it's not like, you know, they're struggling to actually get any percentage, and when you've got the Sombra in the back too, you're trying to hit the Baptiste, no immortality field.
Oh! Oh, where'd he go? Oh, where'd he go? Oh my god, didn't even get half a clip out there. Ended up instantly dying. It was a decent EMP, but yeah, there wasn't really too much follow-up there from the Paris Eternal. Feels like they were a little bit, I wouldn't say like lagging behind or anything,
I don't
but
think they were quite ready
exactly
in position. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking too,
Yeah.
is that, you know, the Sigma is so good at holding that front line that it can be difficult for Paris to actually push through that. So, yeah, you know, hopefully with the beat they can get themselves back in the game, but they got 3 seconds, gotta get the point.
Yep, someone is testing, so they're all good. And there's the beat. Hits 4, Paris Eternal marching on. Krawi still has the grab, but Kaluge is sitting up on the high ground, ready to eat it. He's actually just staring Krawi in the eyes, ready for him to unleash the grab. The lamp has been used already on the side of the San Francisco Shock, and that Graviton Surge just not really doing all of anything, as Violent and Proper just took it in their stride and erased the members of the Paris Eternal who were shooting into the Graviton Surge to members of the Shock. There's the flip once again. 99% will tick over to 100, and the San Francisco Shock will take map number 1.
Pretty clean victory, I think, there for San Francisco. I think they just put in the chat C9 or something. That's wrong. That was not a C9. That was not even close. No, that was just super clean there from the Shock.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of expect that from the Shock at this point in time. Yeah, good round. Good fight, good game. Any one of those, yeah. There you go, you can use them. All right, Paris Eternal.
what you got for us? We're going to go on to the next map after the break. The Shock looking as dominant as ever, though. We'll see you in a bit.
Overwatch League champions! Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied. Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Violet's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Kalu says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Man doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
Sam straights the backline, insta-killing.
Oh, Mikey.
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
Don't miss the ultimate celebration of the Overwatch League's 5th season. Come see your heroes rise at Grand Finals. Tickets available for November 3rd and 4th. And get yours before they go at overwatchleague.com/2022/playoffs. It's gonna be a good time. Cannot wait to be there. One team that's gonna be there San Francisco Shock, who are going to be in the playoffs. So, Paris Eternal, unfortunately not there. Maybe next year. Maybe next year with a little retooled roster, maybe, or maybe they want to stick with it. Off-season's always an interesting one. Hopefully it's short this time around. We can get a big turnaround on that so the season can get started again. All right, the shocker in this series, Rose. They're already got 1-0. I mean, what can Paris do on the other side of this?
I want to see them, you know, if Kalush starts to stick a little bit more to the Diva, you know, Matt and Mitch were talking about this in their first game of the day, and that's like the fact that Zarya can do a lot of damage to a Diva because you're not able to use your defense matrix to actually mitigate any of that beam damage. It really is about just kind of running at somebody and trying to get some work done. But even on Ruins, you know, it was against the Sigma, so maybe that's a little bit different, but I'd love to see Crowley play a little bit more of the Zarya and see if that works out for them on Eichenwalde, and you can definitely do that here.
Yeah, I do very much like the Zarya on this map in particular, especially if you've got Lucio. It's pretty easy to kind of get through that choke, just bubble everybody and then kind of run through, go to the left, wrap around kind of thing. All right, okay, so Dub's going to be on the Sojourn, yeah, Muffle on the Tracer. Now, the San Francisco Shock, I don't think they're going to run with Doom. You know what I would like to see? Just give me some more Kaluja hogs. Let's see some hog Kaluja.
Hog?
Yeah, just give me the hog.
No. San Francisco.
Hog funny.
Okay, listen, I get it. Hog funny. But you've seen the hero tier list from our fantastic Overwatch 2 creators.
True.
I am inclined to agree with them that
tier.
Hog is like D tier right now, and I feel like Shock don't want to take that risk, knowing that there's seeding on the line for playoffs. Maybe third map, okay?
Yeah, that is very true. That is very true. Yeah, if they're 2 maps up, come on, man. Just get a little 10 minute on the Hog. Okay, he's running Sigma. I mean, not quite the Hog, but still, again, a bit different from what we usually see on these kind of maps. And I guess Kalush is just trying to pad those stats, you know what I'm saying? Just, if he thinks he's the best,
really
then
become
just keep
the best.
Running.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just keep running, get Braxton with it. Oh, Violet, unlucky. That was a really nice wraparound from Paris Eternal there, just using the speed boost to get behind the San Francisco Shock, who don't have a Lucio of their own. They should be able to collapse and kill Finn too. There you go. Alrighty. All right. Proper does get vaporized though. I mean, Dove gets vaporized by Proper even. So still lost a single person.
Yeah, that's you know, Sojourn can come back so fast though. So maybe Dove is able to come back in time before San Francisco really starts to make a move in. And that's what I mean though. Look at Crawley just kind of running at them.
Jesus. Just let him play the game proper, please. Alrighty. Now the big flank. Another kill for Proper or Kalush. Doesn't matter who, as long as they get the kills on the point. All good. First point should be capped now. No chance Paris Eternal touch, even with a Lucio available.
No, I don't think so. Look at Crowley's actually going to give up the Zarya here. Wants to go over to the Diva, maybe just to be able to contest the high ground a little bit more. But I think that's smart. The Sigma really felt like it was sort of dono walling the Zarya from being able to actually do any damage, you know? Just with the shield and really forcing Crowley to not be able to make it past it. So maybe the Diva is the right call. You can at least micro-missile the shield.
I always thought when Sigma got released, I was like, I wonder if Diva can eat the rock. Obviously, that's not the case, but I think that would be rather funny. Rather comical. Strike with the pole spot, hunting the supports right now, but it is Finn that is getting hunted by the Paris Eternal. They've already found one. I guess at least they trade here, but a window at the gate from Violet should seal the deal. Paris can't really step into those sight lines or risk death. It looks like they gambled it all and lost it. San Francisco Shock do end up pushing on forward, and as soon as you get collusion on this high ground, Rose, it's going to be a nightmare to dislodge
it's going to be super tough.
I
mean, but that's great though. If Kalush can get up onto, you know, the bridge or just any sort of height, then you can just use the gravitic flux as soon as people move in. Lucamino has the.
All right, good wraparound once again from Paris, using that speed boost to. Oh, good effect. How about that window, son?
I feel like it worked the opposite way.
All right, Finn takes care of him. Oh yeah, it's like one of those one-way mirrors. Oh my god, that was almost extremely hard to say. Soundbarrier comes out for the Paris Eternal though. They want to hold on to this point. Proper and Striker still are hunting. They're actually split up the Paris Eternal. That B only hit 2 people from Paris. They do have to contend with this Flux, which Kalush is thrown out. Marvel and Rack Attack do end up killing a couple of the Shock members, but it shouldn't matter all too much. No recall and no hope left for Paris on the second point, and Shock will manage to cap.
Yeah, a quick cap too. I actually thought that might have actually been a C9.
Okay.
Oh, speaking of which, I was...
Stolen health back?
I was mistaken, by the way. It was actually GR that was said in the chat after the round. I promise you, Shock aren't toxic. I'm just blind. I'm just blind and stupid.
I'm going to be real. I wouldn't have... Look, I wouldn't have put it past Kalush to say C9.
No, he was being nice. They were being so wholesome in the chat, and I'm just like, nah, they're toxic. My bad.
All right. Well, that's a little toxic from Crowy. Just diving Finn in the back. All right, it's go time for Proper, though. That ultimate is rather devastating to low HP targets like Crowy and Malful. Self-destruct removes the lamp, but that's about it. And now Rack Attack trying to get some solo coups of his own, trying to pad some stats even more, but it's actually Proper stats that are being padded there. Now the window available for Proper, a pulse bomb for Striker versus absolutely nothing on the Paris Eternal side. A vanilla fight once again as they move in to try and defend this last checkpoints. Window used, and Crown just trying to stop Striker from getting to the backline, but he's already weaved his way in there. A fade from Lucamino to keep him alive, but not quite so lucky as he runs head first onto that point. And back into the Spore, and the San Francisco Shock do end up capping with 3 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock.
This is also the second time that I have seen Striker just hold on to the Pulse Bomb and not use it. Like, I saw it on Ruins. He didn't really use it to try to take out a target, and here as well, even trying to clean up the last stragglers of Paris Eternal, held on to it. I don't think he needs it. Like, the amount of damage that he's doing, I just don't actually think he needs the Pulse Bomb. Maybe just making sure that he doesn't accidentally walk into it and take himself out.
Yeah, I mean, look, those mistakes are best be avoided. We've seen, to be fair, we've seen a lot of, like, wall Pulse Bombs.
True.
This stage,
and then you, like,
I feel. I don't know why.
Into it.
Oh, yeah. I was the king of doing that at one point. I don't really play Tracer that much at all, but there is an egregious amount of clips of me trying to go for the instant blink pulse, and I just end up blinking and just die.
Oh, Proper.
Yeah.
The prediction.
He do be killing people.
Actually unbelievable. I mean, I totally understand why people are looking at this player as an MVP, you know, winner, and also an Alarm Rookie of the Year winner. I'm just like, I personally want to spread the love a little bit. He's still good though. I'm not trying to take that away from him. But just like, you know, spread the love. Everybody gets a title.
I feel like this weekend is going to be just arguments. And like, not even subtweeting, just...
When?
Did Dove just get killed in Fizz by Finn? Okay, well.
How?
That happened. It's been a surprising amount of those as well, Rose, actually. Just Sombras getting rolled while they're stealthed by like Kantos or Zens or something.
Oh
yeah.
no. That's
Feels pretty bad, feels pretty bad, but it's okay. Quick reset for Dove, all good, all good. Nothing
There's some like good voice lines
Speed boost Paris Eternal.
too, when you hear that when it happens.
Yeah.
They thought about this, the developers thought about this.
They did. I mean, yeah, it's pretty embarrassing as a Sombra player, let's be real. Feels pretty good as a Zen player, although it's like, well, you can't really... It's not like it was hella skill, it was just good timing on your half, right? Shooting an Impiz Sombra. All right, Paris Eternal using their speed boost to navigate around the choke and navigate to the backline of the San Francisco Shock. Ooh, Proper and Violet's damage there. I mean, ideally, Paris jump onto one target. It's pretty easy, but with Kalush kind of chilling and, well, Proper having the Disruptor shot, there's a lot of like AoE. Oh, here's the right click. Okay, what happened here? Oh, he just right clicked in the choke and he got the kill. That's crazy.
Unbelievable. It was unplanned, but it works. It works.
Yes. We'll call it planned to make it look cool. All good. All right, Striker's got the pulse. Is he going to hold it for the rest of time? We'll see, because Proper's already got a kill onto Lucamino. Oh, the pulse bomb from Striker. Yeah, okay. Maybe he's not going to hold it. He's going to get some style kills there on a Rack Attack.
It's going to be another reset here for Paris. At this point, they're just playing to get the EMP online. That should be able to at least open up some access to the backline. But, you know, Finn is very much keeping up with Dove right now. Not only getting the insane right click onto him as he was walking through the choke, but also just being able to get that Transcendence online for when Dove's EMP comes up. You know, Paris then have a second hurdle to cross, which is force out the Transcendence and then go in with the EMP.
Look at that. Instant speed boost there. You hear that flat screen going down.
Right.
You just want to run away ASAP. They didn't even want to peek it. Nope. I remember when window was a square, and now it is just humongous. It's a little bit insane to think about. All right, there's the Coalescence. Here's the engage from Paris Eternal. They got the Blade and the EMP coming up, and Finn's already dead. A decent start. No Transcendence to try and counter that Blade or the EMP that Paris Eternal have in their back pockets. Marvel's going to go in. A beautiful hack onto Violet does end his life pretty sharpish. Proper takes him down, but still Paris, if they manage to win this fight with ults, checkpoint B might be a little bit easier, or at least the first section of checkpoint B. And it looks like they're going to be able to save all of them except the Coalescence, so an unbelievable push there from Paris.
That was beautiful for Paris there. I mean, being able to go in with just the Coalescence and get as much done as you did leaves them wide open. Taking out Finn first, I mean, that just bypasses that hurdle that they would have had to go through. And so perfect positioning and also patience, because now they do have the EMP, they have the Blade, they have all of these beautiful tools to work with. And as long as Dove can get up on the high ground and Shock, you know, fall victim to this, I think Paris is going to be in a good spot. Good momentum.
I mean, they could EMP on high ground here, just send that Blade up.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to see where Dove is going to position. Looks like he's, again, going around the back to maybe target Finn. Now we're on board with Striker, who's still got a Pulse Bomb available. EMP does land. It lands on both Violet and Finn, taking them out. Once again, the Transcendence not being able to be used in these fights. Finn is just getting erased by the Paris Eternal right now. A real vendetta, it feels like. Shock do get another attempt, of course, as this point is rather long. Although taking control of height is going to be pretty nice. But Paris Eternal slowly but surely, Rose, getting through their ultimates. Their staggering of ults is kind of exceptional at this point, although Shock have built up to a healthy amount of their own.
Yeah, they have. I mean, you could just use the Transcendence now, I guess, because you're not really waiting for anything in particular now.
Two-man beat, Blade comes out, the hack once again onto Violet, but he can't get taken down. Finally, the Transcendence is used. Muffle's Blade looking hella dull. Oh, 7-8 swings on Violet, and he took almost 0 damage thanks to that Transcendence. Paris Eternal do end up using their beat and Blade in that fight, but the San Francisco Shock had the perfect trance timing to stop that push.
So maybe it worked out for the better, you know? Finn does have a tough job where you want the Transcendence and you want the Immortality field for a lot of different things on Paris. The Dragon Blade, the EMP, maybe even Diva Bomb if you're not able to get out of the way when Crowley tries to remech. And also just if the Coalescence ends up being a lot of damage too, then yeah, it's tough to figure out when to use for what.
Little high DPI gameplay there from Luca Mino. All right, they try and push up high ground with that Coalition. You see him like 180 constantly because the DPS from the San Francisco Shock are trying to get behind him. Self-destruct for Kalush to remech as Paris push onto the bridge.
Yeah, so another good contest can come in here from the Shock. Proper can go ahead and pop the overclock here. Look how aggressive that Proper is getting too. Oh, but the EMP first!
Good EMP. Yeah, nice. It catches Finn right on the edge of that EMP. That was pretty well timed there from Dove and pretty well placed. Paris Eternal going to enter the castle with time to spare. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Not going to be able to get a better time than Shock at this point, but still a pretty damn good push so far.
Yeah, well, they got to complete the map, and so they have tons of time now to be able to do it. 2 minutes is a lot to work with, and that's going to be at least enough to get them another EMP. Duff's been building these up fairly fast, and they have been able to convert over to fight wins for Paris. So really, Paris want to win this fight here and then have the EMP online to really sink the payload home.
All right, they're going to make their push, and Finn once again is the target for the Paris Eternal. Their dives have been kind of immaculate every single time, going for Finn, taking him down, whether that's a hack or whatever, just the overwhelming amount of damage. Nothing stands in their way of killing Finn, that's for sure. Just like I said before, a true vendetta against Finn right now. All right, Proper in a little bit of trouble. Kalush with the backup manages to take down Malfoy. The two-man dive with the Paris Eternal not working out too well as Proper takes to the front line all on his lonesome. Eventually joined by Kalush, but now they make their push to try and punish Paris before they get back to the point. 1 minute and 11 seconds to go as the payload now is slowly regressing, but Paris again has a wealth of ultimates.
Yeah, they took an eco push there to be able to get 4 online, and then by the time they actually use those ults, you can use the sound barrier and the coalescence to sustain, and then by that point, Dove should have the EMP. And so it's gonna probably be overtime, but Paris have to finish this map, and they're gonna be playing for a draw here.
Nice early EMP. Malfoy's still got that blade. Can they make a comeback? He's jumping in. Oh, that looks way better now. Oh, but Proper shuts him down. A swift headshot to Malfoy does end his life, but the rest of the San Francisco Shock are going to fall around him. It was a 4-for-1 trade there with Paris Eternal now self-destructing on the point to try and get this cap. Striker eventually torn down. And with 20 seconds to go, they don't want to land this in OT, otherwise they won't get another attack. Proper back on the Genji. Rack attack goes back to eating his baguette as he is torn apart. And Paris losing numbers. They do unleash the EMP, but a nicely timed lamp there from Violet does save Kalush and Finn's life. Overtime is approaching. No C9s today. 0.24 meters, as now the time will tick down rather quick. It's only Krawi and then Rack attack to try and get back, but they're taken care of rather swiftly. I mean, Dove's going to get in there, but it's basically all over. They're not even going to get a second round, as the San Francisco Shock will take map number 2.
Whew, that was so close. Paris just actually did such a good job on that map. It just wasn't quite enough. Like, they didn't have enough time to work with, or, you know, Dove's EMP didn't come online maybe as fast as they would have wanted it to, but Jack, that was close. That was really close. Paris had some great fights there.
Yeah, honestly, a lot closer than you'd kind of expect.
Wait.
Kind of expecting it might be a little bit of a roll, but Paris's use of ultimates, especially going from first to second, like, look pretty damn solid. So they're coming back with it. You love to see it.
Wait,
Again, it's
chat. Kalush says Finn had 11 deaths, and Luke Camino's like, I only had 10. That's all I'm saying.
Kalush says gap. True and
True
real.
and real.
You're best friends when you can take the piss
that's
out
so
of them,
funny.
that's for sure. I mean, look, Finn did get dove 24/7.
did, though.
I feel
Like,
you. I feel you, Finn.
Nothing he could do about it, too,
I
to be
feel that
fair.
pain.
Like, that Paris had his number the entire time.
Look at that. He got dove so much he dissolved off of camera. Goodbye, Finn. Hopefully we'll be back for the third map. We're going to jump to a quick break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. Poops Extra off the mat.
Kill me! No, please!
They got the rally, they got the help, and they're going to collect this back.
It's wiping there with a double pulse.
Yeah, look at that, Dart hitting the old skewed happy. But it's just done away, hit it.
There's eternal fighting!
Well, they certainly are fighting right now. Iconvaldo are a little bit closer than Shock would have wanted. Finn having 11 deaths there and Kalush calling it a support gap. So, yeah, pretty, I guess you could say, rough for the Shock on the defense. They almost let Paris Eternal full cap. They did still end up coming up with a win on that map and setting themselves on match point. But Paris, yeah, definitely fighting.
They absolutely are. I'm super impressed with their performance in Iconvaldo so far. And, you know, while I always thought it would be a win for San Francisco Shock today, I didn't think it would be close. Sorry, I didn't think it would be so one-sided, right? I always thought that this would be a very close match because of how much Paris Eternal have improved as a team. I know that they're out of the running for play-ins and their season has been not what they would have hoped for, but they've fought every single match, every single day that they have had to play, and they're here to play too against San Francisco Shock, no less. Like, that's a tough team, and they made Iconvaldo very close.
They did indeed. All right, we're going to Route 66 as our next map. Is Kalush going to play Sigma again? I mean, it's not bad for this map, to be fair.
I would not hate it.
I'd be too surprised. Yeah, I mean, he's just been playing it the whole time, so wouldn't be shocked, wouldn't be surprised. They are on attack first, so I guess we get to see what Paris Eternal want to do. Oh, looks like they're going to kind of do the same thing, maybe. What's Crowley thinking? What's Crowley thinking? Little rack attack Z.
Oh, interesting. Wait, Crowley's still thinking about it.
All right.
Okay, no,
Okay.
he's committed.
Sigma defense, probably Sigma versus Sigma in that case.
Well, I think Kalush is going to be pretty happy about that one. You know, he loves playing Sigma. I think his Diva has looked really good, but feels like Sigma really is his comfort zone, as he walked into this season of Overwatch League primarily as an off-tank player. And so you can definitely see a little bit more confidence and a little bit more comfort on those off-tank heroes. But having to also convert that into just playing a single tank can be difficult. You have a lot of different roles that you have to juggle here, most of which is most important in creating that space. And Kalush is just going to go walk up to Crowley right now. Oh, an accretion to the face!
Yeah, Crowley does need a little help. A little bit of healing from Lucamino there, keeping him topped off. Kalush the same, but from Violet. All right, high ground control is imperative. Crowley just getting bullied. Speaking about getting bullied, yeah, Finn getting his own back there. Dunked in the gunge was mouthful. This is rather a dominant position. If Kalush can hold this spot right here, Paris Eternal are going to have a very rough time on the high ground. Even Crowley, to be fair, who's stuck in that small room. Rock does go wide for Kalush, eats a little bit of damage, but Crowley does end up getting focused in the end. Striker's going to be able to help finish it up. Yeah, there's only a couple of members left, the Paris Eternal on that first point.
That's going to be a big stagger too, because that should reward Shock with that first cap, and then yeah, Paris are just not going to be able to come back and contest this. So you're going to see them start getting set up on the high ground of second point, right around high side. Yeah, you can see the barrier there too, just being really important. But Proper with those disruptor shots is actually making a lot of space as well. I think that's why Proper has been so impressive, because it's not just about the raw output of damage from this player, but also how he utilizes those abilities to kind of help out Kalush to create that space and also get those picks. Look at that, like the disruptor shot on the high ground actually forced Paris Eternal off of it. The disruptor shot on the corner is going to force them back. Keep an eye out for that.
Oh. Crowley looking like he wants to make a play. Yeah, has got a finite range. The disruptor shot. Is that my voice cracked there, or was that just me? Maybe that was just me, I don't know. Malfoy ends up going down to Proper. I feel like I've had too many of those this season already. Happens to everybody, I swear. All right, Striker with no pulse. No lamp for the Paris Eternal either. As the Shock they really haven't stopped the payload from going. There will be a window for Violet there. You can see pushing the rest of the Paris Eternal. They're basically just getting corralled into this small corner. You're thinking about the Disruptor shot, but like even Violet and Finn's presence on the high ground, forcing the shucking out the window. Paris don't have to back up, kind of respect it. And Paris might not even get another chance to touch. And without Lucio, there's, absolutely no chance. Wow, 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
That's so much time to work with.
A large time bank, that is for certain.
I mean, at this point, though, there's ults on the board here for Paris. They're going to have 5. Oh, big pick onto Striker. There you go, Rack Attack.
Oh, cheeky. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, not quite cheeky enough. That window on the back lines. I mean, Proper just dives in, hits him with the damage, and that's about it, really. Rack Attack's going to get chased down. It's a 3v5 right now, as Paris Eternal are going to have to go again. Have to back up. Nice lamp by Camino too.
Just
Quarry was
tank.
saved.
Did you see that? He was like actually ahead of Kaluge. Just like firing down the shield.
Oh, the Flux. Do they need to use the Transcendence? No, they do not. They actually only just use the lamp, and Proper still on an absolute tear. Flux from the Shock is going to do a little bit better than Paris Eternals, and Dove just gets annihilated. 4 minutes and 20 seconds for the Shock. Pushing on Route 66. Yeah, pretty hefty time bank. All things considered, they're hunting Malfoy right now.
Ooh.
They found him.
Okay, a big swap ups here from Paris.
Hello.
I mean, they only have a couple more meters that they're going to be able to defend from, but you've got the Sombra, the Diva, and the Lucio on the case now. A lot of mobility here for Paris to work with.
Okay, it's a 4v4, and it's a 1v1 happening. Okay, no. Striker's joined the rest of his team once again, but Proper putting the rest of the Paris Eternal to bed by the looks of it. All those headshots not quite hitting. Dove's got the fancy footwork. The rest of his team were not quite so lucky, as they were taking a face full of orbs from Finn by the looks of it. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. 43 seconds, in fact. 3:43 for the final cap on Route 66. That is a quick time.
That's a quick time in a palindrome. How fun. Can numbers be palindromes?
We like to keep it fun.
Or is that just words?
You're asking the wrong person. You're asking the wrong person. I will. Yeah, I'm gonna let you know
listen,
right now.
I love that we get paid to talk, but we don't know enough English to understand.
I don't know the mechanics of words. Okay. The mechanics of I can say the word. Do I know the mechanics or the spelling?
That's
Nope.
fair. No,
My
that's
spelling
fair.
atrocious.
I actually don't know if No, I can spell palindrome. I'm not gonna put my foot in my mouth on that one. I can't spell it, but I don't know if it applies to numbers.
You know when we were in school, and the teachers always said, "You're never always gonna have a calculator on you. You're never always gonna have a dictionary on you. You bet." Also, I don't know if this shows. Oh man,
Does this age you? Are you about to age yourself?
I might be outing myself. Yes, I'm about to out myself maybe a little bit. But maybe this is just because I went to, I don't know what to call it. It was just a school, but when I was super young, I got to write in cursive, like joined up writing.
Yeah. I learned that too.
I never used it ever. When am I ever going to join words? Like, who writes like that?
No, I mean, I feel like it's actually it's harder to read, in my opinion, because like a lot of people don't actually write in cursive, literate, illegibly enough. So I have no idea what they're writing. So yeah, look at that.
Only doctors write in cursive, and sometimes it's a bit hard to read doctors' writing.
I think doctor signatures are the worst one. That's the worst offender. You can't read that at all. Scribbles.
All right, let's have a look at Shock's defense. Paris Eternal again, just running this really hyper-aggressive dive with the Genji, with the Sombra. It worked well for them on Iconvolt. I mean, you might as well use it again if you find success with it. Rack Attack does end up going down. A big tool that they need to use, that speed boost to get on top of the backline of the Shock. If they can survive here, beautiful hack. Can they kill Striker? No, that lamp. My word, that lamp from Violet, clutch. Saving Striker's life, enabling him to recall, and now the Paris Eternal are a bit of an awkward situation. They're not moving the payload currently, and they are getting picked off. So they need to make a play at some point. They're going to decide to dive the backline, and once again, Finn's the target. Violet also ends up falling over as Kaluge turning the fight, or potentially turning the flight with that Flux, but it didn't end up working out. Just Maybe a little bit of damage, but that's about it. It's actually Proper that's making the difference
No,
on this
how did he get the Flux online so fast? Huh?
Oh, nice hack. Yeah, I guess it just took them a long time to make a move, that being Paris, and then he was just spamming into that mega health pack.
Okay, I mean, yeah, it's
shoot.
just absolutely wild he got the Flux online so fast. That's why I was so surprised, but Shock, there's...
Don't
no,
question
you're right.
the best Sigma.
no
Let's
no
be real.
thoughts, head
Come
empty.
on, Rose.
Kalush Sigma good.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at me now. My word. Quick reactions there on the shift, trying to get out of the way of that window. Yeah, Kalush actually just gets run down. The Paris Eterna once again making these very aggressive dives. Nice bit of peel there from Crowley, matrixing the hacked target. And without a tank, the Shock don't really have much point presence. Crowley's been on it like a car bonnet with this Matrix. The EMP gets unleashed by Striker, but will it be enough? There's only a couple of meters to go, and it's only him to touch. No, the EMP, a bit too aggressive from Striker, trying to turn the fight once again. It's like small individual plays the Shock are trying to make, but none of them landing.
No, and I think this is, I actually see a lot of Shock's fundamentals kind of disappearing here, where Paris, the reason why this has been so close is because they're playing together as a unit. These dives are very clean. Lucamino has been pumping in tons of healing into the team, and it's actually very commendable that Paris is making this unorthodox pick of the Moira work. We kind of clowned on it a little earlier on in the stage, but it's been beautiful.
Oh, Marvel taking away the damage there. Rack Attack's beat did save him, but can it save anybody else? Proper trying to line some shots up. Gets killed by the skill orb. The Shock still have a good position though. They're on high ground with Kalush, so him just existing, it might be just good enough. But the Shock DPS line, not really syncing up super well with Kalush. Of course, they want to go on like hyper-aggressive flank routes. In fact, even more so now as Proper's changed to the Genji. Kalush backing up with his supports. They're going to get a recontest, but the Paris Eterna want to make them hurt for it. A dive in onto Violet. The hack wears off, and that lamp comes out to save him just in time. A self-destruct from Quarry to create even more space, but with only one person on the payload, the Paris Eterna are moving that payload pretty damn slow. Malfoy and Proper, they do end up trading blow for blow there, with Violet falling. A better trade for the Paris Eterna. We're still moving that payload. Not sure who's AFK on it, but they got to check they're not AFK timed, then they won't get DC from the server. Should be good though. A 4v5 on the point now as the Shock are able to recontest as 5. And with Strike with a pulse bomb, this could be the thing that turns it around. Then with Proper going down, it might be even a bit easier now for Paris Eternal. Striker hacked up, forced to recall. The San Francisco Shock somehow still in this fight, with Striker struggling to find a target to take down.
Yeah, well, Striker might be losing his window of opportunity here, as that kill feed is all Paris right now.
Yeah, it is. Lucamino, Dove, and the rest of the gang are cleaning up the San Francisco Shock. Yeah, Striker had no real say in that fight whatsoever. Quite silent, put on mute. And the San Francisco Shock let go of that second point as Paris once again making this map competitive. 3.5 minutes moving into point C.
That's a lot of time. And one of the things I'm noticing about how Paris are playing this is that they're utilizing like that Lucio speed from Rack Attack to really push the pressure onto the Shock. Kalush actually feeling that. You know, with the Sigma, you're really kind of looking to have a very stagnant defense, but at least the Zarya gives you a little bit more ability to work with, but a fat EMP!
Huge EMP. Hit 5 feels good. Can they get the cleanup? I mean, killing Violet's honestly good enough. Humongous EMP from Dove, Rose.
That was absolutely massive. Everybody kind of lined up like that to fall like dominoes. Shock did have a great disengage though, utilizing Finn's Lucio to just get away and back up, knowing that they had lost Violet and a very significant source of healing. But this Coalescence, this really packs a punch.
Proper wants Blade so bad to kill that Cole. No, he's going to go down to Lucamino. Oh, the remake actually gets killed by Kalush. That's pretty bad news bears if you're Paris Eterna right now. They don't really care too much, though, as they're going to use that beat. Forces San Francisco Shock to use theirs, but Problem come out of spawn to use this blade for free at this point. Paris Eterna, oh, mouthful. Just sent to a King's Row by the looks of it there. Just flinged into the stratosphere. There's the cleanup. Blade not even needed.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think the fact that... Oh my god, there's a back cap happening!
No. Oh, it's good. We're good. No one panic.
Oh my god, could you imagine? Could you just...
That would have been the most egregious backcap in the history. The payload was pretty far away. But Jesus.
Oh my god.
I mean,
it's
I'm
like
going to be
that one
honest.
fight between New York and London.
It
that
could
like
happen.
the C9 plus the Ajax plus whatever else happened in that fight.
I mean,
No. Everything's good though. Everything's good. Let's go again. Let's see if Proper can get something done with this blade.
Proper. No, there's the grab. Once again, no blade needed for the San Francisco Shock. Really nice grab from Kaluj. Only a fight and a half left for the Paris Eternal. It's going to be the Genjis dueling it out. There's Blade versus Blade. Although Striker being Striker, okay, Kaluj, 7,000 DPI check. Well, they know where how slow he was to react there.
Well, Dove wants the EMP.
Right.
You know, as you mentioned, like they're kind of running out of time here, where they have a minute left on the clock, and you know, Dove really wants this EMP to help enable this blade from Malthol. If you don't have those cooldowns online, you can't get away, and it is going to be about the dueling Genjis here as we enter into the final fight.
All right, who's going to enter the Dragon first? Oh, Dove ends up going down. There's the blade from Proper. He's got the support set in his sight line, but with no dash reset, he's not going to be able to get on the back. Now, the Paris Eternal trying to flee as 3 with 30 seconds to go. Lucamino gets hit with a big stagger. In fact, Krawi too, maybe. Look at this aggression from the San Francisco Shock. You love to see it. A bit of free ult charge there for Shock, plus more time off the time bank. Paris Eternal, 2 key ultimates to come back into this one. They can't get stopped on last again. Come on, Paris. Hit that third checkpoint.
They've
Get a new
got this.
attack.
I mean, you still have to contend with Striker's overclock. He could just pop it here, especially on the straightaway, but at this point, Paris, they've got to get back to the card. They've got to be able to use the CMP. Last time, Dove, it was big.
Or there's 4 people lined up. EMP hits 4. There you go. Damage done. Striker erased. No more overclock for you. Proper pulls the blade and kills 1. Can he get more value? Both of his supports are currently taxiing him away to try and get back to that point. Malthol still with a blade in hand is going to have to contend with Violet in the background. Violet is just in and on another continent right now, but it might be good enough. He is healing and using the window from the back line, so the Paris Eternal have to look 15 different directions. Striker comes back on the Tracer, and that'll be all she wrote. The San Francisco Shock stop the payload in its tracks just before that third point again and take the series.
GG's though, honestly, all around. Paris put up a heck of a fight there, and the series was very competitive despite what the match records would have you believe. I love to see it. I really love to see it. Paris still fighting here for the season. They've got one more match, I think.
Yeah, I mean, having a good map like that against the San Francisco Shock, you've got to walk away happy. You know how strong they are. They got a lot of rookie talent, a lot of MVP level talent too. Like, going that far on Route 66 and Eichenwalder, you're feeling pretty damn good if you're Paris. That is for sure. Look, at the end of the day, the Shock do end up taking the dub, and Rose, now they're guaranteed a minimum of third seed. If they end up losing their match against London tomorrow, they will get third seed. If they end up going 2-0, sorry, they do end up with that second seed. And like Scott was saying on the desk, you ideally obviously want the higher seed because then you get to pick your opponent. You won't be able to pick first, but second is good.
I mean, I think that's what is great for the Shock, is that their destiny really is in their own hands, where, you know, they get to play for the wins or the losses that are going to earn them that seed, and this is just the first match in the right direction for them. And yeah, second would definitely be great. There are some really, really strong teams that have qualified for playoffs, and they're going to make it in from play-ins too. You want that choice.
Oh, yes, you do. Looks like Striker is going to be our player of the match today for his... well, he's played a little bit of everything today. I was going to say his Tracer.
Tracer and Sojourn.
A little bit of Tracer, a little bit of Sojourn, yeah, a little bit of Sombra. Love to see it. Yeah, so Striker, player of the match for today. Although, to be fair, you could probably have given it to Kaluj too.
I think...
Although, maybe I wouldn't have given it to Kaluj because he didn't play hard.
Oh, come on now.
Just saying.
You're just on this tirade.
That's how I decide player of the matches, by the way. Sneak peek into how the broadcast
Oh,
happens.
yeah, right?
I pick the player of the match on the heroes they play and if they're funny or not. If you play Torb...
True. What about Bastion? Bastion's an instant player of the match, I think.
Yeah,
That's
true.
why we gave it to Proper that one
There you go.
time.
Broadcast
Yeah,
lore
there you
coming at you live, the Overwatch League channel. But yeah, I mean, Striker, of course, we know he's going to do very well on the Tracer. But, you know, his ability to flex onto like something like a Sojourn and even the Sombra is also really nice.
Yeah.
Everybody was a bit shocked, I think, to see Striker back on the shop, right? It was like, well, okay, a very late signing for them. But if Tracer's going to continue to be this prevalent, they can have Striker on that pick, and then they can have Proper on literally anything else. So it's been a good pickup so far for the San Francisco Shock. We'll see how it ends up paying off in the playoffs, but if it's looking anything like it is now, it's solid pickup.
Hey, I mean, remember, Striker was the 2020 Grand Finals MVP for the San Francisco Shock. So maybe, as Uber would like to put it, lightning will strike twice, and Striker will be able to get them another W. So who knows? Maybe.
I mean, look, we're going to jump to a quick break. We actually got him on the other side of this one with Danny with an interview, so don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss that. We'll see what BM he can talk. Give me something at least, Striker. Come on.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Striker from San Francisco Shock. Striker, congratulations on the win. Clean 3-0 victory for the San Francisco Shock. And, I think this is my first time talking to you after you rejoined the San Francisco Shock. So I just want to ask, how are things going for you? How does it feel to be back with the San Francisco Shock? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리고 오늘 어떻게 보면 되게 빠른 3대0 승리로 경기를 끝내셨는데 어떻게 보면 이번에 센쇼으로 돌아오신 다음에 저랑 인터뷰가 처음인 것 같아서 그거에 대해서 좀 일단 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 이렇게 오랜만에 예전 소속팀이었던 센쇼에 다시 돌아오시게 되셨는데 좀 소감 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
쇼크에서 오랫동안 플레이해왔는데 다시 돌아오게 되어서 집에 돌아온 것 같이 편하고 행복합니다.
All right, definitely. Coming back to San Francisco Shock, I did spend a lot of time in San Francisco Shock, so it definitely feels good to be back. And it sort of feels like I'm back home, and I am very happy and grateful to be back playing for the San Francisco Shock. Talking about San Francisco Shock as well, I mean, you had an amazing play today, but I think San Francisco Shock has really, really stacked DPS lineup. There's Sam, there's Proper, and of course you as well now. So what is, what is your role in San Francisco Shock as for DPS? 자, 두 번째 질문은 지금 현 어떻게 보면은 센쇼의 로스터 중에서 특히나 딜러 쪽을 보면은 굉장히 쟁쟁한 선수들이 많잖아요. 당연히 스트라이커 선수도 물론 포함이 되고 거기다 프로퍼 선수, 샘 선수까지 있는데 이제 스트라이커 선수가 보셨을 때 지금 센쇼 딜러진에서 이제 자기만의 역할이 있다면 무엇일까요?
일단 제가 생각하기로는 이제 제 역할은 이제 프로퍼 선수 최대한 편하게끔 플레이할 수 있게 만드는 게 제 역할인 것 같아요.
All right, so I believe my role currently with this current San Francisco Shock roster is sort of enabling Proper to make Proper feel comfortable on whatever hero that he chooses to play. So I am there to sort of support Proper's gameplay, and I think that is my role. All right, Striker, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. Again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 인터뷰 감사드리고 오늘 승리 너무나 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
감사합니다. Thank you.
There you go. It's really nice. It's really nice to talk to Striker.
Yeah.
I'm really happy that he's back, and he looked amazing on that tracer, right?
Yeah, no, it's sort of interesting to hear it come from him of like what is his role on the San Francisco Shock, because when he originally signed, a lot of us were questioning, like, why is he coming in? His best hero is Striker. Proper's one of the best tracers that we have in the league. I think I said that weird.
No, that was fine. No, it made total sense. His best role is Striker.
Yeah, Proper is the best role.
Yeah.
Okay, I definitely said that wrong, but it makes sense. Striker's coming in to play that tracer that enables Proper to be able to play the Echo, to be able to play the Sojourn, be able to play, anything that is really required from him. So it makes sense, and I'm curious to see how that's going to play out going into the playoffs, because one of Striker's biggest assets is that he has a lot of playoff experience, and that might come up numbers for the Shock in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Shock that is looking to win the Overwatch League title, right? They're not going to settle for a top 4 or a top 6, and no, nothing about that. They want to win the entire thing. So when the San Francisco Shock signed Striker, I mean, I made sure to question him here on Watchpoint, because I said, hey, his start to the year on Boston Uprising, it was not great, all right? That was not the Striker we knew from 2019 and years like that, right? But on Tracer so far, I mean, it took some time. He didn't play Tracer initially. He's been playing some Sombra for the team as well. I believe he even played some long-range hit scans, stuff like that. So they've been trying to find what is best for Striker and what is best for Proper on this San Francisco Shock team. And now they finally found it. I don't think it's a big surprise either that Striker plays his best when he is on the Tracer, not when he's on the long-range hit scan players. His Sombra, of course, it's something you can rely on. But this is the composition. This is the player composition, the lineup that I think Shock will lean on the most as we move forward. Putting Proper on the long-range hit scans, Sojourn is busted right now. Such a strong hero, whether it's in Ranked, whether it's in Overwatch League, and Striker playing his hallmark, like, key hero, the Tracer. The San Francisco Shock, I think they actually have a decent chance at the title now when they figured out this second DPS role. You can talk all you want about the other players on the roster and their impact so far. Kilo, he's been good, but he hasn't quite reached the peak we were anticipating, for example. Now with Striker in the lineup, this is a Shock team that could go all the way.
Yeah, and they have a lot of flexibility in their wheelhouse, and they sort of showcase that in this match.
Yeah.
It was actually a little bit close. You know, Paris almost did finish 2 of these maps, but the San Francisco Shock just playing so many different compositions. We saw Kaluj on the Zai, we saw him on the Sigma, saw him on the Diva, and sort of seeing that flexibility from Finn and Violet as well just sort of makes me feel a little bit more comfortable depending on what the playoff meta is going to be. They've shown that they can play lots of different things and they have the flexibility to move that around, which is a weakness that we have sort of had issues with them in the past with Sam, Kilo, and Proper. It felt like Proper was not always comfortable, but with Strike coming in, that being his role, you know, I'm curious to see what Shock is going to show up.
Yeah, I mean, like Striker said, his role right now is to enable Proper. So I guess we'll find out more from their matches. And you know, with one more win, they're going to go into the #1 seed. Do you guys think it's possible? Number two, sorry. #1's already locked in for Dallas Fuel.
Yes.
Number 2 seed. Do you think it's highly likely that they're going to get it?
Shock vs London's an interesting one that's gone back a lot. There's been a lot of history between these 2 teams just throughout this season. So honestly, it could go either way. We just saw London. They're playing the Rush. Will the Shock know how to deal with that? We'll have to find out.
That's going to happen tomorrow. But before we get to that, we have one more match today. That is Toronto Defiant versus the Florida Mayhem. What are you guys looking out for this match?
Well, I want to see Toronto Defiant perform, actually. I mean, this is a team now that they're not able to qualify for the direct playoff spot. Instead, they have to go through the play-ins. And this is a team that they finished third actually, in the Summer Showdown at their own homestand, right? So I want to see them continue with that momentum. They have one of the best backlines in the game with Twilight, a storied player who ironically was on the San Francisco Shock, but also Chorong, one of the best main supports to come into the league on a rookie contract this year. So Toronto Defiant, I want to see them fulfill their potential. Florida Mayhem, they definitely can show some great signs of life as well. Both of these teams will be in the play-ins, so I want to see good stuff from them as we draw closer to the playoff and the final stages of this season.
All right, well, I think all 3 of us picked Toronto for this match, right?
Yes.
Let's see what our casters think. We have Jaws and Necra. Any of you guys going rooting for Florida Mayhem? Mayhem believers?
Any believers?
Machek?
Look.
No?
Listen to me, okay?
And Josh,
there's a reason why Twilight and Chorong are on my Roll Stars list, okay?
Wait, was Josh
Why do I
dancing
stop
during the break?
Yeah,
I can't dance anymore.
A double dab at the beginning. I didn't really want to talk about it.
One of these. Look, Scott, I don't want to talk about you, but you're on the desk, unfortunately, so, I mean...
Huh?
Oh, no, wait, no, they might take that out of context. No, I actually like Scott,
Jack's upset at me.
No. Necro, are you also rooting for? Do you think Toronto is gonna win as well,
I'm
or
in,
do you
I'm in
think
the Toronto
there's a chance that Florida
Defiant
Mayhem?
camp here. No, I think
We're
there is a
all-
small
yeah,
chance that
united!
Florida can upset, but I think it's Toronto Defiant's time. They had some pretty devastating losses earlier on in the stage, and I feel like it's time for a comeback. You know, this is the final hour. They're gonna rise to the occasion. Get it?
Yeah.
The rise
together.
All right, I think we're done.
This match
we're reaching the end of the season. We ran out of jokes.
voted Hisu over Kevster for All-Star. So I want to see Rollstar Hisu.
That's something that we need to
match.
fill the world.
Josh picked Hisu over
Kevster.
Rollstar.
Yeah, so.
Them's fighting words.
What are you? Wow, a true Toronto fan. I see.
You know the best part of the broadcast?
All right.
I get told when I can move on. So I don't have to answer that question because we get to go into game. Bye, everybody. I don't have to explain my reasoning. Excellent stuff. Yes, I did pick Hisu as my damage roll star. Look, I like seeing Hisu play. I did pick 3 Toronto players for my roll stars, to be fair. I also had Chorong and Twilight, the Adamantium backline. No, okay, I didn't put Hopper down.
Your favorite
Tank
player?
was like... I know, he's one of my favorite players, but the Tank roll star this season, Rose, you see
that list is actually insanity. Like, there's so many good players, and like you've seen the talk about MVP votes and also roll star votes, and it's like you really can't make a wrong choice. Like it's just that close across the board. Everybody's really stepped it up for this season.
It's super difficult. It was. I think that was one of my hardest ones, was choosing what roll stars are for the tank. Like you said,
really
it's
tough.
ridiculous. I think
there are obviously some big candidates in there, like Reiner, for example. But yeah, overall, it was extremely difficult. I'm curious to see everybody else's, like what the public's kind of thinking and what other kind of personalities around the scene are
Who's actually going to win the awards? We'll see.
Definitely a tough thing to pick. But we're going to get into this series. It's Mayhem versus the Toronto Defiant. Rose, obviously both these teams right now are in the play-ins, and this actually could be a match we see again in the play-ins when they start in like a week or 2 weeks or so. You know, like it's kind of insane. Yeah, exactly. Like it's so close now, which is also insane. Regular season ends this week. Ridiculous stuff. But we might actually see this matchup again, which is quite interesting because both these teams, in fact, might not want to show their hand entirely. They are playing on this patch for play-ins, so if the Florida Mayhem or the Toronto Defiant have something in their bag of tricks, do they really want to show it now if their opponents could be each other in a week or so?
Yeah, I don't think you want to, because every little advantage, every little strategy is going to help you propel further, and the ultimate goal from the play-ins is to make it into playoffs, where you've got the big money on the line, the trophy for the season, all of these other things that just the entire season has been leading up to, and so you don't want your journey to be cut short. So yeah, you got to kind of hold on to all your cards if you really can. But I think this matchup's going to be tough. You know, like we were talking about how votes have been really up in the air for all these teams. I think the winner's up in the air too. Joss, I mean, look at this lineup here for Florida Mayhem. We talked about tanks. Let's talk about someone who has just been pretty standout here for the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, definitely one of the most well, one of the craziest personalities
animated.
I think we currently have in the league. Yeah, and always animated, whether it's on camera or on stage or whatever. I try to see him on the big stage, honestly. I think everybody else does as well. I think he's captured the hearts of a lot of Mayhem fans and fans around the league just with yeah, his antics. So let's hope the Florida Mayhem do well in this series in the play-ins. They got Checkmate, Hydron, Animo, and RuPaul to round out the lineup starting today, Rose. So no Xe again. We're just seeing Hydron just slotted in there.
Yeah, I think at this point, like it's really tough because Hydron and Checkmate have had and developed so much synergy over the course of the season that it's really difficult to separate them and bring in a new DPS into the lineup that just plays differently. You know, I think that Xe's one of those types of players that has some incredible hero moments, but when you're trying to work with backing up someone's aggressive style of play, you really need players that are going to like have had that experience working together as a unit, right? So that's where I feel like this lineup comes into the fold.
Let's have a look at the Toronto Defiant. 3 players on the lineup today who I put down for role stars. We'll see how they can do. Chorong and Twilight, Hotba, Although, and Hisu to start us off today. So no finale. Gonna have Although and the Hees on
Yeah,
Deeps.
I mean, this is just a star-studded lineup. I know we've memed about it a lot, but the talent legitimately is there. We just need to see it kind of shine a little bit brighter today. Like we were mentioning, Toronto have suffered some pretty devastating map 5 losses so far this stage, and this was after coming in 3rd at their own homestand. And so you're really just kind of hoping that this roster can kind of pull themselves together, rebuff the mental, and come into this final week of playoffs or regular season strong.
Yeah, Toronto Defiant still have it in them as well, Rose,
Yeah.
to end the regular season exactly mid, like 0.5 differential. Like they are currently 11-11 with 45 to 45 maps.
I mean, but that's good enough. That's good enough.
That is true, but it is insane that they have an exact equal record. It's honestly a talent in of itself. And they have 2 more matches to go, Rose, so they could be 12-12. Their next opponent is the Houston Outlaws. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that one goes down. But at hand, it is the Florida Mayhem as their first opponent.
Kicking things off here on Ilios, and this is where I totally understand why Animo is going to be in the lineup for the Florida Mayhem. We see him often slotted into the roster for these control maps to be able to play that Lucio and have that speed advantage, but Animo also provides a lot of flexibility to the team where it's not just about the movement and territorial control of the map, but also that high skill expression and just being able to kind of pump out that damage that Florida's going to need for these pretty strong dives. But Chorong too.
Yeah, Hydron I always kind of look to And I think this will be the big matchup for him to at least prove himself a little bit more. He did at the very start of the season, had a bit of a lackluster stint in like the JQ meta kind of thing, where we saw a little bit more Exy, to be fair. And playing against Hisu, who's notably extremely good on things like Sojourn, and just a very, very clutch player at the end of it all, an exciting player to watch. I think the Florida Mayhem, or at least Hydron, might have a little challenge here. And I think Florida, especially coming into the season, their roster was kind of chop and change. We have a couple of switch arounds here and there. Sermajed and RuPaul for the Florida Mayhem have been super standout, and I'm glad they have someone like Arnamo 2 Rose who will come out for, well, surprisingly, you know, Lucio good on this map, has also been just a backbone for this team. We'll see how they want to face them, though, as Toronto Defiant do end up losing Chorong to start us off, and Hopper's not soon to follow. The Florida Mayhem with an extremely aggressive wraparound into Cage to end up taking that first cap rather easily.
Yeah, the wraparound actually forced Toronto into that position where they had to try to disengage, but without the Lucio, it kind of made it difficult for Hoppa to get away as well. So someone gets to keep their Zarya charge, they get to keep control and this aggressive positioning. But it really is going to be this like Hisu Hydron duel across this open pit.
Yeah, I think Hisu wants to take a more of an aggressive angle here. Shooting the bubbles. He is charging someone up a little bit, but charging the railgun in the process is Hisu. Hydron ends up taking yet another kill. And that is although he started the last fight off with an elimination. Now he gets another one. Checkmate paying attention to Hisu on the high ground. Nice little reflection damage there. Oh, dies to the disruptor shot, but it's okay. His team are there to back him up. Arnamo helps chase down the kill as Florida near that 50% mark.
Yeah, they're going to be racking up percentage pretty quickly here if Toronto aren't able to come back into this one. You're really relying on Twilight now to hit a pretty big window. So you want to see him get into maybe a flanking position to really amp up some of that damage, but
little double hop.
I was like, oh, he's
nice
just
little
getting
bit of
ready
tech
for
there.
it.
That was super nice. Oh, there's the window. Run someone. He's good. He had a bubble as well, so it wouldn't have been too much of a problem. Still got to be careful. You are near the pit, and I'm sure Chorong is hunting and searching. Hopper do be on the high ground, though. He did also jump up onto height. He isn't really getting too much damage done. The rest of the Florida Mayhem are kind of just sitting in the cage, but they will have to touch the point, as although it is pressuring the Toronto Defiant have a couple of ults on board, or at least will in a moment or two, as Hopper's nearing that grab, although he's got a pulse bomb and trying to hunt down Hydron. But the Sound Marathon Florida Mayhem might just be too much tempo for Defiant to actually keep up with. Or Hydron just taking names and numbers with a triple kill, a quadra kill for Hydron there with the railgun to end out the round. Toronto Defiant, where you at?
In spawn. They're in spawn. That Hydron put them in spawn. He put all of them in spawn.
Oh my god.
That was nasty.
Pretty. Oh man. That's rough, right? It's 100-0, and Toronto Defiant, they're coming back with ults. Although it had pulse, and they were nearing like 90+% on like grab, on overclock and whatnot.
They just couldn't get there on time
then
to like use them.
Florida Mayhem's tempo was just too much for them.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be tough. I feel like Toronto has actually kind of had this problem for a lot of their most recent matches. You know, it's just kind of a little unfortunate that, you know, the stage that they've had so far and the opponents that they have faced have been pretty tough in terms of just pace setters. Like, you know, I think Dallas Fuel has been, you know, a pretty big one, but also just having to play against teams like the Rain, who really like to play aggressive. That was a tough loss for them to start out this stage.
Once again, Florida Mayhem just trying to force themselves to the backline. Toronto Defiant. Hydron opens it up. Twilight ends up going down to checkmate. Wow. Looking a little lackluster now in Toronto. Florida Mayhem. It feels like... This is going to sound incredibly silly, but like it feels like they're just using the speed boost, and Chorong's not at this point. They're always able to kind of push out, like Chorong and Arnamo just like speeding out spawn, yada yada yada. But like Florida Mayhem are really just pushing. Toronto to find a little bit just more reserved, backing up slightly, wanting to play around the point, as Florida Mayhem just trying to force the issue more often than not.
No, I absolutely know what you mean. And it's just like Florida, they're really not waiting around to try to get into the best position to do things. They are just kind of pressing the W key and doing what they do best, which is just using their mechanical skill to get these picks.
All right, there's a pick for Defiant now. They do take down RuPaul. Can Hydron save this? Oh, an aggressive beat from the Florida Mayhem there. Hits 3 people, but the grab from Hopper will end that fight. Rather overeager maybe, but they still managed to get the Graviton Surge out from the Toronto Defiant. As, now Toronto do control.
Yeah, well, that was a pretty heavy investment there. You saw the Amplification Matrix and the Graviton Surge. Actually, double support ultimates being used for Florida, though, doesn't feel great either, but someone at least gets a chance to come back into this one, and with Hydron getting the pick onto Hisu, this is a free grab.
God, he is dominating right now. Twilight does receive the beat, taking the 1v1 quite handily. Graviton Surge comes out from someone, is blocked. Well, the majority of the damage is blocked by that lamp. Can Defiant get healed up quick enough? Doesn't look like it. Although right now harassing Arnamo, trying to force him into different positions and away from the rest of his team, and also keeping the Lucio low so he can't peek out. It is go time for Hisu as he unlocks the overclock, but so does Hydron. And look at Hisu backing all the way up. Doesn't want anything to do with this fight whatsoever. Just the sheer presence of both Checkmate and Hydron enough to kind of scare him away, and we're not even in Halloween yet. Toronto Defiant do end up losing control, but the Florida Mayhem still willing to take them to the cleaners as they do push up all the way, well, close to their spawn. Not quite there yet, but I can imagine we're going to get touched the spawn.
I think so. You may as well at this point. You have a pretty big lead over Toronto in terms of capture progress, and you're going to be actually at like last fight territory by the time that Toronto come back into this one. Even Hisu actually, you know, tried the Widowmaker for a short time there. Going to go back over to the Sojourn, but that's another pick. That's speed that Toronto don't have. And they've got to get a reset in here unless Hisu's able to get a second pick.
Okay, how do Florida Mayhem really grab around this? Because, yeah, they do need that pick.
To back up.
But killing RuPaul does force Florida to back all the way up. 99% is approaching for Florida as Arnamo's close to that beat. He's got to be careful, though. Looks like, yeah, Hopper and although wanted someone dead, and they got their wish. Overtime was reached, but Toronto Defiant do cap. Wasn't really much of a fight there. It was just like running down someone, waiting for RuPaul to come back.
Yeah, and this is where things get a little dicey for the Defiant. They really only have all those Pulse Bomb to try to take out somebody in the back, but when RuPaul has the Immortality Field, that's not something that is easily taken out, especially if you can wait till the last second before that Pulse Bomb ends up going off. So, Sound Barrier, Amplification Matrix, Florida coming in hot.
Yep, Arnamo's even holding on to that Sound Barrier too. The Florida Mayhem pushing the Toronto Defiant to their brink. Sound Barrier available. Okay, eventually comes out. I got a little bit worried there, and I think the rest of the Florida Mayhem did too. A Sound Barrier plus a lamp does help them survive that Graviton Surge, as now the Florida Mayhem determined to take this point back. All those damage looking rather lackluster on that Tracer right now. He's actually getting out damaged by Arnamo of all people. My word, what a round number one, or map number one, I should say. Florida Mayhem with a quick and clean 2-0.
Yeah, that was super, super clean there for Florida. They are definitely on a hot streak right now. Hydron seems very warm and very ready to fight this duel out with Hisu. And he's been winning a lot of the times right here. I mean, just the quad that we saw on Well, yeah, he's ready to go.
Yeah, he's in it to win it. Florida Mayhem up a map already. Wow, what a start. What more can you ask for from Florida Mayhem? It looks like smiles across the board. I mean, Hydron's cheesing ear to ear after that quadra kill. I would be as well. All right, we're going to jump to a break. We'll see if Toronto Defiant having any more success on map number 2. Welcome back. There's the guy that was cheesing a minute ago. Dude got a nice little quad kill and yeah, didn't die.
Yeah, he didn't die.
Didn't die on Ilios. That's a pretty good stat line thus far. Hydron Sojourn is just a thing to behold, honestly. When the hero initially got kind of released, or, you know, everybody could kind of play in the Overwatch League, everybody was curious, like, who is going to be the best? And Hydron was one of those players that stood out, and you can see exactly why. 0 deaths, 11 charge shot kills, 13 final blows, 4 overclock kills, which was the quad kill. I don't think, like, at the end of the day, if you hit 1 quad, you can forgive pretty much every other ult you have. It's all good.
Yeah.
You've got the clip, you can ship it. It's all good. 5.5k damage on Ilios. Yeah, he's starting out the series pretty damn well, and that goes for the rest of the Florida Mayhem team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Florida has been doing such a stellar job, but I feel like we'd be pretty remiss to not point out that Toronto Defiant are dealing with illness in the team. A couple of positive cases of COVID, so they might not be performing at peak that we might have hoped to be able to see them at. So I hope they're starting to feel better, and I hope that they're going to be able to go into play-ins really strong. But today, I think Florida Mayhem, they're really kind of giving it to them.
Yeah, definitely rough to play when you are ill. I mean, you are in a situation too, Rose, where you have made play-ins,
Yeah,
so
true.
it's not like a life or death situation, so you can kind of breathe a sigh of relief in that aspect.
And you're saving
but still,
strats.
not great to play
You're saving strats.
when you're feeling a little bit rough.
Right?
Yeah, true. True and real. I mean, yeah, I love talking about that kind of thing because we do see every now and then something a little bit wacky come out in the playoffs or play-ins that has been kind of looked over in previous matches. But right now, what we're seeing is kind of what I think we're gonna get. I don't think there's going to be any major variations in kind of comps, especially with how strong like D.Va and Zarya are. We've seen a little bit of like Rhine, Sigma, of course, on certain maps, or if you Kaluge, as many maps as possible. But with the Genji, Tracer, Sojourn, Sombra, and sometimes a little bit of Echo, I think that's really all we're going to get. Although I could be wrong, which I hope I am, but we'll have to wait and see. There's
Maybe
been
some
you know,
spice.
small percentage plays of like Soldier and stuff like that, but yeah, we'll see.
No, I feel like a lot of what the meta has evolved to over the stage, because like these last 4 weeks have been kind of wild. We started with a very heavy focus on D.Va, maybe a little bit more of a focus on Winston, like Winston, Sombra, Tracer, especially in the APAC region, and then D.Va became very popular, and then, you know, teams like Dallas Fuel, Toronto Defiant with the Zarya pick, you know, Hampin and Hoppa just really kind of making that like a really big staple in the format as well. We have seen a little bit of iteration, but I think we're finally starting to see the meta settle onto what is going to be best for these teams. So yeah, maybe not too much iteration.
He's under a little bit of pressure there. He's trying to bob and weave. Does hit that body shot on RuPaul. Not sure there's follow-up, although it's super low, and in fact the entire team is. That shift from the Batiste healing everybody up nice and proper, but the Toronto Defiant taking down someone might be able to make this first cap a little bit easier. Yeah, RuPaul being shoved away. It looks like the entirety of Florida Mayhem a little bit split up right now. Yeah, RuPaul using the lamp to kind of save himself, but not for long. Hopper should be able to get that kill. Oh, maybe not. Okay, well that kind of blows, but the point still should be theirs.
Yeah, a nice stall coming in from Florida there, but a very nice team fight and quick take by Toronto. Twilight having the amplification matrix online too is pretty big. I also want to point out that Chorong and Animo are charging up these sound barriers like wicked fast. They're both going to have it online for this next fight, and I think that's absolutely insanity when you think about just, you know, how maybe you see Lucio's actually charging those up. Doesn't seem to be as fast, but these matches, like both of them are hitting their shots. So
that window kill was extremely quick. I don't think there was any time to react there if you were Hisu. Window comes up, right click from the Sojourn, insta kill. Oh, Hydron's still going. I thought maybe you don't use, still using ult, sir. Everybody. Hydron's just kind of spinning around there like he's playing a tower defense game, looking for the balloons to pop. The Toronto Defiant do lob in their grab onto the payload. They catch a couple of people, but it's instantly lamped. There was no follow-up, so Bit of a ult wasted there, you'd say, from the Toronto Defiant. They've at least still got that beat. We'll see what they want to do with it, but they have to be careful of someone's
Yeah, I mean,
grab.
that's the problem, is that you have the grab and you also have the Dragon Blade from Checkmate that you're really trying to save this beat for. You know, we've seen a few teams actually using that Amplification Matrix as a defensive tool, but that's off the board as well here for Twilight. So you're really just kind of hoping that maybe the Immortality field is going to be enough, but there's the grab.
There's the grab. Oh, okay, yeah. Trong deciding better of it. Didn't want to use that beat. He knows if he's in that grab, everybody's just kind of looking at him anyway, and he might Ajax. You don't want that to happen.
No, I mean, the Immortality field only lasts so long, you know, and it has so much health.
See ya, Choro.
Yeah. Oh, big reset there. We're going to see a switch up here from All, though. Going to actually go over to the Genji instead of the Tracer. So playing a little bit more for those Dragon Blades now. Maybe feeling like he just couldn't find the same value that he would have liked to with the Tracer. There's not really a great target on the enemy team. Hydron can kind of just like slide away from you if you're nearby. He's been keeping a really nice distance. Checkmate could bounce that back to you. I don't think you want that to happen. But then just the mobility as well from Florida when you have the bubbles from the Zarya too. I think the Genji just gonna be able to slice through it a little bit better.
Blade. A lot of things being thrown out now. Beat to counter the Blade. Hop is still pretty low though. Checkmate just chasing everybody off the high ground. Double sound barrier. A lot of over health. And now the second attack can begin as Toronto Defiant still looking like they want to move up those staircases. I don't know, it goes down to a headshot from Hisu. Not really sure how that ended up working out, but it's working out for Toronto Defiant. Window and the lamp being used. And that will be the high ground defense from Mayhem thwarted there, as Toronto is still moving that payload. However, Hydron, yeah, he still manages to get a double kill. So not the cleanest fight in the history of fights for Toronto Defiant, but getting payload space is important as they are approaching this final corner for checkpoint B.
Yeah, so there's the payload progress. You're going to see Toronto start to back off from this one, though, as Hoppa has another grab, and you really just don't want to be staggered here. But this is the perfect opportunity for Hydron with the overclock to start getting set up on the high ground here.
Decent grab. That lamp is currently hitting someone, but a counter grab's pretty big. Hydron's just left clicking into it with his ult. Remember, those shots do end up penetrating targets, so yeah, pretty deadly if you're trapped in that Graviton Surge. A lot of free damage for the Sojourn. Nice combo use of the ultimates, and with a minute and 30 seconds to go for Toronto Defiant. Not looking so hot. Maybe the Blade can be the difference
Yeah,
maker.
you don't have Animo's sound barrier up right now, so you're hoping that the Dragon Blade will be able to stick that damage. It's going to be about that Immortality field, though, from RuPaul. Gotta get that down before you're able to make that Dragon Blade damage stick. So let's see. I don't know. They gotta also get past Hydron too.
Oh, missed that jump. We'll pretend we didn't see it. All good. All
Just
good.
take the stairs like a normal
All right,
person.
same thing for Toronto. Although Blade gets bubbled. Beat not available, but the lamp is, although takes care of RuPaul and his lamp with a single slash there by the looks of it. He does end up getting focused down by Animo, but he's quickly dispatched with 35 seconds to go, and with a touch here for Mayhem possible, and with a window too, that bridge can be rather deadly to cross.
You can see actually a big push up here from Toronto to try to at least get a little bit of poke damage. You want Twilight's Amplification Matrix online. He's actually going to stay a little bit back. So while Toronto take damage, he's going to be able to get that ult online.
All right, there's the window. You can even use the beat. There you go. Okay, Toronto Defiant using the beat to try and find the engage. RuPaul's off to the sideline with Animo trying to chase him down. RuPaul, or Chorong even trying to chase him down. It's actually Animo on the defense in that situation. Hopper and Hisu come up with kills. It's now only a support and a DPS for the Florida Mayhem to touch. And yeah, Hydron's in the back. He's still doing work, but Toronto Defiant will still manage to cap that point. 1 minute and 20 seconds to move to third. So that was a nice attempt from the Florida Mayhem, but with that beat, it's pretty tough to do so. That window, you can still get a lot of damage down, but the beat just kind of forces people through the window, and then, yeah, you just kind of topple over from there. You didn't have a beat to kind of counter it. Animo only just
Yeah, I mean, but now you do, and this is really where it's going to start to matter, because at the end of the day, Florida just want to stop Toronto from being able to complete this map. So there's a big reset there with that pick onto Hisu, and whoa, okay, they're actually just going to fight this out. Okay, Toronto.
Yeah, they use the land, then the beat. Nice counter grab. Oh, nothing saving from that one, unfortunately. One fight remains. One fight remains. Toronto Defiant. Hisu needs to have a godlike performance. Oh no. Go on, Hydron. You know you want to do it. Do not back out.
Hydron wants
Don't
this so
chicken out.
bad. Oh, he's gonna do it.
He can overclock.
Yeah, exactly.
They have to
No, I
touch.
know.
So as soon as they start moving over that bridge, he hits the
Oh, they're
overclock,
gonna have to run
hits
away.
a five-man collat,
Although,
and then they
did
win.
they not see him?
Oh
They
my
don't
God,
see
I
him.
didn't see him.
Oh my God, they don't see him.
Oh, the Heese. The Heese ain't going to be leased for much longer. Risu does receive a bubble just in time, but Hydron is just running them down. Oh, beautiful jumping shot onto Chorong. I mean, the damage is already done. Checkmate may have died, but the Toronto Defiant need to be able to touch. A sneaky play from Hydron will result in the push from Defiant, meaning all for nothing. There's only a hot ball left. Someone's going to help take him out, and that will be it. Nice play from Hydron there, catching Defiant unaware and stopping that play.
Wow. Oh, I was actually not entirely sure that that was gonna work. But it did. It did. Maybe that was some of the secret sauce. Florida Mayhem, what else you got for us? I feel like Florida is one of the more creative teams that we have in the league so far. Like, you know, they play meta, but they also play really, like, interestingly. Like, we saw that Symmetra teleporter strat from them even, I think, just last week, which was really fun. We saw it at the beginning of season 2, but this one was legal, so.
True. It's been lots of epic moments like that this season, I feel like.
Florida, though, it's always I feel like it's always Florida being involved. Like, they were the first team to pull out the Roadhog on Gibraltar at the start of the season too.
I mean, to what success that had, Rose.
But
All
they
right.
were still trendsetters, Jack. You wanted to see the
That's
Roadhog.
true. That is true.
They started it off for you.
Oh God.
No, don't do
All right, let's have a look what Hydron did. I mean, that was a really nice reactive bubble there from Hopper. But, yeah. I mean, Checkmate almost got killed with the blade, but that was all Hydron, that clip. Nice stuff. Nice stuff.
Right.
Yeah, they are. You're right. They are trendsetters. Yeah.
I know.
To be honest with you, I do and I don't want to see Hog, right? Because if we do see Hog, it does end up trickling down into ranked.
That's my point.
And then I'm like,
yeah, that's my fear exactly.
please,
I've
no.
already seen too much of it. I've seen too much. My poor ranked games.
Yeah, it is painful. It is painful. And then you get the Hog on your team and he just feeds constantly. Feels bad.
You just gotta try to
Feels
support
bad.
it though. If it is in your ranked games, then you just gotta try your best to support it, however you can. You gotta give it a Reaper, give it a Lucio, let them go nuts. It's fine. Everything's fine. Anyway.
All right. Any cheekiness from you, Hydron?
I don't think so.
Any cheekiness? He's holding an off angle. He did end up missing that railgun shot. Now Hydron trying to check, although does end up having to back out after using that recall. Slow but steady push from the Florida Mayhem right now, just corralling Defiant into this back left-hand corner like their sheepdog herding lamb. Now, the Florida Mayhem still have 2 ticks. Toronto do need to touch, and they don't touch. Oh, Hopper and although, I mean, Hopper right-clicked himself to death, but oh man, that is...
Oh, that feels so bad.
We won't talk about that one. I feel like I'm saying that a lot recently. We won't talk about that. Don't worry about it. We didn't see it. We didn't see it. Another C9 for the day. That makes 2.
That is 2. It has been, well, 1 minute since the last C9, but the other one happened like an hour ago. So that's where we are with the day. Anyway, amplification matrices. Let's see what you got, Florida and Toronto. Animo has a sound barrier already. Who's actually surprised about this at all?
Oh, hunting. Although, managed to get the stick. Lamb gets forced. Okay. And there's the window from Twilight. He's on the payload. Forces Florida Mayhem into that mega health pack room, but Twilight just gets rolled by Hydron. A window plus the right click will do it. Trades back and forth as Toronto Defiant committing with a 2-man beat. 3-man beat for the Florida Mayhem. Toronto really want to win this. It's a 2v3, but the Florida Mayhem don't end up using their grav. Toronto, I guess, at least forced a sound barrier out of Animo, but someone just patiently waiting with his Graviton Surge knew that they had a player advantage there, and now they're going to be able to take control of the payload.
I mean, look at where he's going. He's going up top. He's going on top of the grab.
Easy grab. Oh, no! No! Twilight jumps out of the grab, jumps to the high ground with the Exo boots. All right, maybe it wasn't a bad trade after all if you're the Toronto Defiant. Blade pulled from Checkmate. He's got to deal with 2 beam characters and a lamp. He doesn't get many kills, but he actually forces Toronto Defiant all the way back. Sometimes cooldowns just for a naked Blade is worth it. Twilight gets finished off for the Florida Mayhem. Still control that point and are pushing it over the bridge.
They are going to be able to get this checkpoint. I don't think Toronto can come back and contest this unless they want to send all those Tracer in there. They're not going to. They're just going to try to take a closer hold here. Wait!
Oh, they do. 0.7 meters, and Hisu using the overclock. He's super low though and can't really get an angle. A good headshot on someone. Oh, Hydron! Oh no! Tragedy has struck, and Charon got the assist for that too because he was sliding and he sound barriered him. It doesn't really move you that much, but you do get the kill credit. Oh man, that is devastation for the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, but I mean, hats off to the Toronto Defiant. They're really kind of trying to play a little bit more risky, where, you know, they're going for those grabs where they're down members, or they're going for the sound barriers to try to survive with only 2 people alive. And that's just another one of those where maybe the cards were stacked against them, but Aldo got the touch and Toronto Defiant came in with a team wipe. The defense is alive.
He's just getting chased down there. Yeah, all right. Here's Lucio still, so it's all good. Hydron finishes off Twilight with a disruptor shot as the Pulse Mob eventually misses from, although I was going to say lands. I was going to think the better of it, but it didn't end up happening. Hopper's still trying to hold on to this point. Using that Graviton Surge, does lock up 3, but Animo had the sound barrier at the ready. Toronto lose that second point is with 3 minutes, almost 4, to get not even to that third point. It looks almost a destined victory for the Florida Mayhem with a grab in hand.
Right. Grab for someone. Yeah, maybe just being able to use it on the corner here. Checkmate might even get the Dragon Blade online, but Chorong's got to get the sound barrier up. That's going to be the saving grace here for Toronto's defense.
2%, 1%. He's got a sound barrier just in time. My word, he was even caught on the grab, but they don't touch. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me.
No.
Oh my god. I mean, although it was next to the point, man, he was on the other side of the point.
Oh, but it's not just him. Everybody got grabbed.
No, man.
No, not like this.
So, you know when you said it was a minute? Since the last C9? Yeah, refresh that timer.
Okay.
Refresh the timer.
It's just us. We're cursed. We're actually cursed.
We actually are. I would like to know the stats. I don't want Noah to do this or anything because it would be too much work. I would assure you. But I would like to see how many casters get or what caster gets the most C9s.
I think it's us.
Both of us would be at the top of that one.
Seth,
it definitely feels that way.
Seth and Avril got the most pauses.
Yeah. Definitely
yeah.
true. All right, okay. Well, to scrub that from our memory, we're going to go to a quick break. The Florida Mayhem, though, up 2-0 in this series, looking pretty good. We'll see if Toronto can come back or have Mayhem just got this in the bag. It's looking that way. We'll have to wait and see if the result is similar after the break. Welcome back. Did you know the Overwatch League is finally on TikTok? And to celebrate, we're offering one lucky fan a chance to win a trip to the Grand Finals. Visit the link below or check out the official OWL TikTok to learn how to enter the TikTok sweepstakes. How many times can you say TikTok in one paragraph? TikTok, TikTok, TikTok.
You sound like
yeah, a sneak peek, by the way. Actually, I do, yeah. Speaking of TikTok too, just here's a little sneak peek. We're getting Matt to do the gritty in front of a green screen with Overwatch maps in the background at one point, and we're gonna upload that to the TikTok. So yeah, make sure you go follow to make sure you see Matt do the gritty at Grand Finals. Yeah, so make sure you go check that out. Grand Finals is going to be crazy cool too. Anaheim Convention Center, where BlizzCon World Cup, all that kind of jam happens. It's going to be a great time. So many memories were created there, and so many more will be created later on this month, and obviously going into November. Right, let's go back to the series at hand. Florida Mayhem against the Toronto Defiant. And is this going to be the 3-0? A little C9 there from the Toronto Defiant. They did get grabbed on the corner, but although it was like kind of next to the payload, you expect him to touch maybe. Not entirely sure what happened there, but it looked like a C9 to me. It feels pretty bad, Rose, and we were just kind of discussing it in the break, that Toronto Defiant may still be a little bit sick. So kind of the best time to be sick, because your fate really isn't on the line at this point. You are guaranteed playing, so you feel pretty damn good about that. You can't get knocked out at this point, so kind of the perfect time to be, but it still doesn't feel good getting into a series if you are feeling a little bit under the weather. Hopefully they can pull it back on Junkertown though, which is where we're going next.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, too, you know, if you're not really pulling out like the super spice either, then you can hold on to that for play-ins, and so maybe there is some positive strategy overall here for the Toronto Defiant to walk away with from the series. But it's looking pretty fast, and it's looking like it very well might be a 3-0. But Toronto Defiant are on the defense first. We are going to see them roll out with kind of the signature. This has been the kind of the bread and butter, it feels like, for Toronto so far, and I think that although playing the Genji actually works out a little bit better in their favor. We saw Aldo swap to the Genji on Toronto's attack push on Eichenwalde, and it was because the Genji was actually a little bit more impactful, being able to slice through those bubbles instead of, the Tracer trying to chunk through them or like try to throw the pulse. You can always bubble that, so there's ways that you can kind of get around that Tracer damage, and it really wasn't being as effective as I think Toronto would have liked. So Genji it is.
Genji it is. Yeah, okay, Genji for checkmate too. I was gonna say, you stick on the soldier? Mr. 76? But no, all good. Going back to the Genji. Well, I guess Soldier wouldn't be too bad. You can get some like
good to get out of the door
flanks, I suppose, with the legs. Yeah, well, checkmate is pretty low. It was booted fairly high in the air too. A bit of a precarious position right now with the Toronto Defiant front line. Hopper taken to sub 1 HP by the looks of it. Chong to the rescue, but just that amped healing from Lucio. Not enough to get him back to the rest of his team by the looks of it. Easy push so far for the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty fast take right there. I was just looking at the physics in this game are so weird. Was that Twilight's body just sitting on the corner? Like
the amount of ridiculous ragdolls I've seen is insane. Especially Hog. I don't know if anybody's... I'm sure you guys have seen it, Hogs in your game, but he literally break dances when he's dead. It's
a little funny. Or like you see him just like fly off into like whatever, go over to Horizon Lunar Colony or something.
Oh my god, what a bubble. Good bubble from Hopper there, saving all those life. And now with Animo dead, Toronto Defiant can just kind of speed on the backline, but although with Hopper now down, they are just kind of losing their presence on this point. It was a fairly decent start killing Animo, but the Florida Mayhem still managed to recover that fight.
Yeah, that was a really big recovery there from Florida, especially removing all those Genji presence. Made it a little bit simpler to try to go in and grab those shots, because you're not worried about that Genji deflect anymore, throwing anything right back at you. Huge stagger onto Twilight as well. So by the time the Twilight comes back into this one, you're going to see Florida's payload actually round that first corner, which is going to be really, really good for them. They can take this high ground presence. They're not too worried about Hydra not being able to get back to the other team. But look at the wraparound that Toronto's going for here. They're just going to go through Cafe.
Yeah, Checkmate's going to be able to call that out. There you go. See how they want to respond to that? Okay, they're just going to respond with a grab. There's the lamp, there's the blade. Goodbye, front line. Oh, Checkmate, 1/2 kills. Toronto to fight. They're going to pull the blade, although... Why are you pulling the blade?
Oh, maybe he's switching?
It was 2v5.
Oh, but
I mean, I kind of hope so.
But even if you're switching there... Oh, no. Maybe that was a fat finger.
Yeah, you retain some ult charge, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that blade, unfortunately, although... rough
I don't know about some of these ultimates that Toronto have been using. They've been very aggressive and a little bit loose with their use of the ultimates this series. That's for sure. You know, like the early...
Playing fast.
Yeah, like the early grabs from Hoppa, and you have like those sound barriers for not a whole team of 5. You haven't really been converting over the same values you would have liked, and if Haldo was switching, I would have liked to see maybe hold on to the blade and then go for just that additional 30% you might need to charge up here, but this is rough. Overclocked.
Oh, there you go. There's the double overclock. Who's going to peek first? Or it might not be Hydron as that sound barrier comes out from the Toronto Defiant. Still, they get to shoot for a window, which is pretty nice, but Hisu takes care of Hydron, as well as Arnamo on the Lucio, who's diving and dodging at the moment. That window seems like it was good enough, though, for the Mayhem to stave off that sound barrier, that overhealth that Choron gave to the rest of the team. RuPaul stayed alive in amongst the chaos. Thought maybe, although kind of had that fight in the bag, but not to be, not to be. The Florida Mayhem getting around this final corner with a lot of time
it's
left.
going to be a pretty significant time bank with less than 4 minutes remaining. No ultimates really on the board right now except for Twilight's Amplification Matrix, which will be good for at least a defense. As long as Florida don't keep pushing the pressure. But oh, that's good. That's good for Toronto. That's a pick.
Yeah, big pick onto RuPaul. Oh. I mean, I love the enthusiasm there from Hydron. Still trying to duel out in a 2v1, trying to get another pick, but yeah, ends up backing up. He was like 20 HP or something silly. All good. Okay, at least now Toronto Defiant can get on the high ground. They have what, like window, they can use Hisu to kind of shoot through it, although he's nearing that blade. Hopper's got grab, yeah, so they're in a pretty good spot. And Hopper's playing pretty far up too, knowing that he has the grab. It's how the Toronto Defiant want to navigate around this. Ideally, Hopper just lets them walk out, they hit the grab, and so the lamp's like easily visible. Well, there you go. There's the grab straight on top of Hydron before the lamp gets deployed. Hydron does end up biting the dust. They do use the B on top of that to try and sustain themselves through it as the Florida Mayhem are now caught between a rock and a hard place. Do they push without Hydron? Well, definitely can't push anymore with Checkmate and Arnamo dead.
Yeah, not now. And they could have maybe tried to push the pressure a little bit, but Toronto, look at that aggression so far. They're really pushing Florida back, and the poke is good because you're really hoping that Choron gets that sound barrier online for when Florida Mayhem make it back in.
Wow. That was a really aggressive, oh my god, although, okay, that kind of made up for the blade a little bit earlier on, I will say. 2 kills, slash and dash, RuPaul and Hydron dead. All right, Florida Mayhem. That was a really nice grab, though, I will say, on Hopper, catching him on the corner. They insta-killed him with the window and a right click from Hydron.
It was a heavy investment of damage. It was a heavy investment of damage, but it did pay off. And now Florida, you know, they still get to use this Dragon Blade as well. And with the time that Toronto have bought, they have the sound barrier now too. But they have to back up here.
Yeah, although just dashed in, he got a bubble burst. And, oh, so did RuPaul's head there. Burst. Jesus, Hisu. Okay, Hisu is now lighting up. He's trying to spot the other support. Arnamo trying to get to that mega health pack with the rest of his team. Disruptor shots can do a lot of work here in this small confined space. And there's the slide kill onto someone. Alrighty, okay. Toronto Defiant with a very, very good defense.
Yeah, this is turning out to be way better than I think the maps that we've seen previously. Toronto, they seem to be playing more together as a unit, and their target calling has been really nice. Either Hisu opens things up with a big pick, or Hoppa runs and guns somebody down, and there's follow-up there from the rest of the team as well, but that's devastating.
Although again, okay, although it ends up going down again, but with Twilight's window out, the Florida Mayhem aren't gonna... Okay, both Lucios also died. That was a very strange little duel there in the corner. Hydron trying to walk up the stairs there, but Hisu was Just checking in. 45 seconds to go. Rather scrappy end to this round by the looks of it. A Graviton Surge once again available from the Defiant, but that's about it.
Well, they've eaten a sizable amount of time. That's 3.5 minutes gone. And so that's pretty big.
The grab. Hydron's got the railgun, but it doesn't matter because Hopper, 100 energy right-clicking into that grab with 20 seconds to go. This is a tempo that we've not seen the Toronto Defiant play at all series. 10 seconds. Florida Mayhem have window, aren't going to be able to touch, or just maybe, I guess, if Chorong does boop Anima away, the payload's a little bit too close to the choke. They definitely will get that touch. There it is. Okay. Checkmate's on the board. Touching the payload, but no one can leave it. Beat still in the hands of Animo with no Graviton Surge to counter. He's going to be in a good spot.
Watch out for the Dragon Blade, though, because although Hisu, they're working up to those DPS ultimates, and Animo's going to have to make a decision. Just going for it now.
Okay, Beat's actually used pretty early by Animo there. Maybe thought he could save Hydron, but it wasn't to be. And RuPaul with an extremely aggressive push takes care of Hisu. The payload is still moving, and it is Checkmate versus Chorong on the point. The blade has been pulled by Although, but someone got that grab off, and he managed to kill Twilight. Very little heals left for the Toronto Defiant. It is only Chorong kind of battling for his life, trying to hold on. He's got the beat, I suppose, but he's in the backline right now. A good bit of focus from the Mayhem, and it could end his life. But no, Chorong manages to survive, and they do use the beat. Here is the turnaround the Toronto Defiant needed. Overtime is going to tick down the blink of an eye. Speaking of blinks, Checkmate did once, and he does end up going down. Tracer falls, no one to touch. Overtime depleted, and the payload stopped. 2 points for the Florida Mayhem, and then some. The payload did get pretty damn far, I will say, in OT, but the Toronto Defiant still managed to hold on.
That was a great defense from Toronto. That was, what, 5 plus? How much time? I know there was at least 4 minutes on the clock when Florida entered into the third point. But my point is just that Toronto bought so much time with how well they played that defense on third. Kind of got a little bit rolled on the first 2 points, but they really got their act together when they started getting those ultimates online and just kind of following through with their game plan. I think Hoppa also just was kind of lit up like a Christmas tree the entire time and dishing out tons and tons of damage.
Yeah, Hopper's grabs. And like I mentioned, the tempo they were kind of playing at the very end, that's what you want to see, right? Toronto Defiant, they've been a bit slow to act. Even if you go back to the very first map of the series, Ruins was just all Florida Mayhem. They were just running at Toronto. Toronto, even with the Lucio, were playing rather passive. And this time around, Toronto Defiant switching things up, and Hopper's going aggressive with Chorong just pushing into the spawn. I mean, you're calling out kind of Hopper's damage. He's second on the team right now in terms of damage percentage, ever so slightly behind Hisu, who leads the team at about 30% of his team's damage. So, yeah, really putting up the numbers right now for Toronto. See how they do on their offense. Someone on the cheeky high ground. Already at 80 energy. I mean, he's going to get a hella ult charge if he just right-clicks that doorway. Yeah, look at that. 30% already.
Whew. I hope that, you know, the first hurdle here is just Toronto getting out of the door. Looks like they're going to be able to do so,
right,
but oh, wait. Just kidding.
All right. Well, see ya. Good luck with that. 50% on the grab. Okay, someone.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, I see you. I like the way they set up, Rose, actually. With Checkmate on the Sombra holding on to this right-hand side, the entirety of Toronto Defiant want to be able to look at the high ground, force someone off, but then look, he goes straight for a hack, making them turn a different direction, although on a slightly different page, because Hopper was looking at the Sombra. He couldn't bubble Although ends up just getting lazy.
I mean, it's tough, too, because, like, the reach of this beam, when you're at, like, 100 charge, someone is just actually going Super Saiyan right now and just kind of doing so much work. Wait, the rollout? Oh, the rollout! That's so cool.
There he is. He got it.
That's just cool. That's cool to see.
You were talking about it a second ago, Rose, but yeah, dude's lit up like a Christmas tree. You were talking about Hopper, but the same goes for someone who's already got a grab. I mean, you might as well use it fairly early, right?
I think.
You got so much energy. Pretty free win if you think about it. All right, someone's on the payload. It is Hopper, but although once again dives in onto the high ground, he just gets taken out. No grab needed now for someone. Desperately calling for the kill onto Hopper, and he gets his wish granted. even trying to use the window to get out of spawn. Man, Toronto Defiant. This is looking like Casters to Masters right now. Us spawn camping. No, it's actually the other way around.
That's what happens to us. Is what you think you're trying to say.
Oh, grab?
No.
Did it hit anybody?
Wait.
I think someone just walked into it. No, it hit nobody. All right. I think. I'm not sure.
Well, there was no follow-up.
No one died, is the main thing. But someone's still going in. It's going to be an overclock used by Hydron there as he snipes Twilight out of the air. Twilight trying to leap away from the rest of the team, leaped into the crosshair of Hydron. Sound barrier from the Toronto Defiant. And with no Twilight, as soon as the sound barrier wears off, they've really got no more hope left. He's doing hot boat, taken down. And right now, a Toronto Defiant getting sealed in a tin can. That tin can being their spawn room. Not looking great. They barely managed to push out, and they still have to contend with the CMP.
Yeah, the EMP still has to come through. Turong already used the sound barrier, so this might be another eco push for Toronto just to be able to get out of spawn. We're going to see a couple of swaps. Hisu going over to the Widowmaker for some one-pick potential. Twilight on the Ana as well. Just for a sleep, maybe. A sleep in a dream.
60 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we do see this from Twilight a lot, Rose, when you switch over to the Ana in these final few moments to try and get some value down with that nade. EMP comes out from Checkmate as they were Graviton surged, by the way, so Checkmate jumped into that and used that EMP to counter. 3 men hacked from the Toronto Defiant, but Checkmate still managed to keep himself alive. A rather scattered fight is now Hydron is getting chased down by Chorong and Hopper. He manages to escape with the time being with 1 HP to go. Toronto Defiant overextending to try and find these final kills, but they're losing members. At least their spawn's close, I suppose. Toronto eventually get that payload rolling, but Florida Mayhem have a window, a grab coming up, and with 20 seconds to go, the Toronto Defiant have barely got a nano.
Yeah, this is not looking good here for Toronto's hopes to be able to make it for the first...
This flank is something stupid.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. Beautiful grab from someone. It's all over. Seal the can, ship it to Tesco. Toronto Defiant are done. There's no way they touch. I mean, maybe Choron gets back in time, but looking unlikely. Spawn held. Toronto Defiant barely got to that first point. Florida Mayhem showing up large in that last map. A clean 3-0. And yeah, I mean, what more can you say? That was
really brutal.
That was
That was really brutal. Like, Florida Mayhem are a fantastic team. But when you look at, you know, the historical performance of Toronto, the meta that we're playing in right now, when Hoppa is so good with Zarya, you expected this match to be a little bit closer. And so I hope that Toronto, you know, this is take a rest, make sure you take care of yourselves and come back strong, you know? I know the fans are behind them right now, so let's hope they can kind of bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, they still got another match.
Yes.
So, don't worry. They can still be 12-12 by the end of the weekend. They do face the Outlaws, so if they 3-0 the Outlaws, they'll be back to 12-12 with 48-48.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's still possible. The dream is still alive. Yeah, a brutal loss to the Toronto Defiant there, but on the flip side of things, Florida Mayhem, wow. Wowee. Hydron coming out with clip after clip after clip on the Sojourn. Looks good. Going into play-ins, which will be played on the same patch. The Florida Mayhem just heating up.
Yeah, I mean, Sojourn was definitely a character that we weren't maybe expecting to be as prominent this stage. It was really about kind of Tracer and Sombra playing as a duo, especially next to a Winston or a D.Va to be really able to get that dive. But as soon as Zarya started coming into the mix a little bit more, we've seen a lot more Sojourn, and Hydron's really, really good with that. That's why he is our player of the match. Well deserved. He hit some incredible overclocks. I mean, well with the 4K. And then on top of that too, just getting pick after pick with the Sojourn to kick off these fights did put Florida Mayhem into a driving position today.
Yeah, this quad kill was
nasty.
Just
Actually
beautiful
nasty.
stuff. Definitely deserves player of the match so far. Even that kill on Hisu, to be fair, was kind of disgusting. I will say though, you're not going to be able to get that lineup anymore. The patch that's currently live actually has a turned over car, so you can't directly aim down that sight line anymore. So yeah, next patch, playoffs patch, I believe that'll be in there. So Hydron can't get that lineup, but no one else can. So yeah. But anyway, regardless of that, very, very nuanced point. But My overall point is Hydron kind of went God Gamer mode in that series. 8k damage per 10, a 9.7 charge shots per 10. Charge shot accuracy sitting at 62%, almost looking like Shy out here when he was playing the Sojourn a couple of tournaments ago. And deaths, I mean 3 per 10, and you're getting 13 final blows, not eliminations by the way, final blows.
And I think what's impressive is like the
ridiculous
final blows, it's a lot of it is charge shot kills, and when you look at those charge shots, most of them, Jack, were like 75% of a player's health pool just disappeared. So like it wasn't even just like a charge shot of like, I just need like a little bit of damage. It was like, I'm just gonna just destroy this player. Like it was a significant chunk of their HP that just went out the window when Hydron hit him with the charge shot. So big snipes.
It's time to me to kill. Now I will kill with right click. Yeah, it was pretty sick. I mean, he's called King Hydron for a reason on Twitter. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We got an interview with King Hydron after this. See you in a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here joined now by Hydron from Florida Mayhem. Hydron, congratulations on the win. This was a very fast, not close, 3-0 victory for the Florida Mayhem. I honestly thought it was going to be a lot closer. What did you think? Like, what was your game plan? Florida Mayhem's game plan going into today's match?
I'll be honest, we didn't have a game plan. We're kind of just focused on play-ins right now, so yeah, we literally did not prepare, I think, at all.
Okay. Oh wow, that's, I mean, and it's, you guys still beat, and without a plan, you guys still beat Toronto Defiant 3-0. I mean, then would you say that you said that you were sort of focusing more on play-ins? Like, what were you practicing for play-ins specifically?
Well, like more just necessarily like learning the comps instead of like playing specific maps for our matches and like having game plans for set teams. We're kind of just getting ready for play-ins and just like perfecting our craft for the time being. Okay. Well, I mean, I was gonna ask you about certain things, but I think the next question doesn't work because you said you didn't prepare. You guys were busy planning for play-ins. So let me switch my question, and I wanna ask you this because obviously you played great today. You were phenomenal on that Sojourn, and of course that got you the player of the match as well. What do you think differentiates a good Sojourn to a great one? I don't know, aim. Like, I mean, there's certain things you know the more you play the hero, and just kind of like situationally, like when you need to take angles and how to apply pressure in different situations and gap your counterpart. So yeah, that's a tough question. I honestly don't know.
That is, I'm sorry. I just came up with that. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot like that. Then how about like give us some tips, because I've been trying to play Sojourn and I think I'm a little bit spoiled because we get to see a lot of you guys, like great Sojourn players, play in the Overwatch League, and then unfortunately when I go into my ranked games, I'm just mechanically bad. So like, are there any like easy, quick tips that the fans could sort of use when they're playing Sojourn?
Yeah, so generally when you farm your left click to like 100 charge, you're gonna want to aim for the enemy's head. And the way you can do that is like you can stand still and like focus on your shot if that's what you need to do, but generally that's what you want to do. That's about the hero.
Okay.
And E when necessary. That's literally the hero.
See, all that sounds very easy, but like when you do it, it's yeah. I mean, I'll try to get more practice in. I mean, and before I send you off, last question. Like, how confident are you going into play-ins? Is Florida Mayhem? Are you guys ready to beat everyone in the play-ins and just head straight to the playoffs?
Oh yeah, I'll see you in LA for sure. We'll be there. I'll be there. You'll be there. We'll be here.
All right, I love that. Hydron, thank you so much for Hydron, thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations. And yeah, I'll see you in Anaheim.
Appreciate it, brother. See you there.
Nice, bold statement at the end. Confidence
is key.
That interview as a whole was just confidence.
Yeah.
I don't need practice, but he literally popped off on the Sojourn.
We were talking before the interview started, and Danny even asked him a bonus question for himself of being like, how do you warm up? Because I suck at Sojourn. He said it before the thing as well. And then he said, I don't warm up.
Yeah,
Hydron's like, I don't need to warm up.
No,
I'm just great.
Sorry, Hydron, we're going to say this. Hydron specifically said, I don't warm up. All I did today was wake up and did laundry.
Hey, that's good. Laundry's important, you know?
I mean, talking about this match, honestly, I'm going to be brutally honest. I don't think they need to practice because I think it was all Florida Mayhem today.
Yeah, and this is, an important, match for the Florida Mayhem because they potentially might meet up in the play-ins moving forward. These are, Florida Mayhem, Toronto Defiant, Washington Justice, and oh my God, I put myself on the spot. Who am I forgetting, Johnny?
I didn't listen to it.
Washington Justice.
Boston Uprising?
Boston Uprising and Boston Uprising.
You forgot about Punk!
I know. I'm sorry,
Punky.
Punk. This is a formal apology. But Florida looked to be in top form. That Junkertown was just not close, especially with that spawn hold. While Toronto Defiant, on the other hand, looking very rough right now, although really struggling to come alive on the Tracer, but also unable to get value with that Genji. So overall, the Florida Mayhem coming in with a good game plan. You can see them playing their own style, not worrying about what Toronto Defiant want to do, playing a lot of this Zaya, Lucio, Baptiste, and it's looking good right now, and that should be the play-ins and potentially playoff meta, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm leaning more like praising Florida Mayhem for a quick 3-0 here than like, you know, worrying about Toronto Defiant too much. You know, it sounds like they've been a bit under the weather and, you know, maybe they haven't had the best practice leading into this matchup. So if you're an upset Toronto Defiant fan, like, go touch some grass, man. Like, you just get off the PC. Like, stop touching the keyboard. Florida Mayhem, though, looking clean, looking good. And I just want to say as well, it is such a delight following this team and, like, seeing how they've grown throughout this season. Yeah. Because, like, if you want to zoom out a little bit, talking, like, big picture stuff, when I watch the Florida Mayhem, I feel like I'm watching someone and Hydron. They're like two role stars in the making.
Yeah.
Like, they're not there yet. They don't deserve to be nominated this year. You know, there's so many great players around this league. But seeing how Hydron has improved on the hit scan, you know, arguably, like, you know, outperformed XC and took that starter job from XC for the Florida Mayhem. Sojourn, Widowmaker stats, I went to look up. Like, he has some of the best first elim rates in the entire league on Widow, and Soldier 76. Someone as well, like, you know, came into the league, I'm a main tank player, I'm gonna play some Winston, Reinhardt, stuff like that. Picking up the Zarya, looking good on the Zarya, learning how to play all these different heroes, and he's not afraid to play heroes that he's not necessarily super comfortable with. So someone, Hydron, they're a treat to watch, and I'm looking forward to see them grow even more. Maybe 2023 Role Stars, just keep an eye out. Keep an eye out for them.
Yeah.
Because they're definitely like getting closer to the mix.
Definitely, I think Hydron and both, I mean, all of Florida Mayhem, I think they'll definitely stay. And also, if they play like this with that confidence, I think they are going to be the favorites going into play-ins for sure.
Yeah, I think I would put them up there right now with one of my favorites to head out, because there are, out of these 4 teams, so Florida Mayhem, Toronto Defiant, Washington Justice, Boston Uprising, we're solidified that those will be the 4 teams playing for the play-ins. 2 of them will go through. I think Florida definitely looks like the favorites, but then I would, you know, after that performance by Toronto, I'm a little worried if they're going to be able to show up next week with that high level. So a lot to go to play for from Washington and Boston.
Yep, and also a lot of work for Toronto Defiant as well. Those are the standings for now. So let's move on to our best of the day. We had 3 Overwatches. But there's always best of the day for everybody. I'm gonna start off. My best of the day was from San Francisco Shock, where it was Striker and Proper fighting over a health pack. I don't know if it was a fight over, I think because they were both low HP, and I guess they both needed it. Yeah, and they were...
Oh, man!
Yo, that's peak bonding moment right
Striker
there,
might get benched here.
Yeah. Hey, Striker.
So who got it?
Yes.
Striker got it.
Striker in the post-match interview. I'm here to facilitate Proper. Also Striker, this.
Also, Proper, I mean, slight ego. He's like down 55
Yeah.
health. Striker's like, I'm dying here, and you have 50. Oh, yeah. That is hilarious. That's one of the funniest things.
Striker gets the health pack, so I guess he wins that health pack battle.
Yeah, health pack battle. He's better DPS. I think that's what we learned from this one. Talking about top tier DPS, I gotta highlight my boy Spark, who has had actually a really good season so far for the London Spitfire. We haven't really talked about him as much, but he has just been absolutely. Well, I think. Okay, let's calm down. Everyone can't be a roll star, but with shots like these, Gangnam Jin, turning the corner, bonk. Forcing the Ajax Sparker with World Star. Sparker hitting with the World Star. Heading onto the high ground. Absolutely dominant. Gets a bunch of kills off of that as well. And the London Spitfire easily should have closed out this fight and should have closed out this map. But potentially not, because
I'm willing to say that was a good beat right there. That was a good beat. Space created. He made room for the rest of his team. London Spitfire, their comms, you know, they were messy. It was like, oh, Ajax, whoa! It's like, oh, in New York. Meanwhile, New York's like, don't worry about that. You know, there was actually just a big distraction. The London Spitfire going crazy. Comms are not there.
Oh
instead,
my God!
Throughout this Yaki is like, hey, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and cap right here.
That's one of the more egregious lines we've seen this year.
London Spitfire, hold this L, okay? No one cares about the Ajax. The point was taken. That's all that mattered. Play the objective. Yaki doing the right thing. Gangnam Jin creating space for the rest of his team.
That was awful.
Huge value for that Ajax.
That was
most valuable
a
Ajax I've ever
smooth
seen.
transition to your best of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think Costas over here, like, giving NYXL a poor rep, you know? Looking like Gangnam Jin is the villain. Gangnam Jin set up his team for success.
You are not going to be a Gangnam Jin apologist right here and try and defend this Ajax. You can't take this away from my boy Sparker.
That beat cancellation was the best beat cancellation I've ever seen go in the favor of their team.
Best beat cancellation, best C9? So they're both good.
Yeah, they can both be best of the days.
All right, those were the matches. Hope you guys enjoyed our best of the day. Hey, we got more Overwatch matches coming up tomorrow, so let's check the schedule for tomorrow. Eastern region, we got the play-ins going. We got the Pandas versus the Charge, right?
The Pandas.
And the winner of those two, right, are going up against Hangzhou Spark. Who do you think is going to go up?
I think if you're looking at just this stage, the Charge have to be the favorites to make it through, but they do need to win 2 matches, and the Spark, I think they flip a coin on whether or not they're going to be
Did you see that? Did you see that post on Reddit the other day? That Guangzhou Charge are tied for 4th in win-loss record since the mid-season madness, tied with the LA Gladiators.
Yeah, I would believe
tied
it.
For 4th in the league.
I'm just saying, it's a Jimmy diff.
Jimmy diff?
Nah, it's a Xerneas diff.
It's a Xerneas diff.
It's a Xerneas diff, bro.
Who's Xerneas? Jimmy. He joined the team, everything went up.
Piggy diff.
Went up.
Piggy diff.
And Piggy diff. Piggy's been good as well.
All right, so that is the Eastern region happening tomorrow. Let's look at the West. We have Shock versus London Spitfire, New York versus Boston Mayhem versus Houston Outlaws. Right, and of course, if Shock wins tomorrow against London Spitfire, they will lock in that number 2 seed as well.
And that is globally. So
Right,
we're taking
globally.
into account Shanghai, Dragons, and Seoul Dynasty. So
yeah. So 2 of the West region teams are going to be number 1 or 2, depending on.
Maybe. I mean, we don't know that.
Depending on Shock.
Depending on Shock, true. Indeed.
Shock. Represent the West, bro.
I actually want to reward the viewers who actually watch this long this entire time. Just quickly, because they were watching that Hadron interview. They were just like, oh, we wanted some Sojourn advice, and he was like, yeah, aim better.
Literally,
but
he said
here's some advice for you. I've seen a lot of bronze 5 Sojourn players. All right, when you're building up the right click is why the hero is overpowered. Right, the whole ultimate is to use the railgun. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're building up your primary fire, you're building it up. That's not the most important part, okay? The most important part is that you nail the railgun shot, okay? So don't just like whiff it, don't just throw it away like it's nothing. That is the most important part of Sojourn, is hitting the railgun shots. It's like a Widowmaker shot without something.
Johnny's just telling
hit the railgun shots.
Let's get better, all right? Let's just. So that's it for today, guys.
Don't throw it away,
Time to go into ranked games, guys. Throw some ranked game matches. Yell at your supports, yell at your tanks. I think it's time for that. And with that being said, we're going to say goodbye, and we will see you all tomorrow in the morning. Thank you so much.